Chapter 1051. A darkness within Zukang skimmed through the shared memories and saw what Lin Mu had done. Knowing that these were not his normal actions, he knew something was wrong in that moment. What happened? Zukang was a bit confused, but then felt a strange aura from the altar in the distance. Of course, understanding that the altar must be related to it, he rushed to the altar and saw the scene there. In front of him, several pitch-black runes formed above the altar. They were the same as the ones that had appeared before and started to shrink soon after forming. They would shrink to the size of a needle before shooting into the sky and disappearing. A faint aura would rise from the altar whenever this happened, and Zukang could feel it. It made him feel uncomfortable as well, and alarmed his instincts. What is this now? Is another part of the 9 divine heart sutras about to be awakened? Zukang wondered. By now, he had understood that there were certain triggers and requirements for a sutra to awaken. Lin Mu had possibly fulfilled them, and it might be time for it to awaken. But then Zukang saw something else in Lin Mu's memories. It was nothing but Taoist Hua touching him and the eerie laughter that was echoing. The effect of the gaze and the laughter suppressing Taoist Hua's aura was also seen by Zukang. It was this that alarmed him the most, knowing nothing good would come out of it. Zukang had understood by now that the 9 divine sutras were very powerful, but they also had side effects that could be very dangerous at the same time. This was both for Lin Mu and anyone else that might be present near him. Another factor being that the sutras wouldn't be controllable by Lin Mu right away, either. Thus, the effects of every new sutra were unknown and potentially fatal. Lin Mu, stop, Zukang shouted, shaking the very space itself. Out in the real world, Lin Mu shuddered as a shout echoed in his mind. Thankfully, his mind had not blocked out the link between Zukang and him, allowing him to still hear him. What? Lin Mu's expression changed that to of confusion as the deep darkness in his eyes disappeared as well. Step tilde. Taoist Hua, too, snapped out of his state and quickly took a few steps back. Huhu tilde. He didn't even realize that he had started panting, and his hands were trembling as well. What in the name of heavens was that? Taoist Hua was lost. He could recall seeing the strange figures that looked rather malevolent as well as the eerie laughter. His very soul was crying out to run, but he was unable to. It was as if he had been stuck to Lin Mu until the moment he woke up as well. Are you okay? Lin Mu asked Taoist Hua, not realizing what had happened. Taoist Hua saw the entirely different expression of Lin Mu and understood that this might not be something Lin Mu even knew he did. Adding it to what Lin Mu had done before, and the ferociousness he had displayed earlier against the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion members, he held back on saying anything about it. In fact, there was a fear in his mind that if he said something, that thing might happen again. I'm fine, it's all over now, Taoist Hua replied quickly. Over? Lin Mu looked around and saw the scene of gore. They're dead. Lin Mu was a bit lost until his memories resurface. His brows furrowed as he realized what he had done. Why did I do that? Lin Mu thought to himself. This level of cruelty was not something he would show or even attempt, especially since his goal here was to save the Noon Grass sect and stop the attacks. Normally, he wouldn't spend any time on the enemies once they were dead and would rather check the other places for more threat. Another part of the 9 divine heart sutras might be awakening soon. Your earlier actions might have been due to it. Zukang spoke. What, really? Lin Mu was shocked. Lin Mu didn't even stop a moment before disappearing in front of all the elders. Where did he go? The elders were confused. Elder Sun noticed the strange state of Taoist Hua and approached him. Are you fine, Patriarch? Elder Sun questioned. Did you get injured somehow? Hua Langya asked. No, I'm fine, at least physically, Taoist Hua replied. One of the elders couldn't help but gaze at the artwork Lin Mu had made on the ground and swallowed his saliva in nervousness. Does anyone know why he did this? The man was dead after the first couple of attacks, one of the elders asked. Yeah, Alliance leader Lin Mu became different. Elder Sun spoke. He has changed, or something changed within him, Taoist Hua stated. What happened there, Patriarch? I saw that when you touched him, you went rather still. Your aura too, it's reduced, Elder Sun asked. I don't know, I saw some things, terrifying things, heard them too, Patriarch Hua replied. Hearing this, Hua Langya was reminded of something. Patriarch, you might want to know this, he said before whispering his and Elder Peeg's experience from the past. 10 golden eyes? No, what I saw was nothing like that. I couldn't even tell properly what I saw. All I remember are vague figures, claws, horns, and teeth. And that laughter, I've never heard a laughter like that before. At least I don't think any human can laugh like that. Patriarch Hua shuddered after remembering it all again. Hua Langya furrowed his brows and looked at the place where Lin Mu was standing earlier. Whatever it may be, something has changed within Lin Mu. Only time will tell if it's good or not, Hua Langya stated. Indeed, there is a darkness within him. Perhaps it has been there since the start and only showed itself now, Taoist Hua agreed. Chapter 1052. Not ready, unaware of the conversation between the elders and Patriarch Hua, Lin Mu appeared in the space of the ring. Appearing in the dark yet starry space was always a surreal experience. The silvery streaks of spatial energy continued to move around, fading in and out of existence, while the ethereal altar's glow could be seen in the distance. The glow was like a long pillar of light that was gently radiating out of the light. Lin Mu flew towards the altar, knowing that Senior Zukang was waiting for him there. Upon reaching there, Lin Mu saw the strange phenomenon that was taking place there, or more like he was forced to see it. The strange aura coming from the altar was hard to miss, especially the pitch-black runes that kept on materializing and turning into thin needles that shot up and disappeared. What is going on, Senior? Lin Mu asked. I have no idea, but seeing as the altar is possibly doing this in your state before, it's likely to be another part of the 9 Divine Heart Sutras, Zukang replied. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and approached the altar. He was the only one who could actually get close to it, and even Zukang was unable to break through the barrier. It was on an entirely different level, and he had no confidence to do it even if he used his main body. Approaching the barrier, Lin Mu tried to go past, but was unable to. Why is it stopping me? Lin Mu was lost. The barrier had always existed, but Lin Mu could pass through it with ease. But now he was unable to. Is it not ready? Lin Mu wondered. He stayed there watching the altar, trying to communicate with it. But even after 5 minutes of trying, he got no response. The ring too was silent and didn't show any signs of response either. It only made Lin Mu more confused. He had always been able to get the ring to respond at least on certain level, but this was like ignoring him entirely. Seems like it might be preparing something. It's hard to tell what exactly, though. It could be both a new skill or the next part of the 9 Divine Sutras. Since it's not responding to you at all, it might be something not permitted to you right now, Zukang said after analyzing. It does seem like that. Lin Mu nodded his head. This was a new aspect of the ring that he was seeing for the first time. The ring had always been mysterious, and even Zukang couldn't tell its origins or how it was made. Even with the great power his main body had, he could barely influence it. At most, Zukang was only able to restrain the spatial fluctuation that always came out of the ring passively. Lin Mu watched the pitch-black runes forming and shooting into the sky for a few more minutes before shaking his head. I'll have to wait for when it's ready, but if what I had done earlier is linked to this, then it might not be something that is easy to use, Lin Mu thought to himself. With the power that came with the 9 Divine Sutras, there was also a great cost. The Calming Heart Sutra, the Severing Heart Sutra, and the Nurturing Heart Sutras were perhaps the milder of the sutras. The Burning Heart Sutra was the perfect example of how terrifying its power could get. Another thing Lin Mu had noticed was that the ring only gave him sutras when it reckoned he could bear it. For example, Lin Mu guessed that the Burning Heart Sutra was only given to him because he already had the calming Heart Sutra to balance and control it. He didn't even know what would happen if there was no calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu reckoned that there was a great chance he would end up killing himself if he didn't have it. If that pattern stays true, then either I lack the way to counteract this new part, or it is far stronger than what my body can simply bear on its own. Lin Mu thought to himself. With this done, Lin Mu had his thoughts online and decided to take a leave. He took a glance at the gray egg that was calmly resting on a pillow near the barrier and saw that the aura coming from it had increased as well. Just wait a bit more, little guy. I'll find a way to hatch you, Lin Mu muttered to himself before leaving the ring. He had already reached the limits of how long he could stay in the ring, anyway. The more his cultivation base grew and his senses got better, the more Lin Mu understood how inhospitable the environment of the ring was. The shredded Tao embryos of the Tao treading realm, Gu Legion members he had sent here, had already been eradicated by the spatial energy here. Now that I remember it, putting the Tao embryos here forcefully was also rather exhausting. It used up quite a bit of my spirit chi, almost 20%. Lin Mu thought to himself. This was a massive amount of spirit chi, since he barely needed any for most things. If he was forcing someone into the ring, they would resist, and Lin Mu would need to use more spirit chi. And since the Tao embryo was still part of a living person, that too a very strong Tao treading realm expert, the cost would be equally high. Lin Mu remembered the first time he had to forcefully put a servant in the ring. It had almost drained all of his spirit chi. Compared to then, it was certainly an improvement. Though I now have a way to deal with Tao treading realm experts too. As long as they reveal their Tao embryos, I can seal them off here and disable the experts. Lin Mu thought to himself. Chapter 1053, Weakness and Desire with slightly better understanding of the ring and a new method to battle the Tao treading realm experts. Lin Mu returned to the real world. You're back, Elder Sun spoke, seeing Lin Mu. Lin Mu gazed at the injured old man. Elder Sun was someone he didn't have as much of an interaction with before and only had a few sentences exchanged. Lin Mu looked around and saw that only Elder Sun was waiting here for him. Lin Mu sensed Little Shrubby as well and found him to be near some disciples, helping them. Little Shrubby had easily killed the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member that it had tackled. The others went to check up on the disciples and nurse their injuries. Elder Sun informed, guessing what Lin Mu must be thinking of. I see. What are the casualties? Lin Mu asked with difficulty. Hearing this, Elder Sun let out a tired sigh, but still spoke. Most of our disciples are still alive, with less than 200 actually perishing. This is all due to the better formation arrays and upgrades we did in the last 2 years. But despite that, we have lost our elders. Elder Nai, Elder Jala, Elder Wedian, and Elder Peeg being the more prominent ones we lost. Elder Sun answered. Elder Peeg died. Lin Mu was shocked. He recalled the portly elder, who had helped him a lot before. Yes, he made the greatest sacrifice, using his life in exchange to kill a Tao treading realm Gu Legion member, as well as hundreds of weaker members. Elder Sun stated. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt his heart getting heavier. He knew that this was the cost of a battle, but losing even one person was significant. To him, it meant that he was still weak and needed to grow stronger. Tilde crack tilde. Lin Mu clenched his fists, his knuckles popping in the process. A new drive appeared in him, this time like a searing fire. It made him feel an itch, a discomfort, an urge to get stronger. Come, let's go see the others. Elder Sun spoke, knowing that it will take a while for Lin Mu to get on terms with it all. Lin Mu silently followed behind the man, and they reached the peak where the disciples of the Noon Grass sect had held back the assault. There, he saw the scene of devastation and death. Even if it was mostly the bodies of the Gu Legion members, there were still the bodies of Noon Grass disciples mixed in it. Due to the collateral damage to the area, most of the bodies had been crushed and damaged beyond recognition. Only from the shredded fabric pieces that were left behind from the robes of the disciples could it be made out that they were indeed here. Otherwise, the flesh and blood of all mixed together, making it seem like a slaughterhouse. Lin Mu breathed in the slightly salty air, filled with the scent of blood, and felt an anger sparking within him again. Silently chanting the calming Heart Sutra, he stabilized his mind and focused on the task at hand. Look, it's Alliance leader Lin Mu. The disciples of the Noon Grass sect spotted him. Elder Sun and Lin Mu landed and were soon surrounded by the disciples. Lin Mu also felt little Shrubby appear there. The beast took off several disciples from his back and dropped them off in the care of others before going to get more. There was a lot of excited chatter going around and a lot of words spoken to Lin Mu. He answered them almost mechanically, not knowing he even did it. His mind was elsewhere and he couldn't bring himself to speak to them fully. Disciples, let us leave for now. Alliance leader has more things to attend to. You all should also rest for now. We shall have an announcement for a meeting later on, Elder Sun stated. The disciples calmed down after that and let Lin Mu and Elder Sun proceed. The two of them went up the peak and reached the main building that was at its top. Lin Mu could feel the spirit chi fluctuation of the remaining elders there, along with the high elders and Taoist Hua. The people inside, too, felt Lin Mu. Tilde creak tilde. The door of the hall opened automatically, and the people inside saw Lin Mu. Everyone could tell the change in Lin Mu. It was subtle, yet it was enough for these experienced elders to sense. It's like the soldier who returns home from his first war. Taoist Hua could tell that change. He was after all in the same position once upon a time, and had gone through it several times since then. We are greatly indebted to you, Alliance leader Lin Mu. Supreme Elder Hua Langya spoke. Indeed, if it were not for you, we all would have possibly perished. The other elders joined. Lin Mu kept his silence and didn't know what to say to it. He felt like he could not accept these words. He had missed out on helping them in the correct moment that they needed him in. Several thoughts came to him at that moment. What if he had delayed going to the ancestral ground for just a couple of more days? What if he had waited longer? These questions echoed in his head, and the answer to that was both known and unknown to him. After thinking over it, Lin Mu realized that it all came down to one fact, the fact that he was lacking power. It was power for which he went to the ancestral land of the Ji clan so that he could have more allies. The elders went silent too, seeing that Lin Mu was not responding to them. Is there something wrong? Taoist Hua asked. I've made a decision, Lin Mu said, his voice rather calm. What? They all asked. I've realized I can no longer wait. I need to grow stronger faster, many times faster than I am right now, he replied, his tone growing heavier. Chapter 1054, No Seclusion. Lin Mu's words were both a bit concerning as well as understandable for the elders and Taoist Hua. They too felt like they were weak, and their foes were getting stronger, way faster than they were. This gave them an urge to get stronger, too, though it still made them wonder how Lin Mu was about to do this. I understand that, and what will you be doing for that? Going to enter seclusion? Patriarch Hua questioned. Seclusion? No, the time for seclusion is long gone, and if I enter it again, I might not come out for who knows how long, Lin Mu replied. I do not wish for a repeat of this again, he added. Hearing Lin Mu's answers, the elders and patriarch didn't know what Lin Mu was going to do. There were limited ways to increase one's power rapidly, and entering seclusion and cultivation with full focus was the most accessible one. There were these such as using some alchemical pills, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, or other fortunate encounters. But those weren't something that could be used whenever one wanted. Even obtaining them was greatly dependent on one's fate. If one was not fated, they would not gain them, and even if they did, they might not gain any benefit, perhaps even getting injured from it. Thus, seclusion was the usual option for most, though the location of the seclusion could greatly vary and depending on the arrays used, it could be on the same level as that of a fortunate encounter. This is what Taoist Hua had thought, and the place in their minds was none other than Kong Plain. It had a higher concentration of spirit chi than most places, and even had untouched resources that could greatly help one. It would make sense for Lin Mu to go there for seclusion. He had already done this before, after all. But seeing that he was not speaking about that, they were confused. If not seclusion, then what are you going to do, Alliance leader Lin Mu? One of the elders asked, unable to figure it out. It is something I wanted to prevent at first, but I hope you all can forgive me, Lin Mu answered. Huh, what do you? Taoist Hua wanted to ask more, but before he could do that, Lin Mu disappeared. The elders looked around, unable to find. They even spread their spirit sense, but didn't sense Lin Mu anywhere within a few kilometers. Let it be, he's gone too far for even me to sense him, Patriarch Hua said as his expression fell. Patriarch, what is he? Elder son was a bit afraid. Lin Mu's current expression, combined with the earlier display, was very concerning for them now. Whatever he is doing, it will be fine, and if it is not, that will just have to be a cost we bear. He's already done more than enough for us. It is our time to support him now, Taoist Hua spoke. Besides, I think the time to hold back is gone as well. If the Gu Legion is taking such an aggressive approach, then we need to match it as well, he added. What are we to do then, Patriarch? Hualengya asked. A few ideas were already in his mind, but he didn't want to be mistaken. For now, we hold the fort and inform our allies. Then, we make sure that nothing else happens until Lin Mu returns, Patriarch Hua replied. Very well, we shall do as you instruct, Hualengya replied. Taoist Hua nodded his head and looked out of the windows. His gaze went to the bottom of the peak where a certain beast dropped of more disciples. The beast paused for a second as his ears perked up. Then in the next second, it disappeared in a blur heading to the north of the sect. I bid you luck in your endeavors, Lin Mu. May you reach the heights we never could and save this world, Taoist Hua prayed in his mind. Tilde roar tilde. A thunderous roar echoed across the forest as a herd of beasts were scared away by it. As soon as they scattered, a red blur passed through where they were before. The beasts shuddered as they saw the trail left behind by the beast, scared. Little Shrubby traveled at great speed, heading to where Lin Mu had called him. He had sensed his master leaving his vicinity and wondered where he was going without it. But as soon as he heard his call, he knew it was time to leave. He had already brought all the disciples of the Noon Grass sect that were scattered around and injured to the peak, and had left them in the care of others. With his task finished, Little Shrubby had no need to stop any more and could go to Lin Mu. Master does not seem happy, Little Shrubby thought to himself. He could tell that Lin Mu had changed in the battle before, and there was a hint of angry aura around him now. Little Shrubby felt angry too because of it, and wanted to get rid of whatever had made his master like that. If his master was not fine, he wasn't fine either. Little Shrubby covered several kilometers in the matter of seconds, and finally reached the place where Lin Mu was. This place was a solitary hill about 100 kilometers north of the Noon Grass sect. There was nothing around him other than same trees, and an empty circle of about a kilometer was present as well. It was a landmark used by many while traveling, and was an important location. Tilde whoosh tilde. The wind blew as Little Shrubby arrived at the top of the hill. Lin Mu was standing there as well, staring in the northwestern direction, his face calm and cold. What are we doing, Master? Little Shrubby asked. We are going to take a few trips. Time to cull some cattle that have become a pest now. Lin Mu replied, his eyes glinting in a fierce light. Chapter 1055, the West Ocean sect on the western coast of the Great Zhou continent existed a sect. This was named as the West Ocean sect and was one of the top 10 sects, being ranked 9th in the rankings, just above the Noon Grass sect. Along with this, it was also the member of the Zither Wind Alliance, and its higher-ups were under control by Gu Yao. The disciples of the sect were going about their day, and everything was normal there. There was no sign of any conflict or anything unusual there at all. It wasn't as if the alliance they were part of had just launched a full offense against the Noon Grass sect. It almost seemed like a dream. Some distance away from the border of the sect, a man and beast stood in the sky. Lin Mu's eyes scanned the sect, which was built along a long cliff. The cliff extended for over 5 kilometers, and some buildings of the sect were hanging from its side, while the rest were built on the other side of the cliff. Additionally, a large building was built upon the water, just 1/2 kilometer away from the rest of the sect. This was the Grand Hall of the West Ocean sect, and was where the high elders and patriarch of the sect resided. Clueless and conceited, but not for long, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu took a step forward and rapidly fell from the sky like a cannonball, but instead of crashing into the ground, he entered it like it was water. Little Shrubby stayed behind in the sky and hid in the clouds, waiting for further orders from Lin Mu. Though his senses were fully alert as well, and his aura seething around him, ready to act at any moment. Upon entering the ground, Lin Mu's spirit sense extended and quickly entered the sect. The formation array protecting the sect was still there, but before it could detect the spirit sense, it disappeared. Fade! Lin Mu disappeared along with it as well, and when he reappeared, he was already within the limits of the sect. He stayed underground and let his spirit sense spread, scanning each and every person that was present inside the sect. His instincts had already felt a few auras that he knew exactly what they were, but he needed to know more than that. Got the locations, under the ocean, huh? Lin Mu said as he opened his eyes. Lin Mu rapidly moved underground and continued falling even deeper before finally moving to the west towards the ocean side. When he left the cliff, he was inside the water. The armor of the mortal strengthening scripture was already active and prevented any water from actually touching him or his robes. A few beasts were detected by him, but they quickly ran away upon sensing danger. Lin Mu didn't even need to act, for these aquatic spirit beasts had a great instinct for danger. The water rippled, and bubbles appeared in the water, left behind in the trails of the beasts. Lin Mu didn't care for this, though, and looked towards where his goal actually was. The water here was dark, and the visibility was reduced to merely a few meters in front. But that was nothing to Lin Mu's spirit sense that could observe for him. Tens of spirit sense tendrils mapped out the topography of the underwater area for Lin Mu and gave him the route he needed to take. Some distance away from him was actually an underwater mountain. It was on the top of this mountain that the Grand Hall of the West Ocean sect was built. It was built such that it appeared to be floating, but it was not. Additionally, illusory formations prevented others from seeing the mountain under the water too. If not for Lin Mu's spirit sense, it would appear invisible to others even if they were standing right next to it and illuminated the path with light. This mountain was the biggest secret of the West Ocean sect, and also their treasure trove. After all, there would have to be a great reason for a sect to make their grand hall in the dangerous waters of the ocean, instead of the safety of the land. And the reason was that there were 3 spirit stone mines hidden in the mountain. Spirit stones could be found in many locations around the world and weren't just present on land. They could also be found underground and deep underwater as well. This mountain was one such example of it. This information was not known by anyone other than the higher-ups of the sect, and not even the disciples knew it. They thought the sect-owned mines were somewhere else inland, which was true, but that wasn't all of the spirit stone mines, and neither were they the best ones either. The best ones were hidden underneath the Great Hall of the West Ocean sect, underneath the ocean. Lin Mu's targets was this place, and he quickly made his way there. The formation arrays on the mountain were of least concern to Lin Mu, as he could simply take another path. After all, the people of the West Ocean sect couldn't cover the entire ocean floor, could they? Simply finding another location, some distance away from the mountain, Lin Mu looped around and entered the mountain. Once inside the mountain, Lin Mu saw the vast and wide tunnels that took one to the depths of the ocean floor. It was obvious that this area had been mined clean, but from the traces of spirit chi here, it was evident that this place once contained a lot of resources too. Lin Mu imagined it to be the same as the mountain they had excavated, in the fragment of the minor plane of the Ripple Mist sect. This was not his goal, though. Lin Mu rapidly fell through the ground using phase and reached the very depths of the mountain. He was now official below the ocean floor. Chapter 1056 Three Spirit Stone Mines Wadding Through the Solid Rock. Lin Mu finally entered the area that was the greatest treasure of the West Ocean sect, the Three Spirit Stone Mines. Lin Mu left the ground and could breathe in dry air again. The entire area was filled with spirit stones and various crystals embedded in the ground and the ceiling. There wasn't even a clear place to walk, and one would feel afraid to damage the spirit stones. Lin Mu looked around and scanned the area, finding that this spirit stone mine was certainly many times bigger than the one he had excavated with Jiang Luo in the past. And this was simply one of the three. Currently, Lin Mu had no information about this place or what this place held, but that could be solved easily if he found the right person. There are actually people here. Lin Mu sensed the presence of others. There were nearly 40 people in this mine, but they were beyond several walls made of solid spirit stone. Lin Mu was actually in the very depths of the mine where no one had ever gone. It was like the empty space inside a geode and was blocked by all sides. If not for phase, Lin Mu would not be able to enter this place easily, at least not without breaking the walls. Since they are in here, they should have a better idea, at least have maps for the mine and a bit more information. Lin Mu muttered and disappeared. Blinking several times in a row and using phase to traverse the walls, Lin Mu finally appeared in a chamber that was mostly mined out. There were barely any spirit stones left here, and only a few isolated segments were left, which would probably be mined out later too. Lin Mu observed using his spirit sense and saw that the people here were not weak at all. They aren't from the sect that Muddy Aura Gu Legion here too. No, wait, they have probably inflated their power with the pills of grace. Lin Mu guessed. Having found out about this, Lin Mu didn't care for them anymore. Appearing behind a man, Lin Mu stabbed out with his short sword, piercing the man's skull. A stream of spirit chi also spread through the man, breaking his nascent soul along with it. The others didn't even sense the anomaly, letting Lin Mu continue his work. One by one, the number of cultivators starting decreasing. Guomin, look, I found an aquamarine spirit jade, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted. He held a small crystal in his hand that shone in a blue light. It was barely the size of a fingernail, but still looked rather brilliant. Guomin, the man said again, not hearing any response from his companion. Ha! Looking around, he didn't see any of his companions there. The mining area was separated into several smaller chambers, and he was in one of the middle ones. There were about 3 more people with him, but they were not there anymore. Where did they go? The man wondered and walked to the entrance of the next chamber. But as soon as he peeked into it, he saw a stunning scene. What? In front of him, one of his companions was being stabbed. Tilda Shing Tilda. The edge of the short sword reflected the light from the floating lamps and created a stunning contrast with the blood on it. Holding the sword was none other than Lin Mu, his expression still. He looked at the man who had just appeared, without caring that he had been found. Who are you? The man questioned. No, how did you get in here? Several questions popped up in the man's head. He couldn't understand how someone could enter a high-security area like this. Even the people of the West Ocean sect didn't know about it other than a few. Even they were only allowed in here after they used special contracts to bond their lives. Without that, they would have never been allowed in here. Unfortunately for the man, his questions were not going to be answered. Lin Mu disappeared and reappeared right in front of him. A fist hit his chest, directly breaking through the flesh and bone before piercing out the back. Tilda splat tilde. Copious amounts of blood spilled from his chest and mouth as the man tried to come to terms with his situation. Lin Mu released some flames that burned the insides of the man's body while also eradicating his nascent soul. He could never let them escape. Storing the body into the ring, Lin Mu checked all the items he had gained. With just a thought, all the spatial storage treasures and other items these men were using were summoned in front of Lin Mu. He looked through them and quickly found the information he was looking for. I see, out of the 3 mines, one is a peak-grade spirit stone mine and the other 2 high-grade mines. The West Ocean sect had barely used 10% of the first mine, and only when Gu Yao arrived did he start to use more of them. So the West Ocean sect has been a major source of spirit stones for him. Huh. Lin Mu read though the manifests and directives the men had. All of them were at the nascent soul realm and were given orders to mine for spirit stones. They were also not from the Gu Legion and were truly disciples of the West Ocean sect, but they had been given pills of grace to increase their cultivation base forcefully. And since they were disciples who weren't as talented and were stuck at the core condensation realm for a long time, they gladly accepted it while also binding themselves to a contract. With this assurance, they were made to mine in the spirit stone mines. The more pain for Gu Yao, the better, Lin Mu stated before starting his work. Meld, Chapter 1057, Abrupt Chaos. Everything was going fine in the West Ocean sect, until chaos abruptly broke in the formation array control hall of the sect. Elders, the ARRAYS are failing, a senior disciple shouted. What, HOW? The elders were stunned. They had been cultivating as they normally would, while the disciples handled the day-to-day tasks. Only when some issue arose would they act, and now they were given a rather rude shock. They looked at the screens and saw the runes that were going haywire. This isn't a failure, the arrays are shutting down, the elders realized. Shutting down, the disciples were confused. He could understand the arrays failing due to some damage or error, but them shutting down was not possible unless it was done manually. Did any of you mess with the activation formation? One of the elders asked, his eyes bloodshot. That was the only way it could happen, if someone accidentally closed the formation. No, elder, we can't even access that part, the disciples said, feeling scared. Don't you dare lie, the elder shouted, startling the disciples. Wait, the disciple is not lying. Another elder spoke. What? How is that possible if these imbeciles didn't mess up something? The enraged elder asked. Look at the sensory formation, the concentration of spirit chi, it is almost gone. The elder answered, his voice shaky. The enraged elder looked at the said fomentation and was stunned. It was all true. The concentration of spirit chi had almost reduced to 0. Now it was barely a fraction of what 1% output would give them normally. This is impossible, utterly impossible, the enraged elder yelled. The other elders were trying to analyze the problem, but were unable to come up with anything. Won't this only happen if the spirit stone mines were depleted? An elder spoke while stuttering. The very thought of it was terrifying to them, but at the same time, it seemed absurd to them as they knew very well the spirit stone mines wouldn't be depleted like this. Even with the rate of mining they were doing, it would take decades before any issue happened. And that was if they did unreserved mining and damaged the source vein of the mines. Usually the core of the mine would be left untouched so that the spirit stones could grow back again. This way, the sect could rotate among the 3 mines over multiple years and ensure that they didn't mine too much. Alert the patriarch. We need to go to the DPTHS, the enraged elder ordered. Lin Mu was unaware that his actions had caused utter chaos in the West Ocean sect, though that was part of his goal in the end too. He wanted to remove the pests that had gotten troublesome and remove their base. That should be the last of it, Lin Mu said as he stored another large chunk of source vein into the ring. He had cleared out all 3 mines, and along with it the other resources that were present there too. After all, spirit stone mines didn't just contain spirit stones, they actually nurtured other materials too. For example, any metal ores or gemstones that were present in the area round the mine would be affected by the rich spirit chi and transform over time. This was the case for materials that already existed. Along with this, new materials such as spirit jades, that were used in various spirit tools like communication jade slip were also born in the mines. With this done, Lin Mu decided on his next course of action. This should remove the base of the West Ocean sect and weaken Gu Yao's influence, Lin Mu said, but it's not enough. His eyes gazed up at the ceiling and his spirit sense pierced through it all, directly going into the sect. Without caring for all those that sensed it, Lin Mu scanned everything, every location that was in the sect, and everyone that was there as well. From an unranked servant all the way to the very patriarch of the West Ocean sect, Lin Mu probed them all. "Who dares?" A loud shout was heard echoing across the sect. The shout came from the great hall of the sect that was located on the water. WHAT audacity. The other elders felt it too and were enraged. In their sect, only those higher ranked them could probe them like this, and if that happened, they would know. But there was a limit to that, especially since even the patriarch was probed. An explosion happened as an old man wearing blue and white robes appeared from the great hall. He had just gotten the report that the formation arrays of the sect had stopped working and had tired of contacting the miners down there. But he received no response from them. This gave him a very bad feeling, and he was about to order some elders to go and check it out when he felt the spirit sense. It came out of the depths and spread all the way around the sect. It both enraged and alarmed the patriarch, for he knew what it meant. If there was someone this bold as to use their spirit sense in the sect, they would need to have the strength to back it up. The West Ocean sect's area wasn't that big, and even some of the elders could cover the area with their spirit sense, so that wasn't the problem either. What is happening? Why are the elders enraged? Was that the patriarch? The disciples were all startled and running around like headless chickens. While all this was happening through, the suspect behind it all had already left his previous location. "This should be the vault of the sect," Lin Mu said as he appeared in the middle of a secured room. It was located in the Great Hall of the West Ocean sect and was several floors below the main court. "WHO?" The guards noticed a stranger appearing and were startled. Chapter 1058 Against the Patriarch. This was the vault of the West Ocean sect. It was the most secure place in the sect, at least openly. Not many knew about the mines below the sea. No one would think that any person would dare to even think of infiltrating this place. And yet, against all conventions, the guards saw someone actually there, right in the middle of them all. It frankly made them feel as if they were dreaming or maybe seeing an illusion. But the spirit chi fluctuations coming from the man confirmed it all. It was a real person. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the vault hall of the West Ocean sect?" the guards shouted. Lin Mu could care less about them, though. He simply waved his hand and summoned several spirit tools that killed all the guards in a matter of seconds. With another wave of the hand, all the spirit weapons returned, with the corpses still attached to them. Lin Mu stored them back in the ring and took a glance inside, finding that these corpses didn't actually melt like before. So not all of them that took the pills of grace will melt. The cultivators that were mining down there melted, though, Lin Mu noted. He was sure that these cultivators had taken the pills of grace, since they too had that same aura caused, due to the muddy spirit chi. Perhaps there is another addition to those pills, Lin Mu wondered. So far, the ones who had melted were all in sensitive positions that could be taken advantage of if they were captured. It made sense that the Gu Legion would make it so that they could not be taken as prisoners of war. In the case of these guards, though, there was no such issue. Even if they were guarding the vault of the West Ocean sect, they were still mere guards. Additionally, they had been guarding since before the Gu Legion rose, so there was no issue for them to use that. At least little Shrubby can have an extra meal, Lin Mu reckoned and continued towards the vault. Tilda hung tilde. A barrier appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The vault's formation array was independent from the sect's main array, so that it couldn't be breached even when the sect fell. But for Lin Mu, that didn't really matter. Coating his hands in spirit chi, Lin Mu stabbed them directly into the array. Tilde clang tilde. A metallic clang was heard as the golden skin of Lin Mu's body struck the barrier. The barrier did its best to stop it, but Lin Mu didn't stop. Exerting more force, he ripped into the layer and directly tore the runes apart. Unable to handle the sudden instability caused due to the breaking of runes, the layer of the barrier exploded. To any other cultivator, this would greatly injure them, but Lin Mu came out of it unscathed and did the same to the other barriers that stopped him as well. In less than a minute, he had broken apart 10 such barriers and was in front of the vault door. The door itself was a simple wooden door that opened without an issue. It didn't have any restrictions or formations on it, and neither was it made from any rare tough materials. After all, the formation arrays that Lin Mu had broken earlier were already enough to make it one of the toughest vaults here. Tilde creak tilde. The door of the vault opened, and the contents of it were visible to Lin Mu. The vault was basically another large hall that was filled with tens of thousands of items. There were shelves upon shelves of items, as well as boxes and chests kept. Then there were piles of spirit stones just lying around on the ground in the open. Several spirit weapons were also present here, with the majority being mid to high-grade spirit weapons. There were no peak-grade spirit weapons here, though. Lin Mu quickly went through the vault and cleared it out. While he was doing this, though, the people of the West Ocean sect were searching for the intruder. "Where is he?" the patriarch of the West Ocean sect questioned. He looked around, but couldn't see anyone suspicious. He wondered if the intruder was hidden. That was, until he heard an explosion coming from the Great Hall. His expression fell, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Flames burned on 3 floors of the Great Hall, and the figure of a certain person rose through them. Do you know what you've done?" the patriarch yelled, flames of rage burning in his eyes just like the Great Hall. Lin Mu looked at the man rushing towards him with a still face and calmly spoke. "Crippled your sect." Hearing the words of Lin Mu, the patriarch of the West Ocean sect couldn't hold back. I am a Jun have never been HUMILITD like this before," the patriarch screamed in madness. His spirit sense had already checked the Great Hall, and he knew that the vault was absolutely destroyed, and along with it, 2 more floors were destroyed. These floors contained various chi skills and cultivation manuals, along with other documents and books as well. With how intently the flames were raging, he knew that all of them were reduced to ashes already, not knowing that Lin Mu had taken them all away. This was understandable, too, since even the higher capacity spatial storage tools would not be able to keep all the contents in them. To the patriarch, it was clear that this person had come here to destroy their sect. Feeling furious, the patriarch directly withdrew a whip from his spatial storage treasure. The whip was long and emanated strong spirit chi fluctuations, clearing on the level of a peak-grade spirit weapon. Shark punishing whip Geo. The patriarch controlled the whip and lashed out at Lin Wu. The whip expanded in the air, elongating as if it had no limit, and struck towards Lin Mu Chapter 1059, facing a true expert. The patriarch's angry shouts and attack had already pulled the attention of almost everyone in the sect. "Who is the patriarch fighting?" an outer court disciple asked. "Heavens, I've never seen the patriarch this angry before," a frightened disciple said. "That should be the intruder they were shouting about earlier," one of the more informed disciples spoke. The elders of the sect had also noticed it and were gathering around, ready to mount an offense against Lin Mu in support of their patriarch. "Whoa," someone exclaimed. "The patriarch took out the shark punishing whip. Isn't that our sect's best spirit weapon?" Indeed, it's a peak-grade spirit weapon that was made by combining the tendons of 10 nascent soul realm beasts. The patriarch had made it when there was a Dao shell realm shark beast attacking the sect hundreds of years ago. He had used that very whip to kill the beast and then used the teeth of the sharks to reinforce the whip. That is how it got its name. One of the more informed disciples explained. "That intruder is dead. No one can go against the shark punishing whip." The disciples were feeling very confident. And understandably so, since the patriarch was at the Tao treading realm and was the strongest expert of their sect. Not only that, but he was also using a peak-grade spirit weapon to attack, thus his power was great. The shark punishing whip glowed in a deadly light, as the sharp shark teeth embedded in it threatened to cut apart everything. The whip finally struck Lin Mu, and an explosion happened with the spirit chi from the whip blasting out. "Haha, that's what he DSRVS," an elder laughed. Everyone could see the power of the attack, and the explosion that happened after that was enough for even a Tao Shell Realm cultivator to be greatly injured. "Patriarch Ma Jun is indeed the greatest in our sect," the disciples praised. No way, how? But just as they were rejoicing, someone noticed something. Tilda whoosh tilde. The winds blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the true situation. And what they saw left them with wide open mouths. Even Patriarch Ma Yun was stunned. How? Impossible. In front of Ma Yun's eyes stood Lin Mu. The shark punishing whip was firmly grasped within his hands that shone in a golden light. It was as if a golden deity's statue was floating in the air, untainted by the mortal air. "That's all you have," Lin Mu scoffed. "Perhaps I should have let go of my concerns earlier and culled the sex at the very start. Perhaps then the others would not have suffered this much," he added. "What even?" Before the patriarch could speak anything through, he felt a great force tugging at the whip. Lin Mu's hand wrapped around the shark-pushing whip as faint grinding sounds could be heard from the shark teeth rubbing against his skin. The armor of the mortal strengthening scripture was not going to bear this attack, thus Lin Mu had withdrawn it at the very start, letting his own body bear it. It was a test for himself, and he wanted to see how far his body could go alone. In the previous fight against the Tao treading realm experts of the Gu Legion, Lin Mu had basically overwhelmed them before they could attack him. Not to mention, they were not proper experts who had cultivated normally. They had been boosted to their state and had unstable foundations, not being able to use their strength properly. The opponent this time was not like that thought. Patriarch Ma Yun was an authentic cultivator who had reached the Tao treading realm by cultivating steadily stage by stage, realm by realm. While there was still the human controlling blood curse on him, there was no actual effect or corruption of his cultivation base. Thus, the power he exerted was true and pure. And it was this very power Lin Mu wanted to feel. The patriarch pulled back the shark punishing whip, but found it impossible to do so. It was as if there was a mountain attached to the whip and he could not pull it back. Tilde who tilde. He took a deep breath and amplified his strength with his spirit chi before pulling hard. Tilde clang tilde. This time, he managed to do better and actually made Lin Mu move a few meters. "Flashy tricks, you won't survive long," the patriarch said as he used a skill. Splash tilde. 3 pillars of water rose up from the sea before swiveling in the air and turning into a bull shark that attacked Lin Mu. Lin Mu's eyes glanced at the attack coming from the corner of his eye and lifted his left hand. His right hand was still wrapped around the whip and prevented it from moving. Boulder collapsing fist, first form impact. Lin Mu punched out with his left hand as vital essence surged within his hand. Tilde woo tilde. The bull shark let out a cry as it fiercely bit Lin Mu. And just as it did, the inside of its mouth was hit with Lin Mu's fist. Tilde kaboom tilde. The impact of the punch traveled through the bull shark's body, compressing the water within it and directly exploding it into a burst of water. Impossible, the people watching were stunned. They knew what the bull shark made from water was. It was one of their sect's top chi skills. And yet it was destroyed by a single punch. The patriarch gritted his teeth, seeing that his attack was destroyed, and readied another one. He understood that the opponent this time was not simple. Even though the spirit chi fluctuations coming from Lin Mu were merely at the Tao shell realm, his power was almost equal to his own. The patriarch used the skill again, this time creating 3 such water bull sharks. "This will waste too much time, best end it quick," Lin Mu stated. Since he knew where he stood against the others in a direct conflict, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Chapter 10, 60, Overwhelming Metal Spirit Chi, the patriarch of the West Ocean sect, had been feeling strange since the moment the chaos had started. As soon as he found out that the formation arrays had stopped working, he had assumed the worst. But the worst in his mind was that his lord Gu Yao had come and did what he had told him before. As his lord, he didn't need his permission and could enter the mines whenever he wanted. That was also why he had not acted personally and gone to the mine, merely sending others to check up on it. Though that was still doubtful for him, since his lord would at least notify him, even if it was at the very last second. He knew what was happening outside the sect, and that his master had mounted an offense against the Noongrass sect openly this time. He had been informed of it and had been told to prepare for a retaliation from the other sects as well. There was no saying if the top 3 sects might act at this point, as they all knew openly going against the Noongrass sect and restricting the Long Cloud Alliance directly by unknown experts will definitely bring attention to their heads. But when the explosions happened and the vault was attacked, he was sure that this was not his lord. This was some other intruder, and perhaps from the Long Cloud Alliance too. And seeing Lin Mu, he was sure that it was the latter. After all, there was no way someone would attack their sect like this. Time to end this, Lin Mu muttered and flicked his hand. Tilde clang tilde. The shark punishing whip snapped back and was sent flying to the side. Ma Yun immediately swung the whip again, but it hit nothing but air. The 3 bull sharks also ended up hitting nothing and seemed to be searching for their target. Huh, where did he go? Lin Mu was no longer there. Patriarch, behind you, the elders shouted. They tried to help him too, but were a bit too slow to reach him. Slow, a voice was heard behind the patriarch. Wah! The patriarch barely turned around and saw the figure of Lin Mu standing behind him when a golden fist came towards him. He was hit in the chest and felt his bones crack. The golden fist was like a heavy flail hitting him at full swing. Arg! The patriarch cried in pain as he was sent flying. Patriarch! The elders shouted and rushed towards him. But before they could do much, Lin Mu disappeared again and appeared behind the patriarch. How is he doing that? The elders were confused. Lin Mu's golden fist slammed into the back of the patriarch, breaking more bones and making the man spit out blood. The patriarch was sent flying once more. Get to the patriarch. Activate the Ocean End Slaughter Formation Array. The elders quickly got into action, knowing that the man in front of them was not simple, seeing as how he could move fast and catch their patriarch off guard. Lin Mu appeared at the location where the patriarch was flying towards and kicked out, making the patriarch bend like a cooked prawn. More bones broke in the patriarch's body as his spirit chi turned chaotic. Why can't I react? What is this man? Ma Yun was lost. He was doing his best to react and mobilized his spirit chi to defend, but Lin Mu was giving him no chance. Before his spirit chi could even finish one circuit to execute a chi skill, it was broken apart by his attack. Even his attacks were strange. At first, there was no outer effect to it, as if it were a pure physical attack. Even then, the power of the attack was no less than that of a powerful chi skill. If it was just that, and the patriarch was injured, he would be able to handle it. He was faster all a Dao treading realm expert, and could use his spirit chi faster than most could think. But then after the punch made contact with his body, sharp spirit chi would suddenly appear out of nowhere, assaulting his meridians, breaking apart the spirit chi he had mobilized. The sharp spirit chi was like hundreds of blades, slashing apart his own spirit chi. How can the spirit chi enter my body, though? It is impossible to break my defenses like that. I didn't even sense them being broken, Ma Yun thought. And while he was thinking this, another kick hit him from the back, this time shattering his leg and making it bend at an unnatural angle. Gah! Unfortunately for Ma Yun, he didn't know that this was something Lin Mu had learned very recently. Never though metal spirit chi would work like this for me, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu had spent some time learning about the properties of the metal spirit qi and knew that it could be used in many ways. The most common method being amplifying the sharpness and power of spirit weapons. But there were other ways to use it as well. For Lin Mu, who had a body which was basically covered with gold, using metal spirit qi was as easy as breathing. Thus, taking his entire body as a weapon, Lin Mu amplified it, and this gave rise to a new effect. His spirit qi could break through the defenses of a cultivator and attack them internally. This was why it was so hard for the patriarch to resist. But Lin Mu also knew that if he slacked even a bit, the man would be able to recover quickly. The only reason why Ma Yun was helpless right now was because this was his first time seeing something like this. Lin Mu wasn't so stupid as to think that a long-lived expert like him would not be able to find a solution before that. Need to end it before that, Lin Mu decided as he gathered more power. Chapter 1061, Metal Devastator. Hurry, hurry, we need to help the patriarch, the elders shouted frantically. They were trying to activate the Ocean End Slaughter Formation array. It was the strongest array they had in their sect, and it needed the support of thousands of experts to activate. Even the elders alone could not activate it and needed the disciples to join in. The advantage of this was that they didn't need any extra resources to activate the array, and it would activate as soon as everyone was in position. Unfortunately for them, Lin Mu was faster than them. Tilde pop tilde. Lin Mu clenched his fist and cocked it back. Spirit qi and vital essence swirled within his fist, turning into a spiral. But during this, more spirit qi joined in. This time it was yellow-colored metal spirit qi. Replacing the normal spirit qi, it filled up and spun with the red vital essence. The two continued to spin until they touched and merged together. The yellow color of the metal spirit qi mixed with the red vital essence and turned into a new color. Lin Mu's golden first shone in a new light. It was as if a sun was being born. Like the orange rays of light during a sunrise, Lin Mu's first glowed in bright orange light. Boulder collapsing fist, third form metal devastator, Lin Mu chanted. An orange beam shot out of Lin Mu's fist, soaring through the air. It was bright and made it hard for everyone to look at it. Just the pressure exuding from it was enough to destabilize the runes of the formation array that were about to be formed. The orange beam traveled at a great speed. One couldn't even tell when it had already traveled 100 meters far. Ma Yun, who had been knocked away by Lin Mu's previous attack, was barely coming to control his body when he felt danger. No, sensing it with his spirit sense, Ma Yun tried to run. Tilde splat tilde. But he was too late. The orange beam pierced through the patriarch's back, grinding his skin, flesh, bones, and organs into a paste. The energy from the orange beam invaded his body rapidly and swam through his meridians. The spirit qi within his meridian was like poor villagers whose village was caught in the middle of a flood. It was overwhelmed and drowned out. The meridians were slashed apart by the energy, turning into mere dregs. Patriarch. No. HEVNS. Several elders and disciples cried out, the weaker disciples bursting out crying as they saw the gruesome scene. The patriarch's chest was directly pierced through the orange beam, and a large hole was left in it. The orange beam traveled far and struck the ocean in the distance, exploding and creating a spout of water that shot almost a kilometer in height. Red color could be seen in the water along with small bits of flesh and organs in it. The beasts in the ocean that had unfortunately been in the strike zone had been reduced to mincemeat, the water tainted with their blood. Tilde hung tilde. Just as Lin Mu was about to attack the patriarch again, he was blown away. A huge tide hit him and swept him away. Quick, grab the patriarch, the elders ordered as they controlled the formation array. The Ocean End Slaughter array had already been completed. 2 elders rushed at their greatest speed and grabbed the patriarch before bringing him into their safe area. There were elders surrounding them and thousands of disciples surrounding the elders. This was the safest place the patriarch could be. Ma Yun's bloodied eyes could barely see, but he could still hear. Even with Lin Mu's attack, he had still survived. He was, after all, a Dao-treading realm expert who had lived long and had a high cultivation base. Perhaps if he had gone all out from the start, releasing his Dao shell and using his Dao embryo, Lin Mu might not have been able to overwhelm him like this. Healing pills, healing pills. For heaven's sake, take out the healing pills, the leading elder ordered. He was controlling the array and couldn't move from his position. Seeing that the others were watching the patriarch in a frozen manner, he had to shout out at them. Ah, yes. One of the elders took out several pill bottles and poured out as many pills as would fit in the patriarch's mouth. The patriarch's mouth bulged like a squirrel stuffing its cheeks with nuts. The elder then took out a gourd. When its cap was opened, rich fragrance of wine could be smelled. He then poured the wine into the patriarch's bulging mouth, helping him melt the pills and making it easier to swallow. Boom tilde. Meanwhile, the other elders used the ocean end slaughter array to use large waves to keep on pushing Lin Mu back. How's the patriarch? The leading elder questioned. He's stabilizing, but the wound is not healing, the others informed. Hearing this, the leading elder furrowed his brows. He was the supreme elder of the West Ocean sect and was at the shell expansion stage of the Dao shell realm. He didn't know why the pills were not taking any effect, despite the fact that they were the best healing pills one could find. Patriarch, the elders exclaimed in shock. Ma Yun coughed and looked around. His vision returned slightly. You will be fine, Patriarch, just focus on recovering. We'll hold the intruder back, the elders said. Why you all don't understand. The patriarch tried hard to speak. Don't exert yourself, Patriarch, they advised. And no, run, Ma Yun spoke. What? The elders were confused. Taking a deep breath, Ma Yun gathered whatever energy was left in him and mustered his will. Run away, leave this place, he said. No, Patriarch, we can't leave you here. We have to stop the intruder, they said. No, this is not stopping. I won't live, Ma Yun said. Pat, the elders wanted to say something but were interrupted. The patriarch's body suddenly glowed in an orange light. Chapter 1062, an unexpected explosion. The elders holding Patriarch Ma Yun were caught off guard and didn't know what was happening when his body started to glow in an orange light. But soon, their screams could be heard as the energy started burning them. NOOO. Tens of screams were heard as the energy damaged the elders directly. They didn't have their guard up with their patriarch, and it had directly affected their bodies. HOW. The supreme elder standing some distance away saw the situation and was left stunned. He could sense the strong energy fluctuation, but was helpless to do anything. Tilde kaboom tilde. In the next second, the energy seemed to have reached a peak and exploded. Tilde rumble tilde. The shock wave spread at a speed faster than sound, knocking away and killing all those that stood in its way. The Supreme Elder was one of the few that had his guard up and barely managed to defend himself. But even then, he was sent flying. The Ocean End Slaughter Formation array stopped almost immediately with its controllers being dead or knocked out. The disciples were the most unfortunate, having been killed without even knowing what happened. The tides that were pushing Lin Mu back faded away without the formation array, giving him the chance to retreat quickly. He had already sensed that something was wrong with the patriarch when the orange light started to come off his body. Lin Mu's spirit sense was stronger than anyone in here, which was also why he detected it quickly. That was also why he had chosen to get swept away by the tides, even though he had multiple methods to dodge it. Sensing the anomaly in the patriarch's body, Lin Mu knew he had to be at a safe distance, but at the same time, he didn't want to retreat outright as it might give the others some idea about a trap. Thus, he let the formation array push him, while also putting distance between everything. The explosion was unexpected. I thought it would just kill the patriarch, Lin Mu muttered, seeing the chaotic cloud of spirit chi that damaged everything. There were traces of metal spirit chi in it, but the majority was just a tribute-less spirit chi. Though Lin Mu also sensed the patriarch's aura in it, which made him think that this was all the spirit chi from his body. Lin Mu soared into the sky and observed as the damage continued to spread. The explosion seemed to have triggered some kind of a chain reaction, and all formations that were in its path were destabilized before exploding as well. And with this place being a sect, there were plenty of formations everywhere, from normal durability formations that protected the buildings and paths to spirit chi gathering formation arrays. The effect continued for about a minute, after which all the spirit chi was exhausted. Only a scene of devastation and death was left behind after that. This was not exactly what I intended, Lin Mu muttered as he saw the dead bodies, most of which had been damaged beyond recognition. Lin Mu's spirit sense scanned for survivors and could only find a few, but even those were on the brink of death and could die at any moment. Only when he extended his spirit sense farther did he find survivors. These were the disciples, who were located away from the expulsion radius. They were mostly outer court disciples and servants who weren't really qualified to join the Ocean End formation array. Most of them were only at the early or mid-stage of the chi refining realm, with the servants not even cultivators. They were left with expressions of dread and fear as they witnessed the devastation of their sect. Lin Mu wordlessly flew towards them and gazed at them from the sky, his face still. The disciples on the ground saw Lin Mu and were filled with terror. Fiend. Monster. Devil, he's a devil. Run, run, he's come to kill you us all. Cries of desperation were heard as the disciples broke out of their stupor and started to run. Some stumbled and fell to the ground, injuring themselves, but stood out without a care and continued to run. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu didn't know how to feel and could only let out a sigh. Little Shrubby, Lin Mu called out. A red blur appeared next to him at that moment, and Lin Mu looked at him. Little Shrubby was the same as always, and his thoughts were calm too. Was what I did fine, Little Shrubby? Lin Mu asked. If Master did it, then it must be fine, Little Shrubby replied. I don't know if it was, though, Lin Mu thought before getting onto his back. Let's go, we need to get stronger, Lin Mu said in a low voice. Okay, Little Shrubby said and started running. In a few seconds, he was but a mere blur and disappeared on the horizon. Lin Mu didn't know that his actions today would send the entire Great Zhou Empire into a tizzy. Never had there been a time when a top sect had been wiped out in a single day. Even during the past, when great wars still raged, sects were destroyed, but not in a single day. It would take weeks or months for the same result. And yet, it had happened today. The survivors of the West Ocean sect soon spread the news, and it spread like wildfire. Everyone from the south of the continent to the very northern tips knew about it. And when other powers sent their people to confirm the news, they were left shocked and scared. After all, this was the work of a single man. And if a single man like that could eradicate an entire sect like that, what's to say that he wouldn't do the same to their own sect or kingdom? The identity of the man was unknown until the portraits were made. The face of the man was unknown to most, other than the Long Cloud Alliance. After all, the man behind the slaughter was their leader. Chapter 1063, Shocking News and After-Effects of the Slaughter in the Long Cloud Sect. A solemn atmosphere was present. Are we sure this is all accurate? Patriarch Mingliang asked. There is no doubt anymore. I send my own personal disciple to inquire about it. We also used several techniques to test the survivors of the West Ocean sect and checked their memories. Everything is true. It really was Lin Mu, Patriarchia stated. I can understand stopping the sect's part of the Zither Wind Alliance, but this is on an entirely different level, Patriarch Shandian said. All the elders sitting in the hall were having strained expressions. It had been a week since the West Ocean sect massacre, and the entire Great Zhou continent had been shaken. The imperial court had been alarmed and had called for the top sects to catch the culprit. The top 3 sects had condemned the act and had already deemed the culprit behind the massacre the greatest foe. This ended up putting the Long Cloud Alliance and Lin Mu's alliance in a tough position. The Zither Wind Alliance had already cried out foul and had blamed the Long Cloud Alliance behind the massacre, though that opinion was greatly weakened due to the fact that a great offense had been mounted against the alliance. The Noon Grass sect also declared that the Zither Wind Alliance was behind their attempted massacre, and that allayed the problem for a bit, forcing the Zither Wind Alliance to distance themselves from the Gu Legion on the outside. Tensions were high, and there was no telling what would happen next. "How's the condition of Patriarch Hua?" Patriarch Yuye asked Hua Langya, who was also in attendance. "He's still recovering from the battle, but he should be fine in a few days. He was also affected by the news of what Alliance leader Lin Mu did and has been silent since then," Hua Langya replied. The brows of Patriarch Yi furrowed as he thought to himself. "Has there been any success at contracting Lin Mu?" he asked the others. "I've been trying and others have been trying non-stop, but he doesn't seem to be contactable at all. His jade slip is simply not detectable." The one who spoke was Elder Likyang. "Could he not be in here anymore?" one of the elders asked. "Perhaps he's in the Kong Plain." "If he was anywhere in our reachable distance, we would have already found him. But if he is in the uncharted lands of the Kong Plain, then we are out of luck. Our disciples have been exploring for a while and have encountered more Dao Shell Realm beasts. I would have sent elders, but we are currently dealing with the aftermath," Elder Likyang replied. The Black Dune sect will send our elders to assist you. If he really is in the Kong Plain, then we need to find him. The Dao Shell Realm beasts will be suppressed if they attack us," Patriarch Shandian stated. "Will that be fine, Patriarch? With our current situation, we need people here," one of the high elders of the Black Dune sect asked. "I'm not asking to send all of them. Only a couple of them will be enough," Patriarch Shandian stated. "Very well, the Long Cloud sect shall send 2 elders as well," Patriarch Yuye added. "And so will the Light Harmony sect," Patriarch Mingliang joined in too. "This will make things easier then. Thank you, Patriarchs," Hua Langya and Elder Likyang said. "And what about Jiang Luo? Has he come out of his ancestral land yet?" Patriarch Yi questioned. "No, Patriarch, but we've already sent a few elders to the supposed locations. They will inform them the moment they come out," one of the high elders of the Long Cloud sect replied. "Good, Jiang Luo is the closest person to Lin Mu. He might be the only person who might have a way of finding and contacting him, and if Senior Jiang Wei can help us, then it might become even easier," Patriarch Yi stated. The discussion of the alliance members continued for a while as they tried to come up for solutions. Lin Mu had created a situation none of them had expected or ever thought of. But while the alliance was troubled, the same could be said for the Gu Legion. In the headquarters of the Gu Legion, Gu Yao was having a meeting with his subordinates too. "How is this possible? We lost everything in the West Ocean sect. All the resources were wiped out and so were our people there," one of the subordinates said. "First the loss in the Noon Grass sect and now this," another member said. Gu Yao had his eyes closed, his thoughts unknown. A few minutes passed like this while his subordinates talked and gave various reports. The supply lines of the Gu Legion had been temporarily broken, with the West Ocean sect getting wiped out. They were getting around a third of their resources from them, and thus it was a rather large blow to them. "Enough," Gu Yao suddenly spoke. "Lord," the members all went silent. "This person is dangerous for us. We need to speed up our efforts," Gu Yao spoke. "What do you suggest, my lord? We are already stretched thin after using the disciples of the Ripple Mist sect. Around half of them have already been exhausted," one of the subordinates spoke. "Doesn't matter. Use all of them if you have to. I want 10 more Dao Treading Realm experts," Gu Yao ordered. "As you command, my lord," the subordinates replied. Gu Yao's words were the law and none of them were going to reject him or go against him. They were truly devoted to the man and would stop at nothing to fulfill his commands. Gu Yao left the meeting after that and reappeared in his personal hall. He opened a secret stairway and went down, appearing in a new area. In here, a large formation array was working, as pale red energy gathered in a large pool. "Soon, I just need more time," he muttered. Chapter 1064 Shell Completion Stage of the Tao Shell Realm. In an empty and desolate cave, a certain man and beast rested. Their auras were stronger than most beings in this world, and were getting even more strong by the minute. Lying around the two beings were tons of spirit stones, or more like, there were literal hills of spirit stones around them. They ranged from top-grade spirit stones all the way to low-grade ones. The air around them was filled with dense spirit chi that had reached a concentration high enough that the air seemed humid. The spirit chi shimmered lightly under the glow of the beast's fur. The beast's fur had sparks and small red flames burning on it every so often. Even the human was not free from this, having tinges of golden glow on his skin shining every now and then. No matter who saw it, the scene was rather stunning and not what most would expect. These two were, of course, none other than Lin Mu and Little Shrubby. It had now been over 2 weeks since the massacre at the West Ocean sect had happened. The people had gotten aware about it, and even the commoners were informed about it at this point. Among the commoners, there was now a new fear, or one could say a new boogeyman. This was, of course, none other than Lin Mu. They would tell their children, if they did not behave, the Devil of Zhou would come and take them away. That was the title that had been given to the killer of West Ocean sect. The Devil of Zhou. It was hard to tell if it was fine or not, but since the sects did not deny it, the commoners went with it. Additionally, since the portraits of the Devil of Zhou were present all over the empire, the people became even more scared. Most people had boogeyman as faceless beings that they could use for inciting fear. But the Devil of Zhou wasn't like that. He was an actual person who could do all the things that they imagined about. The people who were already this scared about the Devil of Zhou didn't know that the person was only getting stronger. Waves of spirit chi rose from the spirit stones lying around Lin Mu as they rushed into the Tao shell that was floating above him. With the high concentrator of spirit chi in the area, the Tao shell was looking far more visible than before. The Tao shell resonated with Lin Mu's call and started to rapidly absorb the spirit chi in the air. I need to get stronger, and the first step to that is to increase my cultivation base. The ones who died under my hand are my sin to bear, but they will also be the whetstone to my cultivation base. Lin Mu thought to himself. For the past week, he had been at a loss as to what he had done and if it was worth it. In the end, Lin Mu came to a conclusion on his own that it was all inevitable. At the rate at which things were going, the West Ocean sect would have contributed to a far worse situation than they had been at that point. It was only a matter of time, and the death rates would spike once again. Lin Mu's intervention might have delayed or entirely prevent thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of deaths with it. With this burden on his mind, Lin Mu continued his goal of getting stronger, and the one joining him in this endeavor was none other than Little Shrubby. Both of them were in the Tao shell realm and needed spirit chi to progress. Lin Mu's Tao shell was already at almost 70% completion, while Little Shrubby's was at about 30% completion. Either of those were rather good, but Lin Mu was not satisfied by it. The foes I face are strong, and more will appear the longer I wait. If I cannot even match their speed, what use will I be off? The Ziofen making me the ordained will be a joke then. Lin Mu thought to himself as he chanted the Severing Heart Sutra. His heart stilled as his rate of absorbing spirit chi increased. The Tao shells did their work and started to absorb as much spirit chi as they could. Lin Mu's spirit sense went to the ring and came upon the large stores of alchemical pills he had gotten. He had not classified them yet, but with an initial look, he could tell what pills did what. Doesn't matter if I use the technique of the lost immortal. All will be the same in the end. Lin Mu said to himself as he took out tens of bottles of alchemical pills. With a light shake of his hand, the bottles all cracked, and Lin Mu poured their contents into his mouth without a care. If anyone else were to see this scene, they could declare Lin Mu to be insane. After all, consumption of alchemical pills in this manner was no less than that. If any average person did this, getting qi deviation was the least of their concerns. More than that, they would have to pray that they didn't just exploded into meat shreds instead. But for Lin Mu, nothing mattered. Within his stomach, the fine nets of runes worked and spun, letting the lost immortal's nameless technique work at its best. Vital energy was absorbed and converted into vital essence, while spirit qi was rapidly assimilated into his body as well. Above his body, the multi-sided complex-looking Tao shell was also growing. Its illusory shape started to turn corporal as it absorbed more and more spirit qi. With each passing hour, it became more and more solid, but the more it absorbed, the slower the process got. Eventually, another week passed by. Hung. One certain day, the Tao shell floating above Lin Mu let out a loud sound. His Tao shell had finally reached the shell completion stage, Chapter 1065 coming to terms, Master. Little Shrubby woke up from the sound. He was deep in cultivation and wouldn't be disturbed easily, but the sound coming from Lin Mu was simply too loud. Looking at Lin Mu, he saw the Tao shell shining. It let out a bright light and seemed to be swirling in joy. Hung. Another humming sound was let off by the Tao shell, prompting Lin Mu to open his eyes. Come, Lin Mu ordered. The Tao shell slowly descended and came to float in front of Lin Mu, giving him the chance to fully observe it. Even if Lin Mu had spent a long time designing his Tao shell, this was still his first time seeing it in the real world. He wanted to be familiar hit it, for it was his Tao shell, and he would have to depend on its powers. Additionally, the way he had chosen his Tao shell's shape was also different, thus he needed to ensure that everything was according to his standards. So this is my Tao shell, Lin Mu muttered. The Tao shell had 8 sides to the main body, along with an additional part that protruded from one side. It vaguely looked like the shape an acorn would have. It was flatter on both sides, and there was a circular part in its center, having a wider space in it. The Tao shell was a pale white in color and looked rather tough, being 2 meters long and a little less than 2 meters wide. Lin Mu observed the Tao shell for a few minutes, getting familiar with it. He could sense the connection between the Tao shell and his body. It was on an intrinsic level and could be easily controlled with a thought. Just like Senior Zukang said, a proper Tao shell will be like the limb of a cultivator, able to move with just a thought, Lin Mu thought to himself. Did you break through, Master? Little Shrubby finally asked, seeing that Lin Mu seemed to have returned to normal. Lin Mu turned to look at his companion and noticed the Tao shell floating above him. It was shaped like a fan and had 5 sectors extending from its central sector. It vaguely looked like the shape of a hand. I did, Lin Mu nodded his head, and it seems like you are close to it as well, he added. I just need some more time, Little Shrubby replied. Looking at Little Shrubby's Tao shell, Lin Mu could tell that he was at about the 70% mark. About the same as me when we started, Lin Mu thought to himself. The speed of progress for both Lin Mu and Little Shrubby was very fast, especially considering the fact that it had merely taken them 2 weeks to reach this point. This was something others spend decades or centuries to accomplish. And yet, Lin Mu and Little Shrubby had done it in less than that. Though the cost for it was great too, no sane sect would expend all their resources in pushing 2 experts to the shell completion stage of the Tao shell realm. Though the resources used by Lin Mu and Little Shrubby were a little too much. For any other expert, the amount of resources taken from the West Ocean sect were enough to make them reach all the way to the Tao treading realm. Forget them. Even if someone picked some random child from the streets and poured the resources in them, they too would reach the Tao treading realm all the way from being a common mortal. And even then, there would be plenty of resources left. Perhaps the resources would be enough to nurture multiple Tao treading realm experts. The standards of cultivation for Lin Mu and Little Shrubby were simply too high. One could attribute this to the cost of talent. One could cultivate fast without bottlenecks with great talent, but one would also have to consume an appropriate amount of resources. There's still a quarter of the resources left, Lin Mu muttered after taking a look around. Most of the things that were left were either spirit stones or raw spirit herbs and fruits. Of course, this was only when considering consumable resources. Other items like spirit ores, metals, crystal, and such weren't considered by Lin Mu. They were still lying around in his ring and weren't taken out. Lin Mu thought to himself what he should do next. According to the goals Senior Zukong set for me, I'm supposed to directly skip the shell expansion stage of the Tao shell realm and reach the Tao treading realm. But if I want to do that, I need to give birth to a Tao embryo. I would do that, no doubt. But how am I supposed to do that? Lin Mu wondered to himself. And just as Lin Mu was thinking to himself, he heard a voice in his head. "Oh, you are already at the shell completion stage," Zukong said in a surprised voice. He had been deep in cultivation since the strange black runes the altar was making, and had not spent much attention to Lin Mu. And since Lin Mu didn't contact him for anything either, he left him to his devices. Zukong was letting Lin Mu make his own decision, considering that there wasn't as much danger to him as there was in the past. Plus, Lin Mu had learned enough about the cultivation world that he didn't need constant assistance. "I did, Senior," Lin Mu replied. That's good, but wasn't this too fast?" Zukong said. "Well, some things happened, and it just ended up like this," Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, Zukong quickly took a look through the memories and saw all that Lin Mu had done. Now this is not what I expected, Zukong thought to himself. Seeing that Zukong had not said anything for a while, Lin Mu was a bit anxious. "Are you upset with me, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned, knowing that Zukong knew everything now. "Upset? Why would I be upset? Ahahaha, for a measly thing like eradicating a small mortal world sect." Zukong laughed. Chapter 1066, Karma and Decisions. Hearing Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu was a bit surprised. Zukong easily guessed Lin Mu's train of thoughts and decided to give him some more to think about. "You destroyed the West Ocean sect after a long consideration, didn't you? You already had the capability to do so a long time ago, but held out for another solution. That was already giving them many chances." Zukong spoke. "There will be many situations that you will face in your life that will be many times more complex than this, many times more deadly than this, and will also test your will greatly. They might make you pay an even bigger cost and put a great strain on you. Regardless of what happens, you are not to falter. Remember, those who are strong do not necessarily survive till the end, but those that survive in the end are all strong. So do whatever you can to live and achieve your goals," Zukong said as his sagely voice echoed in Lin Mu's ears. Lin Mu's mind shook slightly as he understood the other side of Senior Zukong's words. Zukong had not said it openly and had left for Lin Mu to comprehend it on his own. The positive words had a negative back to it. It was up to Lin Mu whether he would accept it or not. Besides, the effects of karma on you would be negligible, Zukong added. "Karma like the sins?" Lin Mu questioned. "You could say that, but it is not that simple. The heavens are controlled by the heavenly Tao, and the karma dictates how it will behave. Even merits can beget sins, and merit can rise from sin. For example, sometimes the sacrifice of a few can save the lives of many. Or letting a small tyrant reign might prevent tens of other tyrants from appearing and causing more harm to people. In your case, you have an even better excuse. You are the world's ordained, and all those that go against the world's will would be ignored by the karmic will of the world," Zukong answered. "What use is this karma for a senior?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling even more interested. You could say it affects your fate and density," Zukong answered. "Like doing good deeds will get us good fortune and vice versa?" Lin Mu asked. "That is the general logic used by most, but that is not accurate. The true workings of karma are infinitely more complex, and even I cannot deduce it. The karma of a small worm can affect the karma of a great heavens chosen that might be reigning over hundreds of worlds. Though for most cultivators, the workings of karma don't come into play until quite late. By the time you reach that point where you can sense it, you would have already lived quite a long time and accumulated a lot of karma. That is the reason why many experts all over the universe dictate that one should prevent sowing any karma. That is why many sects prefer their disciples severing their ties with the secular world. It is not that they are afraid that they wouldn't be able to reach a high cultivation realm, but rather if they have too much karma, they wouldn't even be eligible for it. And since karma is infinitely complex, most experts agree that having no karma is the best. Zhukang explained in detail. This certainly gave Lin Mu a lot to think about, and will for the years to come. But for now, he had a different question. "And what do you agree on, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. Hearing this, Zhukang couldn't help but chuckle. The kid got it good, Zhukang thought to himself. For me, I'd say do whatever you want. Whether it be good karma or bad karma or no karma, if you keep on worrying about that, you will forget your present and lose out on many opportunities and relationships that you might benefit from later, Zhukang stated. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Senior, now I know what to do, Lin Mu replied. Cultivate as you will, do as you want. I'll be here if you need a second opinion, ha ha ha, Zhukang said before going back to his own cultivation. Zhukang knew that lightening the weight on Lin Mu's mind was necessary today. He didn't want Lin Mu to fall into the same cycle that orthodox and unorthodox paths followed. Going with one of them was the norm that many ended up taking without even knowing. It was a trap that was cleverly woven, that many entered with full knowledge of. Avoiding it was difficult and taxing, but the final results of it were far too great to ignore. Zhukang had already experienced it first and was stuck in it too, and had barely managed to get out of it. Perhaps if it were not for the old monster, I'd be like that too. Is this what you wanted me to do? Zhukang thought to himself. Lin Mu looked at Little Shrubby and the remaining resources and made up his mind. We are going to continue cultivating, Lin Mu said. We will, Little Shrubby asked. Yes, we need to at least get you to the shell completion stage of the Tao shell realm too, Lin Mu replied. Okay, Tilda, Little Shrubby said in agreement. Lin Mu too made his decision. I'll cultivate till I'm out of resources. Doesn't matter if I was going to silk the shell expansion stage, I still need to form a Tao embryo and that'll take time. Until I reach that level of comprehension, may as well expand my Tao shell, Lin Mu analyzed. He waved his hand, and more spirit stones appeared around them. The concentration of spirit chi rose even more, and the man and beast started absorbing it at a great speed. Lin Mu's Tao shell was now inside his dantian and was slowly growing. The rate of growth was slow, and barely and change could be seen even after a week, but Little Shrubby was nearing a breakthrough. Chapter 1067, Strengthening Bloodlines and Little Shrubby's Breakthrough. He's close, Lin Mu muttered as he observed Little Shrubby. The Tao shell was now almost completely corporeal, and merely a fraction of a percent was left. About 2 weeks had passed since Lin Mu's breakthrough, and he had basically exhausted all the resources he had taken from the West Ocean sect that were consumable. He had even stopped cultivating himself so that Little Shrubby could get the last push needed. Minutes felt as long as hours to Lin Mu, with the last step taking longer than before. Is there a problem? Lin Mu wondered. He was just about to use his spirit sense to check when it happened. Suddenly, the air heated up, and massive spirit chi waves started to emanate from Little Shrubby. Compared to Lin Mu's own breakthrough, Little Shrubby's was far more impactful. Tilda hung tilde. The Tao shell floating above Little Shrubby hummed and started to change color. From its pale white color, it turned red. Flames soon appeared on it as fire attribute spirit chi was infused into it as well. Little Shrubby himself was still deep in a trance, his eyes closed. Tilde roar tilde. But regardless of that, a loud roar was heard coming from deep within his body. The effect started to spread as a phenomenon manifested. The spirit chi outside the mountain Lin Mu and little shrubby were cultivating started to stir. Even the clouds started to move, and the sky darkened. The beasts living in the vicinity were terrified and ran to get as far from it as possible. The mountain was deep in the forest, thus there were no humans nearby, or they would have been greatly shocked too. Little Shrubby's body glowed in a red light as 7 illusory figures appeared out of it. The illusory figures expanded and turned into the 7 bloodline beasts that Little Shrubby had. The bloodlines appeared again. Lin Mu was surprised. You should take this chance to strengthen the bloodlines once more. Zhukang felt the changes and woke up too. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded his head. In fact, the 7 illusory bloodlines figures were already staring at him with a hint of desire in their eyes. Look, even they haven't forgotten that, Zhukang added. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he chanted the nurturing heart sutra. The spirit chi within his danshan started to quickly transform into streaks of beast chi. Lin Mu decided to go all out this time and strengthen all of them. Since Little Shrubby's cultivation base increased, the bloodlines should have gotten more stable than before. Strengthening them shouldn't be a problem. Lin Mu thought as he let out 2 wisps of beast chi. More beast chi was already being made in his danshan, while he shot the 2 streaks towards Little Shrubby. One of the beast chi streaks went to the Flash Fire Liger bloodline, and the other to the Scorch Claw Tiger bloodline. These 2 were the most dominant ones that Little Shrubby had and gave him his strength and speed. The other bloodline figures watched in envy, as the first 2 got to enjoy the beast chi. I got more coming up, you all just maintain your appearance, Lin Mu spoke. The bloodline figures had a certain level of intelligence and understood his words, suddenly increasing their presence. Shua tilde. Lin Mu sent 2 more streaks of beast chi towards the bloodlines, with one going to the Thunderbolt cheetah and one to the Fume Wood Panther. The Thunderbolt cheetah also contributed to Little Shrubby's speed, but didn't give him the elemental affinity yet. While the Fume Wood Panther had only recently shown an effect on Little Shrubby, giving him the Vitality Reversal skill. While the skill didn't have any direct effect on his strength, it did give Little Shrubby momentary boosts in speed and also allowed him to change his size, which in turn was effective in hiding his appearance. Though the bloodline also gave Little Shrubby the ability to absorb Wood Elemental Spirit Chi, which he hadn't gotten from the Thunderbolt Cheetah bloodline. But what Lin Mu wanted Little Shrubby to obtain from the Fume Wood Panther bloodline was its healing and regeneration innate abilities. Spirit plants and plant-type beasts all had great regeneration abilities. It made them resilient and hard to kill. For them, most injuries were just temporary and could be healed, given enough time and nutrients. It was a top-level ability for any cultivator to have. Additionally, Lin Mu had also been told by Zhukang that the more Little Shrubby's speed increases, the greater strain his body will endure. For now, it was not an issue, but the long-term use can cause some problems. One of the ways to overcome this naturally would be to have a healing or regeneration ability. After these 4 bloodlines, the ones that were left were the Brood Mane Lion, the 100 Mirror Leopard, and the Midnight Lynx. These bloodlines had not shown any effect at all, thus he wanted to see if they could do so in the future. He gave them 1 streak of beast chi each, before making more of it. This time, though, he only gave it to the first 4 bloodlines and had to stop at that point. Seems like this is the limit for his current cultivation base, Lin Mu muttered. The illusory bloodline figures had gotten unstable and were about to turn to a mode of light. The bloodline figures seemed unwilling, but in the end couldn't resist. The illusory figures merged back into Little Shrubby's body, and the spirit chi waves started to calm down. It had been less than 10 minutes, and yet it looked like a long time had passed, though the work that Lin Mu had done in these 10 minutes was already worth a lot. Directly strengthening bloodline like this was not easy to do at all. The benefit Little Shrubby had gotten from a direct beast chi infusion like this was a 100 times better than what he would get by absorbing it normally. Chapter 10, 68 The Change in Ripple Mist Sect. Tilde Girarrar Tilde. Little Shrubby stirred from his trance and woke up. His eyes gleamed in a fiery light, while his vibrant red fur shimmered with small sparks of fire. His aura started to leak out as the spirit chi waves reappeared. Taking a deep breath, Little Shrubby let out a thunderous roar. The roar spread for over 500 kilometers, alarming all beasts and humans that were living in that radius. Heavens, what is that sound? A group of cultivators was hunting near the edge of a forest. That sounded like a beast's cry. Run! One of them quickly turned tail and ran to the outskirts. Fuck, that is no normal beast cry. Run for your lives. Without even checking if there really was a beast coming towards them, the humans ran away. A similar scene could be seen in other areas too where there were humans. The beasts were already running away from the mountain that the roar had come from. A few nascent soul realm beasts that lived in the forest directly fainted from the bloodline aura that had risen from Little Shrubby. The weaker beasts couldn't sense it, so they were ironically safe. A village that was located 20 kilometers from the forest too heard the roar, and its people decided to directly abandon it. Women, children, and old people were evacuated, while the able-bodied men and warriors stayed begin. And when herds of beasts started running out from the forest, the humans truly realized that something had happened in the forest. It was unknown what kind of a beast could cause this, but they knew it was best to stay as far away from the forest as possible. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby were unaware that anything of this sort had happened. With just a cry, thousands of humans were displaced and tens of thousands of beasts fled. But even if they did know, it wasn't something they would care for now. There were far greater things they needed to worry about. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Little Shrubby. Lin Mu couldn't help but praise. Thank you, Master. I'll become stronger and more strong. Then we'll eat for 100 years and no one will stop us. Little Shrubby stated his little dream. Sure, Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Little Shrubby's words. What do we do now, Master? Little Shrubby asked. Lin Mu furrowed his brows as the next few steps appeared in his mind. Since you want to keep on getting stronger, we will do exactly that, Lin Mu replied. Okay, Tilde, Little Shrubby agreed straight away. Come, we have more places to go, Lin Mu said, and the two left the mountain. In a few seconds, a loud explosion was heard as Little Shrubby sprinted away with Lin Mu on his back. Days later, several cultivators would visit this place to check the anomaly, but would find nothing other than a cave that had the aura of a strong Dao shell realm beast. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby ran toward the northeast direction now. Their destination was a place they had been to once before. Lin Mu had even fought there before. It was none other than the Ripple Mist Sect. A sea of clouds flowed high up in the sky, as two dots that were almost invisible to the naked eyes appeared among the boundless clouds. Lin Mu gazed upon the sect that seemed a bit different to him. His brows furrowed, and he looked around. Strain, why are there so few disciples here? Lin Mu wondered. The last time he was here, the number of disciples was easily over 100,000, and that was only the ones that he could see out in the open. There might be more in the thousands of buildings that dotted the sect. Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the barrier of the sect and easily passed through it. The barrier which had mistaken it was the same as before and let his spirit sense pass through. They never rectified it, huh? Lin Mu reckoned. At least it makes things easier for us. Lin Mu's spirit sense brazenly spread across the sects of all disciples laid bare. He listened to their conversations and learned what had been happening in the sect, and it didn't make him feel calm. The disciples have been sent to mandatory seclusion and haven't left for 2 years, Lin Mu learned. Apparently, the Ripple Mist sect had ordered a majority of their disciples to enter seclusion, with the claim that they were weak and tough times were ahead of them. The disciples were disinclined, of course, but couldn't defy the orders of the elders. The ones that were sent into seclusion first were the disciples that were lower in the rankings. But over the years, More and more were sent, and now even some of the core disciples were sent to the seclusion. All inner court disciples are to report to the seclusion pavilion within 1 hour. Suddenly an announcement is heard echoing throughout the sect. Hearing this, the faces of several inner court disciples fell, and they didn't know what to do now. While most were fine with the seclusion, but as more and more of the disciples were sent into seclusion, many were starting to get suspicious. It was inevitable, and a few disciples had even tried to leave the sect. Of course, they were caught and then imprisoned for breaking the sect's laws. After getting caught, they were never heard of again. Heavens, I don't want to enter seclusion. I barely entered the late stage of the chi refining realm last year, a disciple complained. How are the elders even thinking? What use will be seclusion without any resources? Yeah, we were not allowed to go on any missions for the past year and didn't get any merit points. How are we to continue cultivating? More disciples started complaining amongst themselves. Silence, but soon a loud voice was heard. An elder appeared from the main peak of the sect and stared upon the disciples with anger in his eyes. Do you all dare to question the orders of the sect? He roared. No, elder, they all hurriedly replied. Then get your asses to the seclusion hall, the elder ordered. The disciples all scampered off to the seclusion hall until there was almost no one left. Lin Mu, who observed it all, had a bad feeling about it. Master, it was now that little Shrubby spoke. Yes, what is it? Lin Mu asked. I can smell something from that large building there. It's familiar, little Shrubby replied. Familiar? Familiar to what? Lin Mu questioned. The humans we fought at the Noon Grass sect. Their bodies had a scent similar to this, little Shrubby answered. Hearing this, the thoughts in Lin Mu's mind linked, and he knew what little Shrubby was talking about. A frown appeared on his face as he made up his mind. I need to see it for myself. If it really is like that then, Lin Mu thought to himself. I'll go down and see. I'll call for you if I need you, Lin Mu stated. Okay, little Shrubby replied. I'll watch from here. Oh, and if you sense any others with a scent like that, don't let them leave, Lin Mu added, or just kill them if they attack you. Little Shrubby nodded his head, and Lin Mu descended to the ground. He easily passed through the barrier and went into the ground. With him gone, little Shrubby continued his watch. But after a while, he spotted something in the corner of his eye. Smelling something, his eyes glowed, and he went to the eastern direction, following behind a man that had just left the Ripple Mist sect. While little Shrubby did his own little investigation, Lin Mu continued his search. With his spirit sense spread around, he quickly got the understanding of the area. But in his search, he found something surprising too. Oh, there's actually someone that managed to hide from the elders and is defying their orders. Lin Mu's spirit sense stumbled upon a certain disciple that was hiding in the ground too. Lin Mu got a bit closer and found the disciple to be a bit familiar. Hang on, isn't this guy from that time? Lin Mu recalled giving this disciples a mid-grade spirit stone as a reward for letting them leave the barrier. He made a few isolating formations and slapped as many talismans he could on top of them, Lin Mu figured out the method the disciples had used. A few seconds later, Lin Mu decided to pay the guy a little visit. Seeing his actions of defying the sect, Lin Mu reckoned there was a great chance the man might give up more information that Lin Mu couldn't learn by just using his spirit sense. In a small area underground, Zhu Zhu had been hiding for about half a year now. Fuck, the elders are really getting close now. How do I leave this place? Zhu Zhu said to himself. Seeing the situation, he had decided to hide away, even if the elders got suspicious. He would then bide his time and find an opportunity to escape, but even after all this time, he had not gotten it. And now there was basically no disciple left in the division. All the inner court disciples were called. He had heard the announcement too, as the formations only hid his presence but couldn't isolate sound. If you answer my questions, I'll allow you to escape the sect. Suddenly, a new voice was heard. Chapter 10, 69. Meeting a certain foolish disciple again. Zhu Zhu almost fell when he heard the voice behind him. Don't kill me, elders, Zhu Zhu cried out on instinct. Lin Mu observed the startled man, who seemed to be hiding his head in his knees. He simply stood there and waited for the man to come to his senses. Thankfully, it didn't take long, and Zhu Zhu felt something was wrong when he didn't get the wind knocked out of him in 5 seconds. Lifting the fingers off his head, he tilted it and sneaked a look at the person standing in front of him. At first, he only saw the legs, and they were draped in robes that were not recognizable to him. That doesn't seem like any elder's robes, Zhu Zhu thought. Finally, building up a little courage, he wholly lifted his head and looked at the young, handsome man standing there. There were spirit chi fluctuation coming from him that were no weaker than most elders. But poor Zhu Zhu didn't know that this was only because Lin Mu was holding them in. He didn't want to alert the sect and make things more tiresome for himself. At least not when there was a chance that there was something sinister happening here. Who are you? Zhu Zhu questioned. That does not matter. What matters is what I can offer you, Lin Mu stated plainly. Tens of thoughts ran through Zhu Zhu's mind as he tried to wrap it around this situation. He couldn't understand how someone could appear here in the room he had made in the ground. Especially since it was closed off entirely, and even he would need to dig his way out. There were only some small openings that would bring in air and some sound from the outside. Wait, there are no openings. Zhu Zhu looked around at the small room, seeing no place broken. Lin Mu easily guessed what the man was thinking, but didn't mind it. Now then, I understand that you want to leave the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu asked, pulling the man out of his thoughts. Why, yes, I want to leave. The sect elders have gone crazy, Zhu Zhu replied. Crazy, you say? Can you tell me more? Lin Mu asked. They force us to enter seclusion, but don't give any resources that they are supposed to. Then there is the fact that all those that entered it have never been heard from again, Zhu Zhu replied. From what I know, seclusion is supposed to be like that. No contact, so that one could fully focus on cultivation, Lin Mu stated. Yes, that would be fine, but there were many discrepancies in this, the biggest one that made us suspicious being the death of a few that was hidden from us, Zhu Zhu replied. Deaths? What kind of deaths? Lin Mu questioned. Well, the deaths of many were hidden from us. It wasn't as if deaths during seclusion were common either, as only those that were secluding themselves at the end of their lifespan would die like that. Or rarely those that made mistakes during cultivation and died from chi deviation. These were unexplained deaths. I and my fellow disciples heard of them for a while, but when one of our companion died and we asked the elders, we were reprimanded about questioning them and challenging the rules of the sect, Zhu Zhu answered. How were you all so sure of your companion's death? Lin Mu asked. The companion of ours that died, he had a betrothed, someone he had promised to become Tao companions with. He had left a life wick with her. She broke down when she saw the life wick burning out all of a sudden one day. The shocking thing was, it was merely 2 days after he entered seclusion, and there was very little chance of him dying in there as he was only in the mid-stage of the chi refining realm, not in any risk stage of breakthrough. He wasn't at the end of his lifespan either and didn't have any other issues, Zhu Zhu replied. Lin Mu knew what life wicks were. They were similar to the soul light pearls and other such treasure that were used to tell if the owner had died or not. Many people used these to keep track of their family or loved ones. Though life wicks were considered to be one of the more lower quality ones and wouldn't work if the person who had lit them went too far from it. But even in that case, they wouldn't go out, but just keep on burning for 100 years before dying out. But seeing as the man's life wick went out when both were within the sect itself, it didn't make sense that it had stopped working naturally. Lin Mu found it all to be rather suspicious indeed. And you say they deny that anyone died? Lin Mu asked. Why, yes, they sternly deny it all and tell us that we should not question them at all. They all changed. The elders might have been strict in the past, but they turned utterly crazy 3 years ago after that incident when 10 of our elders died, Zhu Zhu replied. Hearing that, Lin Mu knew that incident was none other than him leaving the sect after killing some elders in the process. The elders were greatly enraged, and the patriarch gave them some order before entering seclusion himself. Since then, radical changes happened in the sect, and the number of resources we got reduced as well, Zhu Zhu stated. The Gu Legion, no doubt they are rerouting the resources from here, Lin Mu easily guessed. Do you know where the sect keeps resources? And also, do you know where the sect's spirit stone mines are? Lin Mu brazenly questioned. Why do you want to know that? Zhu Zhu asked, having a bad feeling. To take down this sect, of course, Lin Mu causally spoke. Hearing that, Zhu Zhu's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help but feel like there was a lump stuck in his throat. Chapter 1070, Sending Off Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu was terrified of Lin Mu and ended up spilling all that he knew. He passed Lin Mu everything he had about the sect, including the access tokens, maps, the sect booklets, and more. Most of it was useless, but Lin Mu took it nonetheless. Can we leave now? The more we wait, the greater chances of the elders finding us, Zhu Zhu said. I did what you asked, he added, wondering if Lin Mu was intending to renege on his words. All right, Lin Mu said, satisfied with the information he had obtained. While there were limits to the information that Zhu Zhu had, it was still enough to paint a rather vivid picture in Lin Mu's mind. This information, combined with the rest that he had about the Gu Legion, was enough to give a good idea to Lin Mu. Lin Mu even asked Zhu Zhu if they knew what was asking out in the world, and he was entirely clueless. They didn't even know that the Noon Grass sect had been attacked, and neither did they know anything about the Gu Legion. This made Lin Mu confirm his doubts about how the sects were truly being controlled. But there was also variation in the information given, since the West Ocean sect seemed to be in a much better condition than the Ripple Mist sect. How are we going to leave, though? If we go out, the elders will find us, Zhu Zhu asked doubtfully. That won't matter. They are going to die either way, Lin Mu said as he placed his hand on the wall. With a slight push, the entire wall collapsed before the roof started to fall as well. Zhu Zhu covered his head, but was still hit with rocks and stones. His face was covered in dirt now, and his robes were colored brown. Lin Mu, though, was entirely fine and immaculate as before, with the armor of the mortal's strengthening scripture preventing the dirt and stones from touching him. Tilde cough, tilde cough, tilde. Zhu Zhu coughed out the dust he had inhaled and looked at the sunlight that was warming his body. It had been over 6 months since he had last felt the sunlight, after all. Come, Lin Mu said as he took out a spirit sword. Zhu Zhu hesitated a bit before jumping onto the spirit sword. Lin Mu rose up into the sky with the spirit sword following behind him. Tilde flicker, tilde. The formation array of the sect suddenly flickered as a few runes appeared around Zhu Zhu. Oh no, they dicovrdus, Zhu Zhu cried out. Lin Mu lightly glanced at the runes and flicked his finger. The runes broke apart like glass and faded away. Then, without a word, he accelerated while the spirit sword continued behind him. Whoa, Zhu Zhu almost fell off from the spirit sword. Just how far is this going? Zhu Zhu could only see the blurry surroundings and the barrier of the sect that was rapidly approaching. Seeing the barrier, his eyes went wide. Wait, we'll crash into the barrier, Zhu Zhu cried out. But before he could continue his words, he saw Lin Mu punch out. A 10-meter hole was punched out in the barrier, and Zhu Zhu was left with his jaw wide open. It was understandable since the barrier was a sect-protecting barrier that could take blows from a Tao-treading realm cultivator, after all. They easily went past the barrier and were finally out of the sect. Zhu Zhu looked back and felt like this was all a dream. Are we really out? He couldn't believe his eyes. Yeah, we're out, Lin Mu replied. And just as Lin Mu said that, a loud voice was heard. Who dares? It's the High Elder, Zhu Zhu cried out. Lin Mu's spirit sense quickly found the High Elder approaching from the main peak of the sect. He turned to Zhu Zhu and curled his middle finger. Hold on tight, I'll send you further away. Lin Mu spoke. Huh, you're not running. Zhu found it absurd. Nope, Lin Mu said and flicked the pommel of the spirit sword with his middle finger. Tilde clang tilde. A crisp sound was heard before the spirit sword was sent flying at a great speed. Zhu didn't even get to cry out as his mouth was filled with wind. He could only hold on for his dear life while the spirit sword continued to fly without Lin Mu being there. He had already given the weapon a command, and it should be able to manage without him. With Zhu gone, Lin Mu turned back to face the elder that was approaching. Who dares violate the barrier of the Ripple Mist sect and intrude in its territory? The High Elder questioned in a fierce voice as Dao Shell Realm's spirit chi fluctuations rose from him. Looking at the scene, he made the assumption that someone was trying to intrude into the sect by breaking the barrier. After all, he would never think that someone was actually trying to escape the sect and that Lin Mu had broken it from the inside. However, Lin Mu didn't care for the man. Without even speaking a word, he blinked towards the elder and punched out. Wah! Before the elder could react, he was struck with a golden fist. The Dao Shell Realm elder was nothing in front of Lin Mu's attack, as his head directly burst apart like a watermelon. His headless corpse fell to the ground as a nascent soul wiggled out of it. Seeing the muddy color of the nascent soul, Lin Mu wrinkled his brows and stomped. Tilde splat tilde. The nascent soul was snuffed out of existence, while the body of the High Elder turned to mush as well. Tilde woo tilde. Lin Mu soared into the air and brazenly headed to one of the peaks. Time to start my work, Lin Mu muttered as his spirit sense scanned the hidden vault. Chapter 10, 71, The Seclusion Hall. The death of a High Elder in the Ripple Mist sect went strangely unnoticed. Lin Mu had not paid much attention to it since he was busy clearing out the stores of the sect, but when there was no response, even after 30 minutes, he found it to be highly suspicious. If they haven't responded even now, then there is either something stopping them, or they are planning something else, Lin Mu thought to himself. He didn't know whether the first option was worse or the second. To him, a normal response and open conflict would be better than to dodge a hidden danger or scheme that they may be hatching. Still, in 30 minutes, Lin Mu had basically cleared out all the resources that the Ripple Mist sect had out in the open. There were more of them hidden underneath the main peak, of course, and that was where he was about to head to. The back of the main peak is also where they built that seclusion hall. Time to take a look there, too. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He took flight and openly entered the main peak. Standing high up in the air, he let his spirit sense check everything and found that the peak was actually empty. This is certainly not normal, Lin Mu understood. His spirit sense continued down and went to the back of the main peak where the seclusion hall was built. It was there that he sensed the spirit sense fluctuations. And it wasn't just a handful of them, but rather thousands of them. But at the same time, his spirit sense met resistance and couldn't go beyond a certain level of the building. A dense barrier like that is not something one would place in a seclusion hall. That seems more like a prison instead, Lin Mu said as his eyes narrowed. Approaching from the side, Lin Mu phased into the building but didn't reveal himself, instead hiding himself within the ground. There was no problem doing that, as the gap between each floor was of more than 2 meters. Just this thickness of floor showed Lin Mu that this place was more of a prison than a seclusion hall. In the first floor of the hall, he saw a few disciples that were lined up and a few elders that were taking down their names. In the second floor, he found more disciples, but they were simply sitting down and waiting for something. Lin Mu recognized most of them to be the same disciples that had been called in with the last announcement. This floor was larger than the one above and could easily accommodate 10,000 disciples at once. And when Lin Mu tried to head to the third floor of the seclusion hall, he faced resistance. A thick barrier made from formation arrays as well as hard rock were blocking his way. Even Faze couldn't pass through it as it was a formation array. Wouldn't stop me much longer, Lin Mu said as his expression turned serious. Directly placing his hand straight on the barrier, he pushed. Tilde clang tilde. A strange sound, as if metal pressing against metal, echoed all over the area. What was that? The disciples were surprised. Go check, one of the elders instructed a junior elder. But when he checked everywhere, he didn't find anything. After all, Lin Mu wasn't entering through any normal places, but rather he was hidden in the ground itself. And there was no way the junior elder would think there was someone in the middle of the solid ground. Tilde clang tilde. But the sound repeated, this time even louder. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde clang tilde. The sound continued to echo, until finally it seemed like something had been broken. Go down and see if anything happened there, the elder immediately ordered other elders. Without caring for this, Lin Mu entered through the hole he had made in the solid rock, reinforced with formation arrays. That was tougher than the sect's main defensive formation array. If they are using it here, then there is certainly something to hide here. Lin Mu felt sure. And when he finally descended into the third floor, his doubts were cleared. What in the... Lin Mu was left shocked as he saw pools upon pools of blood spread around the third floor. The third floor was the largest of them all, and easily spanned over a kilometer in area. But that was not all that shocked Lin Mu. What shocked him was the condition of the blood pool. Some of them contained bodies of cultivators that were wearing the robes of the disciples floating in them. Others only contained bones, and some didn't even have that. The various pools had different levels of decomposition of corpses, and all of it was being merged into the blood pool. Breathing the very air made Lin Mu feel sick, but at the same time, it ignited the fury within him. For he recognized what these blood pools were. The rebirth blood, they are using their own disciples as the fuel for rebirth blood. Lin Mu muttered as his voice turned cold. His spirit sense scanned the entire area in a moment's notice and found several elders of the sect adding more disciples to the blood pools. They would first slit their throats and then poke out their hearts, making sure as much blood flowed out of them as possible. I think we will reach our quota early this time. Lord Gu Yao will be pleased. One of the elders that had Dao Shell realm fluctuations coming from him spoke. Indeed, after the last time's fiasco, he should be pleased with us. Another elder with spirit chi fluctuation at the Dao treading realm replied. Just as these two elders were talking, 3 more elders appeared from the staircase nearby. Supreme Elder, is there any problem going on? We heard something break on the floor above. One of the elders asked. Oh, nothing happened here. The sacrifices are going as normal. Just as the man was about to complete his words, he saw something that made him stop. Chapter 1072, Murdering the Unworthy. Tilde shing tilde. Tilde splat tilde. In the dimly lit third floor of the seclusion hall, a series of noises echoed. Each was accompanied by waves of spirit chi, and from time to time, a golden glow could be seen as well. The people waiting above in the second floor didn't even know that a battle was raging below them. Though more than a battle, it was more accurate to call it a slaughter. Filthy. Unworthy. Traitors. Fiends. Several words came out of Lin Mu's mouth, each tinged with the sharpest intent of murder. And murder was indeed what was done here, though perhaps the more orthodox powers would deem it as justice instead. Why is it taking so long? One of the disciples, waiting on the second floor, asked. Since the elders had been sent downstairs to check what was happening, they had been made to wait here. But it had now been 5 minutes and there was still no response. The 2 elders who were here in the second floor were feeling the same and had just finished registering the last of the names. Should we check too? A junior elder asked. Perhaps we sh. And just as the elder was about to finish his word, the floor beneath them exploded. AHH. What? The disciples were all startled due to it, and some of them were knocked away from the explosion. They were injured, of course, but were more in shock as they saw 2 people coming out of it. Who? The other elders couldn't help but question. The one who had come out was none other than Lin Mu, of course, and the man grasped in his hand was the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder wasn't in a good shape either. One of his arms was missing, while a leg was broken and bent backwards. He was bleeding from several spots, and some of his teeth were missing as well. "Speak, where is your patriarch?" Lin Mu questioned. To Lin Mu, he was sure that Gu Yao was directing it, and now that he had seen the actions of the Ripple Mist sect, he deemed them unworthy of living any longer. But to do that, he needed to eliminate all the elders, since they all were under the control of Gu Yao, willing or unwillingly. Though here, he could tell that most of them were being controlled willingly. He hadn't sensed the presence of the human controlling blood curse, which only told Lin Mu that I was probably placed on the patriarch of the Ripple Mist sect. And thus, he needed to get rid of that man too, if he wanted to stop them all. "I will never tell you," the Tao-treading realm's Supreme Elder rejected. "Very well, you chose this," Lin Mu said before stabbing his hand straight into the Elder's abdomen. The Supreme Elder's eyes went wide as he felt the metal spirit chi directly pouring into his dantian and rushing into his remaining meridians. He had already felt the power of Lin Mu's golden fists, and the other elders had been killed in mere singular blows. Even he had been caught off guard, and before he could react, multiple attacks rendered him incapacitated. The metal spirit chi turned his own spirit chi chaotic and damaged his meridians. He couldn't even focus his mind enough to restrain that damage, as it was simply too much for him. Additionally, the thoughts of Lin Mu suddenly appearing were also absurd to him. He didn't even understand how he could enter the sect and even go all the way to their seclusion hall with no problem. It was as if all the defensive formation arrays were nothing to him. Unfortunately for the man, his thoughts were useless, and he was as good as dead now. "Who are you?" "Leave the Supreme Elder," the reaming elders stupidly called out. They had spoken on instinct, but failed to realize how Lin Mu had already killed all the elders and had badly beaten up their Supreme Elder. The disciples had noticed the dead bodies of the other elders downstairs, as the whole Lin Mu had come out of left everything exposed. But along with that, they also saw the blood pools and thousands of bodies that floated in them. Some of the weak-hearted ones directly fainted, while those with weak stomachs vomited out their last meals. Lin Mu gave a look to the two elders, before tossing the Supreme Elder lightly into the air. Tilde whoosh tilde. Then a golden leg tore through the air, kicking the falling body of the Supreme Elder straight through the roof, into the first floor and then out into the sky. The Supreme Elder helplessly flew up into the sky, and soon felt the abnormality in his body. "My nascent soul, Tao shell, Tao embryo." He couldn't even let out a peep as his body started to glow in an orange light. Finally, his body exploded into smithereens in the air as spirit chi turned chaotic. The disciples and elders watched with stunned expressions as they felt the spirit chi fluctuations of the Supreme Elder disappear. Lin Mu watched it all with a cold gaze and didn't care for it at all. Lowering the quantity of metal spirit chi by half still has good effects, Lin Mu noted. By lowering the initial output and reducing the range of attack to point blank, he had gained the same after effect with less cost. Lin Mu was merely testing it out and had not expected it to be this good, though it had certainly come at an expense that others would find soul-shaking. After all, he had tested this on a Tao-treading realm expert. Seeing the death of their Supreme Elder, the disciples were too shocked to move. But the remaining 4 elders weren't like that. One of them trusted his instincts and directly decided to run away. Tilde shing tilde. Gah. But just as he had taken a few steps into the air, a short sword stabbed through his back. Chapter 1073, showing the reality. Tilde thud tilde. The dead body of the elder fell to the ground as blood gushed out of his chest. With his heart pierced, there was not much time left for him. No voice came out of his mouth either, as his lungs felt too weak to work. Lin Mu gestured with his finger, and the short sword returned to his side, causing more blood to spill out from the elder. The disciples who watched everything were stunned. Why are you doing this? One of them couldn't help but ask. They were terrified and were thinking that they would be killed too. After all, since Lin Mu had killed elders with such ease, there was nothing stopping him from killing them too. You're really asking that? As a surprise to them, though, Lin Mu actually replied. But his reply was a question. Huh, they were confused and didn't know how to react. The actions of Lin Mu had already made them forget about some things they had seen just a few moments ago. Though on some level, they remembered it but just didn't want to believe it. Lin Mu looked at the disciple who had asked the question, and his spirit sense quickly scanned the man. The disciples shivered as he felt a spirit sense more powerful than everything probing him. He felt as if he was naked, and all of his secrets were revealed. At least you're clean, Lin Mu muttered. Fine, you all should know the truth, he continued. Truth? What truth? They asked. The truth about what your sect has been doing, what your elders have been doing, Lin Mu replied. The 3 elders that were still alive fell pale after hearing that. Out of the 3, 2 were already under the influence of the pills of grace, while one was a junior elder who was caught on with greed and wanted the same as the elders. The elders had been able to greatly progress their cultivation base, thanks to the pills of grace, and there was no way they would want to let go of such an attractive item at all. The others that knew of it got envious too and wanted to try them out. Look, Lin Mu pointed to the large hole in the floor. Look down there, see the heinous acts of your sect elders, see what they use you all for in the name of seclusion. Tilda gulped Tilda. The disciples couldn't help but feel intimidated by Lin Mu's authoritative voice, but they still turned around to take a look. There were actually a few disciples that had already seen it all, but had fainted from the sheer sight of it. Perhaps that could be a small mercy to them. HEVNS. What in the name of ancestor is that? Blood and BODIS too. Sway SHA, that's my Sway SHA. What did they do to you? A cacophony of cries was heard as the disciples saw the scene on the 3rd floor. The familiar bodies of their friends, companions, lovers, and fellow disciples were enough to give them a good idea. How can this be? A disciple fell to his knees. This is the workings of a demonic sect. Why is it happening in our sect? He screamed. While this was happening, the 3 elders at the back tried to leave. Tilda shing Tilda. But before they could take even a single step, a black spear blocked their path. Tilda shua Tilda shua Tilda. More spirit weapons circled them, stopping them from moving even a finger. If they tried, they would be pierced at a moment's notice. Disciples of the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu called out. Look at your elders, they dare to escape while you all are helpless here. The disciples turned to look at the 3 elders and saw that they were dodging their eyes. Seeing that guilt look on their faces was enough to convince the disciples. After all, they had seen the arrogance of the elders before, and the current face was greatly different than that. How could you all do this? A disciple who had lost his Tao companion couldn't hold back and rushed one of the elders. He didn't even care for the spirit weapons surrounding the elders and directly punched out. The punch hit the elder squarely in his face, but didn't do any damage. The pitiful disciple was far too weak to even put a scratch on the elder's face. Unfilial disciples, you dare attack your elders, the elder yelled in response instead. What impudence, Lin Mu scoffed. Curling his fingers, he controlled the spirit weapons and made them cut the elders in several places. ARGH. No. Don't do this. We'll give you whatever you want. The elders pleaded for mercy while their flesh continued to be cut. The spirit weapons didn't stop there at all and sliced the flesh of their bodies bit by bit. It was not enough to kill them, but enough to send them in an agonizing spell. Tilda splat Tilda. Low-grade spirit swords pierced through the shoulders of the 3 men and made them cry out in pain even more. Come, Lin Mu ordered as the 3 elders came to float in front of him with the spirit swords carrying them. He then turned to the disciples of the Ripple Mist sect and spoke. Take a close look. I'll show you what your elders deemed worthy to sacrifice your lives for," Lin Mu said, horrifying the disciples even more. What do you want to do?" the nascent soul realm elder questioned. But Lin Mu didn't answer him. Instead, he extended his hand like it was a blade and directly stabbed into the abdomen of the man. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt the attack pierce his flesh, bones, and enter his dantian. "No," the elder cried as he felt Lin Mu's hand wrap around his nascent soul. The elder tried to suggest, but Lin Mu gave him no chance, ripping out his nascent soul. Chapter 1074, Venting Their Anger. The disciples watched the scene with rapt attention as they saw a nascent soul being drawn out. A nascent soul can be pulled out like this. They couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't even know something like this was possible at all, and this was their first time witnessing something like this. "No, wait, look," a disciple that was standing closer suddenly pointed. "The nascent soul, why does it look like that?" the disciple who had tried to attack the elder said. He was the closest to Lin Mu and the dead elder, merely 2 meters away, and saw everything clearly. "The nascent souls of the elders are all tainted. All those that use the pills made from the sacrifice of your fellow disciples will all have such nascent souls. This is the evidence of their crimes," Lin Mu explained. The disciples heard Lin Mu's words, and they felt them burning into their memory. They came closer and felt a very repulsive feeling coming from the nascent soul that was trying to wiggle its way out of Lin Mu's grasp. But that was all for naught, and it was a fruitless effort. Lin Mu's grip wasn't something just anyone could escape from. Even Dao Shell Realm cultivators would have a great time, not to mention mere nascent souls that had already lost most of their capabilities. "Look, watch it closely and remember it all," Lin Mu spoke, showing them the nascent soul. He pinched it in his fingers like a chick and showed it around. The disciples couldn't help but gulp seeing this. They knew that even if this was just a nascent soul, it could still kill them at their cultivation realm. Only in the grasp of Lin Mu was the nascent soul helpless, like a baby chick. The disciples felt appalled at it all, and a feeling of betrayal filled them. The sect they had devoted their life to had done this to them. They had never expected that the glory they had felt upon joining one of the top 10 sects would come crashing one day like this. While all the disciples were coming to terms with it, a few of them felt rage. "Die!" A female disciple rushed out and stabbed a knife through the other elder's heart. He was still suspended by the low-grade spirit swords and couldn't move, thus letting the disciples have a free shot at him. "Kill them all!" someone shouted as tens of disciples rushed towards the 2 remaining elders. The junior elder watched with despair, but couldn't move at all. He was too stunned to even speak, and only let out a sound when 7 blades were already stuck in his chest. Lin Mu watched everything from the side and let the disciples vent their anger. He had felt the same rage, or perhaps even greater than that, thus he knew very well how frustrating it was to be unable to deal with it. Under the non-stop attacks of the disciples, even the nascent souls of the elders were destroyed, and they were unable to do anything. And by the time the disciples were done with them, merely a pile of flesh was left behind, unable to be identified as a human corpse. Thud. Having vented their rage, the disciples collapsed to the ground. Some shivered, some laughed, some cried, and some simply stared on blankly. Lin Mu watched them with a calm face and crushed the nascent soul that was still in his grasp. They deserve to know the truth, no matter how hurtful it might be, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu decided to give the disciples a little help. His lips moved like the rustling of leaves, and a harmonic chant came from them. The chant spread in the area and entered the ears of all, sending them into a calming trance. The Calming Heart Sutra started its work, and Lin Mu stopped chanting after a minute, finding it enough. Knowing that the disciples might take a while to come out of the trance, Lin Mu decided to continue his work. With his cultivation base increase, the effect of the sutras had also increased. Additionally, this was Lin Mu's first time using the Calming Heart Sutra on others, and even that on weaker cultivators, the strongest of which were barely in the core condensation realm. This gave a deep and profound effect, making it a bit hard to estimate how long it would take for them to wake up. Lin Mu dived into the ground and directly went to the spirit stone mines hidden underneath the peaks. The Ripple Mist sect used to have 5 spirit stone mines, but Gu Yao's orders for increased mining had basically depleted 4 of the mines, leaving only 1. Thankfully, that one was still peak-grade spirit stone mines and was good enough for Lin Mu's use. It didn't take long for Lin Mu to finish stripping it clean and storing it all in the ring. Leaving the mine, he came to stand in the sky above the Ripple Mist sect. There is still the sacred land of the Ripple Mist sect, isn't there? Lin Mu remembered. He closed his eyes as spatial perception activated. Opening his eyes, he looked around and saw faint traces of spatial distortions. He knew the old gate was unless to enter the sacred ground, as it merely functioned as an exit unless it was the right time for its opening. But when Lin Mu saw the right location, his brows furrowed. "That does not seem right," Lin Mu said. He could barely make out the section of space that had an entry point to the sacred land. "It should be manageable at your level. You are far more capable than before. Try opening a rift again and focus on joining the edges of the rift to the sect directly. You can use the arrays of the old gate and make them act as a temporary anchor," Zukang advised. Chapter 10:75, Making a Portal and Entering the Sacred Lands. At first, Lin Mu was unsure of being able to open the rift all the way to the sacred ground. He had already seen last time that there was a distance between the Zaya-Offen world and the sacred ground in the Lesser Void. And since the sacred ground had its own schedule of opening and closing, it would get farther and farther away from the Zaya-Offen world until it was the time for it to open. It was still several years for it to open again, thus the sacred ground was quite some distance away. But after hearing the words of Senior Zukang, Lin Mu felt a lot more confident and decided to try it. And the suggestion of Senior Zukang was enough to give him a method to do so with better safety, too. There was always the issue of anchoring the rift, and usually Lin Mu would just let it float around. This method was rather unstable, and the rift would not stay open for long. The world would try to stabilize the space and return it to its normal form as soon as possible. The only exception was when a proper formation array or treasure was used to anchor it. Once that was done, the rift would become stable, and the world would not consider it an anomaly. "All right, Senior, I'll do that," Lin Mu said. He then flew to the place where the gate of the sacred ground was located and used his spirit sense to probe it. He quickly found the specific nodes that he needed to use and spent an hour to modify them. With his strong spirit sense, the restrictions placed by the Ripple Mist sect's formation masters were nothing. It was a strange situation since Lin Mu was not an official formation master yet. While he had indeed learned about formations, he had not taken the formal examination. Lin Mu had wondered if he should ever do it. But then Zukang had just told him that it was a waste of time. The certification of a formation master from this world would be useless. Only after Lin Mu was in the immortal realm would it be better. He would have to find the authority in charge of certification in an immortal world to get it. Only then would it be useful, and his prestige would increase. Of course, this was only if Lin Mu wanted to make use of the certification. Otherwise, there was no issue in him never taking those examinations. He could very well have the skill level of the best formation master in the entire universe and not have a certification. As long as he used it for himself, it didn't matter. The certification was more of a thing of convenience. If others needed a formation master for a certain task, it was easier to just look at someone's certification and know that they were good for the task rather than having to judge them by some other method. And it wasn't just the occupation of the formation masters that had such a certification, either. A majority of other occupations did too, though some major ones didn't, the biggest example being the beast tamming occupation. In the case of beast tamming, though, it was essentially because it greatly depended on the beast in question too. There were far too many inconsistencies in it. Thus it was a big occupation that had no certification officially used. Other than that, alchemists, tool refiners, weapon forgers all had certification and associations that handled it. Once Lin Mu was done with the gate's formation array, he began the process of opening the rift. Let's see how it goes. Lin Mu took a deep breath and used spatial perception again. He then activated the ring and directed it to open a rift. Spirit chi started to flow into the ring, and Lin Mu could tell the drain was greater. It's far higher than before. Opening a proper portal is indeed different, Lin Mu thought. The ring finally activated, and its power showed its effect. Tilde rip tilde. The air in front of Lin Mu started to tear as a small black spot appeared. Lin Mu moved his hands and gestured in a widening gesture. The small black dot was pulled along with Lin Mu's hand and turned into a long line. Done with this, Lin Mu brought his hands together and then spread them wide apart. Tilde hung tilde. The space trembled as the black line started to expand into a window. It continued to expand as Lin Mu continued pouring more and more spirit chi into the ring. Once it reached a sufficient size, his spirit sense quickly activate the formation array. Link. The fomentation array lit up as hundreds of thousands of runes spread all around. The ripple mist sect seemed like it was in a spotlight with the great amount of light coming from it. Haa, Lin Mu grunted as he pulled the space forward. Tilde woong tilde. A humming sound was heard as runes spread from the formation array into the black window's edges. The runes were like chains and firmly latched onto the edges of the black window. More runes appeared and strengthened the chains before starting to pull more. The black window started to expand even more, but now its color started to change too. From the black color, it first became gray, then white. The runes continued their work and began the anchoring process. 5 minutes passed like this, and the white color changed to a scenery instead. Like a dense mist parting and revealing the bountiful valley, the sacred land was revealed, and the spatial rift was fully turned into a portal. Lin Mu took a deep breath, feeling a bit exhausted. It wasn't that his body was tired, but rather his mind. This was possibly one of the most complicated procedures he had ever attempted. I did it, Lin Mu muttered as he saw his handiwork. You did indeed. Good work, Zukong praised. Lin Mu nodded his head and did some more checks to ensure that the portal was all good before deciding to enter. It was like he passed through a thick membrane as the portal flicked and bulged. First his hand passed through it, and then his head. Finally the rest of his body entered, and he had successfully entered the sacred grounds of the Ripple Mist sect. Lin Mu breathed in the air rich in spirit chi, and could tell that this was actually on the same level as that of the Kong Plain. It's actually a little higher than Kong Plain too, Lin Mu estimated. Though he also knew that this was only because the sacred land of the Ripple Mist sect had been closed for a long time and was also smaller in size. With a smaller size, the amount of spirit chi produced might be less, but the concentration would rise quickly too. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread around while he soared into the air, wanting to take a proper look at the sacred ground. He found himself to be in the middle of a deep valley, with rows of mountains extending in both directions. These are certainly man-made, Lin Mu guessed. There were various kinds of trees growing in the valley, and many spirit beasts roaming around too. Lin Mu sensed several spirit fruits and spirit herbs here too. His spirit sense kept expanding and reached its very limit of 100 kilometers, but even then the sacred land was not fully revealed. It should be several times that, Lin Mu muttered. Withdrawing his spirit sense, he changed the direction of search and let it pierce the earth. It quickly burrowed into the soil and scanned for any spirit stone mines. Nothing here, time to move, Lin Mu said and flew ahead. He picked a random direction and started to search for the spirit stone mines. That was his main goal in coming here after all. He also hoped to find them quick so that he could return quickly as well. He didn't know if Gu Yao might act upon finding about the Ripple Mist sect. There was a chance that he might have found out already. There was no guarantee. Little Shrubby should be able to handle if anything happens, though. Lin Mu thought to himself. It was one of the reasons he had not brought Little Shrubby with him. Then there was also the uncertainty that if something happened to the portal, it would be hard to bring him with him. Lin Mu was confident of escaping himself, but bringing another person, or a beast in this case, could prove to be difficult. He didn't want to take that rust, and thus thought that it was best for Little Shrubby to stay behind. After about an hour, Lin Mu finally found the first spirit stone mine. "There we go," Lin Mu said as his eyes locked onto the plain ground. This spirit stone mine was not beneath a mountain, but rather underneath some plains. It was a mid-grade spirit stone mine, though, and wasn't that big either. But Lin Mu wasn't going to say no to it. He dived into the ground and only needed half an hour to extract everything he could from it. He then moved to find the next and found it after another half an hour. This one was better than before, a peak-grade spirit stone mine, but it was hidden within a mountain. Knowing that it would take quite a while to excavate, Lin Mu decided to take a different route. Lin Mu pulled his fist back as energy swirled within his hand. Chapter 1076, Collapsing a Mountain. Lin Mu's hand shone in a gold light, while dense energy condensed within it. Vital essence and spirit chi swirled and merged together, turning into a pink ribbon filled with great power. Once it reached its peak, Lin Mu punched straight down from the top of the mountain. Boulder collapsing first, third form devastator. Lin Mu had used a greater amount of spirit chi and vital essence than normal. This was a way for him to test his new limits, as well as see how far the effect would be. After having cultivated the true gold body forging arts to the peak, Lin Mu had not gotten injured after using Boulder collapsing fist. He was finally in a state where his body could handle it without much problem, but this was when he was using it on the normal level. Lin Mu could adjust the power input of the technique, and it would increase the output when it was activated. It was the backlash from that which caused damage, and right now he could handle that. But Lin Mu wondered just what was the new upper limit for it. What was the power limit that he could use without getting injured? A pink ribbon streaked through the air, letting off energy waves that were like the tides during a storm. The ribbon spun in the air and easily drilled into the mountain peak. Tilde rumble tilde. For the first couple of seconds, only a rumbling sound could be heard. The pink ribbon was like a flaming hot poker piercing through a slab of butter, having no restrictions. But then 5 seconds later, a massive change happened. The pink ribbon of energy went as far as it could be before finally exploding. The explosions rocked the mountain, and cracks spread across it. The upper layer of the mountain directly cracked and fell apart while the internal parts started to shift. The energy wave continued to spread, and the mountain started to crumble. Finally, the structural integrity of the mountain fell, and it collapsed like a pile of cards. Lin Mu observed his handiwork and nodded in approval. 20% is actually fine. Lin Mu was surprised. He looked at his fist and saw no signs of damage. One must know that using 20% of his vital essence and spirit chi was no small amount. It was entirely different from the past 20%. Compared to the past, when Lin Mu first used the third form of the boulder collapsing first against Gu Yao, the amount of spirit chi and vital energy he had used now was perhaps enough to execute the same skill over 100 times. The boulder collapsing fist was a skill that scaled with Lin Mu's cultivation level because its concept was plain and simple. While it was crude, it was the perfect skill for Lin Mu, who had a tough physique and a large storage of spirit chi and vital essence. Though this only made Lin Mu wonder about the full extent of the boulder collapsing fist. The manual was missing most of its pages, but it did say that boulder collapsing fist was merely the first level of the technique, the lowest one. If it can reach this level of power, then what are the other levels like? Lin Wu wondered. He somewhat knew how the next levels of the skill went, as it said to increase the number of energy spirals, but Lin Mu didn't know how to even attempt that. Even maintaining a single spiral was difficult. The 3 forms he had made were an extrapolation of the skill and weren't the true method of using it anyway. Still, it did give Lin Mu further insights into it, and Zhukang had told Lin Mu that as long as he continued practicing, cultivating, and comprehending, he might actually be able to figure out the next level on his own. Though there is also a chance I might find it in a higher world, Lin Mu thought. If he really did find it in the higher world, it might make the work really easy for him. Additionally, it wasn't like it would bring him any trouble either. From the introduction of the technique, it didn't have any warning that it must not be practiced by anyone else. Most sects or experts that made techniques would usually put some warning there, if it was only meant for specific people. Lin Mu could possibly get some people to look for it in a higher world too. He had read in the memoirs of the lost immortal that there were many places in the higher worlds that held and sold chi skills and cultivation techniques. They even helped people find the ideal technique for them for the right place. Lin Mu reckoned that since they could do that, they may even be able to find the rest of the boulder collapsing fist. And just while Lin Mu was thinking all this, he felt a stream of dense spirit chi coming from below. Let's get to work. Lin Mu descended and cleared out all the debris in his way. In a minute, the true treasure hidden underneath the mountain was revealed, the spirit stone mine. Lin Mu's attack had shattered the spirit stone veins and made it easier for Lin Mu to store it directly in the ring. This is significantly faster than breaking it, like I was doing it before. Lin Mu took note. Lin Mu ended up getting several tons of spirit stones, and also some other rare materials that were found in the spirit stone mines. Lin Mu flew up into the sky and held a chunk of spirit stone in his hand. While flying, he absorbed the spirit chi from the chunk in his hand, restoring all that he had used. His stomach was also restoring the vital essence he had used up and released the massive amounts of vital essence that was stored in it. By the time Lin Mu reached the next spirit stone mine, he was in peak condition again. Chapter 1077, A Strange Spirit Chi Spring and the Border of the Sacred Grounds. Lin Mu continued his work for several hours, and in 20 hours, he had uprooted and stored 5 spirit stone mines. Of these 5, 3 were peak-grade spirit stone mines, while 2 were high-grade spirit stone mine. This was a great fortune, and Lin Mu could understand how the Ripple Mist sect became such a top sect. If I recall correctly, even the Long Cloud sect doesn't have a sacred ground with so many spirit stone mines in them. Lin Mu had heard from Patriarch of the Long Cloud sect, Yu, that they too had a sacred ground. But their sacred ground wasn't the best one. It merely had a single peak-grade spirit stone mine hidden in it and 2 high-grade spirit stone mines. Just compared to the Ripple Mist sect, it seemed to be inferior. And yet, the Long Cloud sect was ranked higher than the Ripple Mist sect. I guess just the spirit stones and resources are not enough. The techniques and guidance is too. Lin Mu could only attribute that to the ranking of the Long Cloud sect. Of the top sects, not all of them had sacred ground. For example, the Noon Grass sect, the West Ocean sect, the Light Harmony sect didn't have sacred grounds. That was also one of the reasons why they were ranked at the bottom of the ranking. Other than them, all the sects had their own sacred grounds, though the quality of their sacred grounds was debatable since the accurate information about them was unavailable. After all, no sect would like to show their secrets like that. Seeing the Ripple Mist sect's sacred ground proved that to Lin Mu. No wonder the Kong Plain helped them so much. It is far better than any of their sacred grounds. Lin Mu muttered to himself and continued on his way. He had traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers by now and was nearing the edge of the sacred ground. Lin Mu's senses could soon feel the end of the sacred ground. This was also where Lin Mu found the last spirit stone mine. This spirit stone mine seems to be rather weak, Lin Mu muttered. He could tell that the spirit chi fluctuations coming from here were even weaker than that of a low-grade spirit stone mine. It might be a newly formed one, Zhukang spoke. Perhaps, Lin Mu said as he descended to check. This spirit stone mine wasn't in a mountain, thus he didn't need to do what he had been doing all along. Rather, it was located within a lake. The lake wasn't that big either, being merely 100 meters wide. But the spirit chi got saturated in the water, giving rise to some unique effects. All the plants around the lake were lush, and the fishes and aquatic beasts living in the lake had become vibrant. Their scales reflected clearly, and a fresh aura could be felt from them, too. This was one of the signs of a newly formed spirit stone mine. A mine that was more mature would be more isolated and would not leak out this much spirit chi. It could even be said that a spirit stone mine that leaked spirit chi was a defective one. Descending into the water, Lin Mu scared away the fishes and beasts with just a hint of his aura. The creatures rushed to the edges of the lake, scared of coming close to Lin Mu. If they could, they might have already jumped out of the water and ran away. Thankfully for them, Lin Mu didn't stay in the lake for long and descend further, entering the ground below it. From there, Lin Mu didn't have to go much deep. Merely 3 meters from the lake bed, he ended up in the spirit stone mine. No wonder, Lin Mu muttered. In front of him wasn't actually a spirit stone mine, but rather a spirit chi spring. Though along with the spirit chi spring, he could already see clusters of spirit stones condensing at the bottom of the spring. It is indeed a newly formed spirit stone mine. Zhukang nodded his head. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense and discovered some unusual things here, though. Narrowing his eyes, he moved around and found some strange structural formations. This wall, why does it seem so smooth? Lin Mu was confused. One side of the cave was like a smooth, curved wall that went all the way to the top and then met the ceiling. From there, it turned uneven and looked like the natural cave surface, like it should. Lin Mu looked at the bottom of the spirit chi spring, where it connected to the smooth wall, and saw that the number of spirit stones here was higher. In fact, they had condensed enough to form an almost flat slab of spirit stone. Using his spirit sense, Lin Mu scanned Sit and discovered that the slab of spirit stone actually went deeper into the wall. No, that's not all. The grade of spirit stone is higher too, Lin Mu noticed. The rest of the spirit stones here were low-grade ones, but the ones here were mid-grade. Just as Lin Mu was wondering about the reason for this strange formation, his spirit sense picked up on something else. Spatial fluctuations, Lin Mu understood. This must have been the place from where the fragment of the sacred ground was cut off in the past, Zhukang guessed. Indeed, Senior, this place must have been part of the mine in the fragment, but was cut off and finally developed into a spirit chi spring again. Lin Mu nodded his head. Lin Mu decided to see the edge of the sacred ground himself this time. He wanted to see how the difference in void would be here and hoped to learn from it. Passing through the walls, he reached an invisible barrier which he crossed with the ring's help and peered into the lesser void. But what he saw there stunned him. Chapter 10, 78, A World Fragment. Lin Mu's ring had managed to open a rift in the barrier of the sacred land. This gave him direct access to the lesser void outside and also allowed him to see all that existed beyond it. Originally, Zhukang only intended for Lin Mu to bask in the sensations of the lesser void and improve his understanding of the spatial element. Till before, Zhukang knew that Lin Mu needed to comprehend what he had on his own. Thus, even if he had gotten him to check the void, it would not be useful as his perception would simply not be on that level. It was the same as giving an elementary school student the work of a college student. They might be able to read the content, but they would probably not understand anything. It was the same for Lin Mu. Until he learned and digested what he had already been taught, it would not be beneficial for him. But now, it was the perfect time. Still, Lin Mu ended up encountering something he had not expected at all, and neither had Zhukang. Is that? Lin Mu muttered in surprise. It is indeed, Zhukang confirmed. The remnant of the oceanic world, Lin Mu said as he observed the large fragment floating in the lesser void. It was bigger than anything he had seen before and dwarfed the sacred land, with it being less than 1% its size. It was the same as an ant comparing itself to a mountain range. The fragment was perhaps about a third the size of the entire Zioofan world and was greatly damaged. A part of it was curved, like it had been broken off from a sphere, and the other side of it was jagged and crooked, with deep valleys that ran across it and a dark abyss the depths of which could not be seen. But that was not all, as half of the entire fragment was covered with what looked like ice. It was a bit hard to see in the darkness of the void, but Lin Mu's spatial perception at least allowed him to see the outline of the world. Lin Mu's spirit sense extended and spread into the lesser void, but was unable to reach the fragment of the world. It was simply too far. Its large size made it look like it was close, but it was not. "What do we do now, Senior?" Lin Mu was at a loss for words now. He had seen another fragment of the oceanic world in the past, when he was escaping from the broken fragment of the sacred grounds with Jiang Luo. But that fragment was certainly smaller than this. Another thing was that Lin Mu could feel strange energy fluctuations coming from the fragment in front of him. He didn't know what they were, as they were different from anything he had ever felt. You now have a few options to choose from here. You can either turn back and return to the Zioofan world and do what you have been doing till now. You can stay here and ponder on the void and improve your understanding, or you can step into the lesser void and go to the world fragment, test out your luck and gain some fortune. Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu didn't answer Senior Zhukang right away. Rather, he sat down and thought about it. He stroked his chin as several scenarios went through his mind. He knew very well what the dangers of the lesser void were, and also knew how risky it was to enter it directly. But at the same time, he also knew the potential treasures that could be hiding in the world fragment. Lin Mu had not only heard about it from Senior Zhukang, but also the lost immortal's memoirs. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mu made up his mind. "I've made my decision. If I am to grow strong quickly, I will have to take risks. Without risk and effort, it would be useless to wish for greatness," Lin Mu stated. "Very well, you chose well." Zhukang was content with Lin Mu's choice. "If he really finds that there, I might actually be able to do something when that time arrives," Zhukang thought to himself as he too looked at the world fragment. This time it was different, since Zhukang wasn't looking through Lin Mu's memories, but rather he was directly peering into the void. His eyes gazed across the empty expanse of the void and went past an unknown amount of distance to gaze at the same scene that Lin Mu was looking at. "At least I've reached a point where I can observe the void directly with this avatar, but it also means that will happen soon," Zhukang muttered to himself. Lin Mu was unaware of Zhukang's thoughts and was preparing himself now. He couldn't just jump straight into the lesser void and needed to prepare some things. He first returned to the sacred land and raised his hand, while the ring hummed slightly. Soon, wind started to churn around Lin Mu and was rushing towards the ring on his hand. He stood like this for about 10 minutes and only stopped when the surrounding area had basically become a tornado. "That should be enough air for a few months," Lin Mu muttered. He knew that there wasn't really much air in the lesser void, and it was spread around very lightly. Even if he didn't need to breathe for several hours after taking a single breath, Lin Mu wasn't free from breathing entirely. He would need to take a breath after some time, eventually. And since he didn't know how long it will take him to reach the world fragment, he decided to be prepared. "If something truly happens, I can always open a rift and leave this place, though the location might end up being someplace random," Lin Mu thought out loud. He then checked the area around the rift that he had opened and ensured that there wasn't any chaotic space that would tear him to shreds. Chapter 1079, Entering the Lesser Void. It took Lin Mu about 30 minutes to prepare everything, and once he was done, he stepped into the lesser void freely for the first time. The air shifted slightly as Lin Mu passed through the rift in the border of the sacred land. He could feel the difference almost instantly. "The absence of air is strange. Not having it on my skin is unusual," Lin Mu thought to himself. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, and could not have even imagined in the past, as there was simply no way for him to experience this. For a normal human, A near vacuum like this would kill them in less than a minute or two. Even for cultivators, traversing the void was not without danger, and they wouldn't last long without protection. But Lin Mu was an entirely different case. Not only did he have an affinity with the spatial element, which would help him avoid the chaotic areas in the lesser void and dodge the pockets of chaotic spatial energy that were common in the void, but it would also be safe from the cold and the near vacuum of the void. Lin Mu's two techniques, the mortal strengthening scripture and the true gold body forging arts, both provided him great durability and endurance. The armor of the mortal strengthening scripture prevented his body from directly coming in contact with the airless environment of the void, while the gold body Lin Mu obtained from the true gold body forging arts just made him impervious to most damage. Even if didn't have the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture, he would be fine. The absence of spirit chi is also unnerving. Lin Mu said after he had traveled a certain distance from the border of the sacred ground. You will get used to it after a while. Many cultivators can't adapt to it right away. Some even make the mistake of using their spirit chi excessively, causing an imbalance in their body. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and flew towards the world fragment. This made him learn another fact. Moving here is so easy, Lin Mu said in surprise. There is no gravity, nor air resistance here. Even if you don't use spirit chi to fly, you will still float around. And if you fly using it, you will fly faster with no air resistance and gravity pulling you down. Your spirit chi consumption will actually be reduced if you get the grasp of it, Zhukang explained. Finding this to be rather enlightening, Lin Mu increased his speed of flying. It took him about an hour before he finally got the right output of spirit chi. Usually in the normal world, the way nascent soul realm experts flew was by pushing and pulling spirit chi in the air around them at the same time. But in the void, the method would change. They would simply need to expel their own spirit chi to move. One might think that this might end up exhausting their spirit chi more, as they were simply expressing it and not absorbing it. But it was not exactly that, at least not for all. For most cultivators, they simply couldn't absorb the spirit chi at the same rate at which they were using it to fly. Unless one had a high absorption speed like Lin Mu, something like that was very difficult. But in the void, they only needed to expel spirit chi at certain intervals, as the momentum they gained would last for a long time. One could even stop using their spirit chi after a certain time entirely, and they would keep their momentum, moving for a long time. As long as they were not interrupted, they would go on for months or even years. It was very similar to flying in the space, but the void came with even more dangers. Then there was also the fact that the void was far darker than the space. The space, at least, had stars and other celestial bodies lighting it up to a certain extent, but the void didn't have that. It did have flickers of spatial energy and other chaotic phenomena from time to time, but it was never enough to illuminate. The empty darkness made one feel rather lonely and uncomfortable. Having a strong spirit sense was important when traversing the void, as it would often be the chief way of observing and seeing things. Without it, one would be truly blind. And even if there was light in the void, there were plenty of dangers that were invisible to the eye. Even spirit sense would have a hard time sensing some of them, and there were even a few that were simply imperceivable. If one encountered them, they could only blame their luck and perish. Lin Mu had his spatial perception on fully power and was also using his spirit sense at the full range. He observed every small change that happened in the void and felt the faint flow of the spatial energy. It was very hard to sense, and he could only feel it in intervals. Spatial energy was a highly refined and condensed form of the spatial spirit chi. It was something that couldn't be used directly by most beings and would need to be processed into spatial chi first. Thus, most people feared it rather than consider it valuable. Spatial energy could kill one without them even knowing, and even immortals and celestials were not safe from it. Lin Mu spent several hours in traveling like this and comprehended a lot. He felt his understanding of the space increase little by little, and his perception improved as well. His lone body floated in the void, and eventually reached the destination that he had chosen. Lin Mu opened his eyes when he felt the faint gravitational pull of the world fragment. Even at a distance this far, the gravity can still affect me. Lin Mu was surprised to discover this concept. He continued on, and finally started to descend to the surface of the world fragment. Chapter 10, 80 Traversing the World Fragment. Lin Mu could feel the gravity getting stronger the closer he got to the world fragment, and by the time he reached the very surface, he was surprised to find out the gravity was far greater than he had thought. "It's nearly double the gravity of Zaya-Offen world," Lin Mu muttered in surprise and confusion. From the concepts he had learned from Senior Zukong, he knew that the greater the mass of an object, the greater the gravity it could produce. But as far as he knew from observing, the world fragment was merely a third of the Zaya-Offen world's entire size. Thus, it didn't make sense that the gravity of the world fragment was nearly double. Zukong heard Lin Mu's confusion and spoke. "The density of objects can also affect gravity. Something can have smaller volume but still be great in mass, just like how gold is heavier than iron." Lin Mu understood upon hearing it, but it only made him marvel that much at the world fragment. If it can really produce this much gravity being only a third of Zaya-Offen world, then doesn't it mean that this third has the same mass as nearly 2 Zaya-Offen worlds? Lin Mu concluded. "Indeed, though there are other factors that can also affect it, I shall leave it up to you to learn and discover them," Zukong replied. "Of course, Senior," Lin Mu accepted. He much preferred learning and exploring things on his own, and wouldn't have it some other way. Having stepped onto the surface of the Zaya-Offen world, Lin Mu first did some tests. He sensed the spirit qi in the area and found it to be very sparse. It was barely 10% of what it was in the northern town when he used to live there. The air in the surrounding was also non-existent, though it did exist. Lin Mu took a deep breath as the ring released more air from its storage. The air exited it and was trapped within the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture. It was functioning like Lin Mu's very own spacesuit. The air moved along the surface of his robes and entered his nose. This allowed Lin Mu to breathe with no problems, though he might have some issues of the armor if the mortal strengthening scripture were to break. Lin Mu looked around the area and found himself to be on top of an old mountain. He could tell from the layout that this might have been a great underwater mountain range once upon a time. There were groves and crevices made on it from water currents constantly eroding it. And this was merely one of the tens of thousands of mountains that dotted the surface of the world fragment. "Now then, where do we go now?" Lin Mu wondered. He thought over all that he had seen from the distance and was interested in the frozen part of the world fragment. The rest of the area seemed to be barren, but the frozen part had great caps of ice. That was also where Lin Mu had felt the strange energy coming from. "Let's head there then," Lin Mu decided. Step tilde. Lin Mu stomped on the ground and shot forward at a great speed, covering several kilometers within a minute. He would soar across the surface, drawing an arc in the air before landing on the ground and stomping again. He had taken a page from Little Shrubby and used this method to move faster. This was actually faster than his peak flying speed, and since he didn't have Little Shrubby with him here, he needed to depend on himself to traverse the land. Lin Mu continued to move while letting his spirit sense scan everything within his range. He also kept on sensing the faint changes in the void and the flow of spatial energy within it. His compression of the spatial element increased bit by bit while he traveled. It might not be the most ideal condition, but it was better than nothing. Minutes turned into hours, and hours turned into days. By the time Lin Mu reached the icy caps of the world fragment, it had already been 3 days. Lin Mu took a deep breath and felt the gravity increase on his body. "This is certainly not normal," Lin Mu muttered to himself. He was safe from the cold, but could tell from his spirit sense that the temperature here was actually lower than the coldest place in the forbidden continent of the Zioofan world. If not for the protective isolation of the mortal strengthening scripture and his strong body, Lin Mu might have frozen here. Even little Shrubby might have been affected by this cold. He might not freeze, but his speed and control of spirit chi would have certainly fallen. Lin Mu thought to himself. There were large, frozen valleys spanning across thousands of kilometers, while a dark abyss waited at the bottom of them. It gave one an eerie feeling if they looked at the bottom. It didn't help that the lesser void itself was very dark, and the light coming from Lin Mu was not enough to go farther than 100 meters. A few orbs of fire burned around Lin Mu, illuminating the path for him. It wasn't that he couldn't just use spirit sense to observe everything, but rather he wanted light so that he could tell the color of things and tell more details that couldn't be fully understood with just spirit sense. Spirit sense basically let him see things in black and white and didn't give other details. It was similar to using a sense of touch to chart out one's environment. Let's see where that energy is coming from, Lin Mu muttered as he sat down to sense it properly. After about half an hour, he found and followed the energy waves to its source. Along the way, Lin Mu found the spirit chi getting denser as well. Chapter 10, 81 The Chilly Depths. 5 days had passed since Lin Mu had stepped onto the world fragment, and he had finally gotten close to the location from where the strange energy waves were coming from. Now that's deep. Does this go all the way to the center of this fragment? Lin Mu couldn't help but say as he stared into the bottomless abyss that was located in the frozen caps. This might have been a trench in the oceanic world, possibly the deepest one. Some trenches can go far deeper than the ocean bed, and many even go directly into the mantle of the planet. The depths of the trenches are filled with magma and fuming gases directly spewed from the heart of the planet. Zhukang explained. I see, though it has certainly cooled down considerably, Lin Mu said. We have no idea how long this world has been like this. We already saw a smaller fragment of the oceanic world when you left the fragment of the sacred ground with Jiang Luo. And now there is this one that is third the size of the Zioofan world. There are no signs of the other fragments in the lesser void, and I don't think you will find one outside the Zioofan world either. Zhukang agreed. What do you think we can find here, Senior? So far we have found nothing at all. Lin Mu spoke. He had hoped to find some treasure or resources, but his luck didn't seem to favor him. Forget about resource, even the spirit chi was rare here. Destroyed worlds are always a wild card. One can never know what they will find there. It can all be for naught, or you might find your life's greatest fortune. Zhukang replied. At least the spirit chi concentration is increasing here. Perhaps we'll have a better chance here. Lin Mu spoke. He looked around to see if there was anything of interest on the top first, but didn't find anything. Time to go down then, I guess. Lin Mu thought and used phase. But then... Lin Mu ended up hitting the ground instead of entering it. He used phase again and tried to enter the ground, but found it to be hard, like rock. How's this possible? Lin Mu was confused. This was not the first time he had failed to pass through something with the use of phase, but that only happened because he was restrained by formation arrays. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and activated his spatial perception. Then, using phase again, he observed closely what was happening, and when he finally touched the ground again, he saw it. That strange energy, it can actually prevent the phase from working. It's like it is locking down the space itself, Lin Mu analyzed. Zhukang, who had been observing everything from the ring, couldn't help but nod his head in approval. He caught on quickly that energy isn't something he can go against on his current level. Zhukang thorough to himself. Lin Mu thought of something before going back to the bottomless abyss. He raised his fist and punched down. Crack tilde. A 3-meter deep crater was formed in the ground, while cracks spread in the icy glacier around him from the impact. The ground is not that tough and can still be broken. It should be fine then. Lin Mu made up his mind. Taking a step into the bottomless abyss, he let his body fall. With barely any air in the surroundings, Lin Mu's body silently fell into the darkness. Lin Mu's spirit sense was observing everything around him as he continued to fall. His speed continued to increase until it reached a terminal velocity and wouldn't increase anymore. In the darkness, Lin Mu found the time to become slow. Or rather, it was just his perceptive that had made it seem like that. He didn't know how much time passed before he finally found something. Tilde hum tilde. A faint humming sound could be heard, which was rather striking in the silent darkness. What's that? Lin Mu's spirit sense picked up on a harsh chill coming from a particular spot. Lin Mu stopped his fall and flew to the spot from where the chill seemed to be coming from. The closer he got, the lesser the temperature was. It actually reached a temperature even lower than what was on the surface. When Lin Mu had entered the abyss, the temperature had actually increased a bit, but then fell when he reached this place. Lin Mu ignited several orbs of fire again and observed what looked like a sheet of blue glass on the wall of the abyss. He placed his hand on it and felt the chill penetrating the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture. Oh, it can actually go through it. Lin Mu was surprised, though he also found the chill to be a bit familiar at the same time. Let's see what we got here, Lin Mu said before punching out. The blue glass-like surface cracked instantly, and a gaping cave was revealed. Tilde whoosh tilde. The shattering of the wall seemed to have caused the air inside the cave to rush out, as Lin Mu felt the chilly air frosting up the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture. Taking a step into the cave, Lin Mu came across what looked like an icy abode. It certainly didn't look to be made naturally, as there were signs of manual erosion on it. Lin Mu observed the frozen walls closely and saw the marks in the rocks behind it that seemed to be made by some kind of an appendage. This was certainly carved out by something large, Lin Mu guessed. The carving marks were covered with a translucent layer of ice, thus made it hard to see. But after breaking some of the ice, Lin Mu could take a better look. It's certainly made by some creature. It is not man-made either, Lin Mu concluded. He continued onwards into the depths of the cave, until finally he came across a large blue object. Isn't this? Chapter 1082, A Glacial Shell Snail Queen. In front of Lin Mu laid a rather familiar object. It was pale white in color and had glowing blue lines that went along the spiral on its body. Isn't this the glacial snail shell? Lin Mu recognized. Lin Mu had found another snail shell such as this back in the Kong Plain, but that was much smaller and was in the depths of an icy cold lake, which now that he thought of it, had similar characteristics to this. Just to be sure, Lin Mu pulled out the small glacial snail shell and took a look at it. Now I'm sure they are the same, Lin Mu confirmed. Though the large shell in front of him was many times bigger than the one in his hand. The shell was almost like a small hill and was about 30 meters tall. It was perhaps the biggest one he had ever seen. Additionally, the chill that was emanating from this shell was many times colder than the shell in his hand. It was also constant, unlike the intermittent chill of the shell in his hand. So this place was really a glacier that has existed for a long time. Perhaps when this world was still intact because, if I recall correctly, glacial shell snails live underneath large glaciers, and this is certainly one, Lin Mu said after thinking for a bit. You are correct. It seems like this might be the reason why this place is still frozen, unlike the rest of the world fragment. Zhukang spoke. Though it makes me wonder just how did this snail get so big, Lin Mu questioned. Do they increase in size as their cultivation bases grow too? He wondered. That's right, though this one is a little too large for a normal glacial shell snail even for a high cultivation base, Zhukang replied. I think we might have come across a glacial shell snail queen. Oh, so it's their leader, Lin Mu said. Rather, their mother, though it can also be termed as their leader, I suppose. The glacial shell snails are born from a single queen as it lays millions of eggs at once. A single glacial snail queen can potentially control an entire polar ice cap of a world, Zhukang explained. Whoa, if it can do this, then its cultivation base might also be high, right? Lin Mu asked. Indeed, a queen of this size should be at the peak of immortal ascension realm perhaps, Zhukang answered, shocking Lin Mu. This is a peak immortal ascension realm being. Lin Mu was stunned. He had not expected to see that today, even if it might just be the remains of one. It's strange to see a being that strong dead, Lin Mu muttered. He approached the shell and probed it with his spirit sense. Even his spirit sense felt cold upon getting closer to the shell, and he could also feel a pressure from it. Lin Mu's spirit sense reached the shell and touched it before passing into it. But when it did, Lin Mu was surprised. It's not just a shell, Lin Mu exclaimed. Zhukang was a bit surprised too, and checked what Lin Mu saw. Oh, it actually has all its flesh intact, or rather, frozen, Zhukang saw. The unique characteristics of the glacial shell snail have prevented the flesh from ever decomposing, he analyzed. Lin Mu knew that a find like this was absolutely unique, and coming to the world fragment was the right choice. It's a shame that I can't use it, though, Lin Mu said, recalling that the glacial shell snail was a beast of the extreme yin water attribute and wasn't good for his body. No, you can use it, Zhukang said, surprising Lin Mu. How? Lin Mu asked hurriedly. Like, won't it harm me? The extreme yin water element is mostly in the shell. I said that because you only had the shell back then. But in this case, there is the flesh too. You can consume the flesh. It doesn't have the same level of Tao traces in it, so should be fine for you, Zhukang replied. Additionally, your body has gotten stronger than before too, he added. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and he knew exactly what he should use it for. Can I use it for further refinement of the body? Lin Mu asked with great hope. You can indeed use it. The shell would have been too volatile, but the flesh should be fine. If you're prudent with it, you might be able to use the energy in the flesh and refine your fourth treasured organ. You won't even need a technique for it since the energy in the flesh is already refined by the beast, Zhukang said after analyzing all factors. Great, Lin Mu said excitedly. Just this alone is worth the entire trip. With how big the glacial shell snail queen was, Lin Mu was sure that the energy within it would be enough to give him a good push. He was already at the shell completion stage of the Tao shell realm and was spending his time in expanding the shell since he had a while to from his Tao embryo. Lin Mu's goal was to expand his shell till he comprehended enough to form a Tao embryo that could be of any form. Lin Mu didn't aim for anything particular, but was guessing that it would be either related to the sword Tao or the earth Tao. As long as one was formed, he would be able to progress to the Tao treading realm, and that would allow him to grow stronger and kill all his enemies that he did not want to exist anymore. But for a Tao embryo to form, it would take a while, and Lin Mu didn't know just how long that would be. Instead of just waiting for that, if he could further his 5 treasures realm cultivation, Lin Mu would greatly like that. After all, it would be a concrete increase in his strength. Lin Mu walked forward and placed his hand on the glacial shell snail queen. But as soon as he did, he found the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture shattering in a moment. What the? Lin Mu was stunned and pulled his hand back immediately. Dead or not, that is still the remains of a peak immortal ascension realm being. Even if its nascent soul has dissipated by now, the powers hidden within its body are more than enough to harm you. You will have to suffer a bit to store it, Zhukang chimed in. Of course, but this much damage is fine. I've dealt with worse, Lin Mu said with a firm voice. He placed his hand back on the shell and felt it losing heat. Even with the protection of his metallic skin and flesh, he still felt the chill permeating his body. Frost had already condensed on his hand and was climbing up his hand the longer he placed it on the shell. Let's get this over with, Lin Mu said as he triggered the ring to store the shell. This actually took him quite some effort, as there was some resistance from the remains. It was almost like it was alive, but Lin Mu knew it was the Tao traces that were making it difficult. It was a bit similar to when he had held the remnant Tao crystal that he had given to Xia Abo. There was a similar resistance back then too, but this one was much stronger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu exerted more power and finally stored the entire glacial snail shell queen into the ring. Heya, heya. Lin Mu exhaled and let out big clouds of fog. That was far more exhausting than I ever expected, Lin Mu said, finding that he had exhausted nearly 30% of his entire spirit chi stores from his danshan. The ring had sucked it all up in less than a few seconds, which only proved just how complex this task was. Normally, you shouldn't even be able to touch a being of that level, so some price is to be expected, even with the power of that ring. Zhukang spoke. Yeah, at least we now have it, Lin Mu replied with a smile. But a few seconds later, his smile turned still and his brows furrowed. Hang on that strange energy, the waves are still present, Lin Mu said after sensing. He closed his eyes and checked again, finding that the energy waves were actually coming from deeper in the abyss. It was actually not from the glacial shell snail. Lin Mu was surprised. He had fully expected them to be coming from the snail, as the energy waves were indeed stronger here. But after storing it away, he could tell more waves coming from deeper. The shell was probably concentrating the energy waves and passively absorbing them, making it seem like they were coming from here, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu nodded his head and left the cave, entering the abyss again. Looks like our journey has not ended yet, Lin Mu muttered before plunging into the darkness again. He didn't know what waited for him in the depths, but was looking toward to it. Minutes passed by and Lin Mu kept on falling. Eventually, he felt like the surroundings had started to widen, as he didn't feel any walls in the range of his spirit sense. And about a minute later, Lin Mu finally felt solid ground underneath him. Chapter 10, 83. A world essence crystal. Lin Mu could feel the uneven ground underneath him, but at the same time felt like something was different. Step. And when he took a step, he knew exactly what was different. Why is the gravity so weak here? Lin Mu was confused as he found his body floating after his attest of taking a step. He looked around and couldn't find anything within the range of his vision or his spirit sense. Picking a random direction, Lin Mu started to walk. He ended up walking for about 10 minutes before he realized that there was no obstacle in his path. Is this a cave? There are no walls that attach to the path up there, Lin Mu muttered in confusion. His spirit sense could barely touch the ceiling of the underground, but not its borders. It made Lin Mu think that it might really be a large cave, since even his spirit sense, with a range of nearly 100 kilometers, couldn't measure it. Lin Mu walked for about an hour before he felt the energy waves getting stronger. They've gone at least thrice as strong as before. Whatever they are coming from must be near, Lin Mu guessed. And surely, the very next minute, a structure appeared within the range of his sense. Getting closer to it, Lin Mu discovered that it was actually a spike of some kind. Is this a stalagmite? Lin Mu observed it with his spirit sense and estimated the texture to be similar to that. But at the very top of the spike, he found it to be a different material. It was far more smoother and could also repel his spirit sense. No matter how much he tried, it just wouldn't reach the top. Now that's interesting, Lin Mu thought as he approached the structure. And when the illumination of the flame orbs spread to it, he finally witnessed what it was. It was a beautiful crystal the size of a thumb. Under the light of the flame, it reflected a polychromatic light, making it seem as if there was a rainbow hidden within it. It was perhaps the most beautiful thing that Lin Mu had ever seen. Whoa, Lin Mu couldn't help but exclaim. He brought his hands forwards and carefully touched the crystal, finding it to be slightly warm to the touch, though it was only warm compared to the surrounding temperature that was easily below freezing. And when Lin Mu touched it, he found the ring on his right middle finger trembling. It was the strongest reaction he had felt from it in a while, making him alert. Just what is it? Lin Mu wondered. He could tell that the ring wasn't humming as a danger warning or as a desire, but rather as if to tell him that it was something powerful. Looks like you really found it, Zhukang suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu knew that Senior Zukong had an idea of what it was. What is it, Senior? It doesn't match anything that I've read or heard of till now, and the energy coming from is different too, Lin Mu asked. It is not something I've told you about before, since it was not the right time, and I didn't want you to think about it too much either, which I was sure you would do if you ever heard about it. Zukong replied, surprising Lin Mu even more. What you hold there is a world essence crystal, Zukong finally revealed. The name sounded rather grand to Lin Mu and also expressed some meaning, but still wasn't enough for Lin Mu's curiosity. What is its use, Senior? Can I use it to increase my cultivation? Lin Mu questioned excitedly. A world essence crystal is something that is formed when a world with life dies or is destroyed. It takes many years for it to from after its destruction, and it can be said to be a priceless object. No matter the cultivation base of a person in this universe, all of them will desire it if they know its uses. But ironically, it is not something that can increase their cultivation base. What it can do is much more frightening, Zukong said and took a pause, leaving Lin Mu itching to know more. On its own, a world essence crystal can modify the restrictions of a world, empower a world, and allow one to move between realms. Other than this, it can also be used in countless things, from refining spirit tools, spirit weapons, formation arrays, and a lot more, Zukong explained. Hearing it all, Lin Mu could easily tell just how valuable such a thing was. He couldn't even imagine just what kind of weapons and spirit tools could be made from it, not to mention the formation arrays. Lin Mu might have been told the uses of the world essence crystal, but the intrinsic properties of it would need to be learned separately. Though the immediate use of the world essence crystal was already enough for Lin Mu to think about a few options. Can this be used for me to leave the Zaya-Offen world? Lin Mu questioned. Easily, just that alone will be enough to send you across the grand void and into a different realm, Zukong answered. Then, isn't this basically a direct way to ascend? Lin Mu felt himself tremble. Indeed, one doesn't need to reach the immortal ascension realm to move to the immortal realm, Zukong confirmed. Upon hearing it, Lin Mu almost felt like the small world essence rattling in his hand and turned into a heavy mountain. It wasn't its weight actually increasing, but the value within Lin Mu's mind increasing exponentially. Keep it for now, it shall be a great trump card for you, Zukong ordered. Why yes, Senior. Lin Mu hurriedly stored it in the ring, afraid that it might just run away or disappear. He wasn't fully sure it could do that either, with all the miraculous abilities it had. With the world essence crystal safely tucked away in the ring, Lin Mu took a breath of relief. Chapter 10, 84 Leaving the Lesser Void, gaining the world essence crystal was sufficient for Lin Mu, and he felt like he needed to return to the Zaya-Offen world. He didn't know what would have happened in the time that had passed. It had already been over 2 weeks since he had left it, after all. Those disciples should be fine, though, I think, Lin Mu thought to himself as he flew back up from the hole in the roof that he had come through. His little search in the cave had told him that the entire place had no walls at all. Also, it wasn't that wide either, being about 200 meters in radius. That's right, the entire place was actually a sphere and floated within the cave. If Lin Mu went down, he would hit the ceiling, and if he continued on from there, he might come out from the jagged part of the world fragment rather than the icy caps. It didn't take him that long to exit the abyss either, as he was only slow before because he was searching for things. But now that he was done, he could fly back at his maximum speed. Soon he had left the abyss and was in the icy glacier again. Sure enough, the strange energy has nearly dissipated now, Lin Mu said, after sensing the faintness of the world essence crystal's energy. You should remember that energy signature and brand it in your mind, because if you sense it anywhere else, you should run away at the earliest. It would most likely mean danger, Zukong stated. I shall, Senior, Lin Mu replied, knowing exactly what Zukong was implying. The only way he would ever feel the energy signature like this again was if he went to a destroyed world, or if there was someone else with it. The first option might have dangers, but it was still fine. But the second option meant that Lin Mu was on a normal world, and there was someone with a world essence crystal. A world essence crystal that they could use in a myriad of ways that could easily kill him. And Lin Mu certainly didn't want that. No matter how tempting a world essence crystal might be, it would only be so in his own hands. In others' hands, it would only be a potential weapon. Putting away these thoughts for now, Lin Mu flew straight up from the glacier and directly exited the world fragment. "Can I leave the Zaya-Offen world like this too?" Lin Mu asked. An immortal Ascension Realm cultivator might have been able to if there was no barrier. But with that barrier there, no one can, Zhukang replied. Though since I'll most probably ascend, it shouldn't be needed, Lin Mu muttered. An immortal Ascension Realm cultivator might be able to leave their world, but doing that was far more dangerous than just waiting to ascend. There was no lack of such cultivators who had died from it. There were countless dangers, awaiting one once they left the embrace of their home world. One of the most basic problems one would face is the lack of air and spirit chi. Even if an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator might hold their breath for a long time, perhaps even over a year and more, with the help of specialized spirit tools, they will still run out of spirit chi after a certain point. One must know that the worlds weren't exactly close to each other. While one might be able to spot one closely, it would still be such a distance away that reaching it would take years. Then there was the fact that even if an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator left their home world or planet, they would still be in the same realm of existence. The true goal behind Ascension was to reach the immortal realm within many immortal worlds existed. It was only these worlds that would allow the existence of an immortal realm expert after all. Lin Mu continued to get farther and farther from the world fragment and could feel the hold of gravity on his body disappearing. After about an hour, it was completely gone, and he was left to the expanse of the lesser void. Feeling the slightly familiar flow of the void, Lin Mu felt strangely calm. Aiming toward the sacred land of the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu closed his eyes and shot forward. He continued to sense and comprehend the spatial element and based in the void. Time passed without a notice, and Lin Mu entered a state of deep comprehension. Lin Mu didn't even realize when he had already reached the border of the sacred land. Huh! Bumping into the barrier woke him up and made him aware that he had covered the long journey. That was fast, Lin Mu muttered, not knowing it was true or not. For now, he just decided to leave it. He opened another rift into the barrier of the sacred land as he couldn't find the old one. It closed just like I had expected, Lin Mu said as he passed through the rift. Tilda who tilde. Breathing in fresh air, Lin Mu felt a bit surreal. It was his first time leaving the Zaya-Offen world, thus it would be a memory he would never forget. Time to return, Lin Mu said as he directly opened up a portal. With him being in the sacred land itself, Lin Mu could return to the Zaya-Offen world from any point, as he could simply utilize its formation array to reject him and send him to the teleportation gate directly. And sure enough, once the portal was opened, the sacred land's formation array directly expelled him out to the gate. Lin Mu's body landed on the ground and made a little impact, but didn't break it entirely since the gate's floor was made out of a tougher material than normal rock. I'm back, Zaya-Offen world, Lin Mu lightly said and spread his spirit sense across the sect, wanting to know what had happened. Chapter 1085, The Surviving Disciples of the Ripple Mist sect. The first thing that Lin Mu ended up noticing was that there were actually people near the teleportation gate. The disciples are awake, huh? Lin Mu recognized. He was a bit surprised that they had not left the sect, though, as he was sure that after seeing all that had happened, they would want to leave the place as soon as possible. Let's see what they are up to then, Lin Mu said as he flew towards them. The disciples had been sitting around what looked like a bonfire right now. It was nighttime, and there was a chill in the air. Lin Mu's earlier actions had broken most of the formation arrays of the sect, and thus they couldn't even use the basic illumination formations that usually kept the sect lit up and warm. The disciples could only gather up and sit like this for now. Their faces were also filled with confusion, and they were certainly looking lost. A breeze could be felt by the disciples, prompting them to look. "Look, it's the senior," the disciples quickly recognized. Lin Mu landed and saw the disciples all standing up. "Why are you all still here? This place is not safe," Lin Mu asked. He had hoped that they were smart enough to at least tell this much. "We know, senior, but we have no place to go," one of the disciples spoke. "After we woke up, we read up on some of the documents the elders had hidden away and learned what has been happening in detail. But that is also why we didn't dare to leave, as we were sure that there would be Gu Legion members ready to catch us if we went anywhere." The female disciple who had lost her Tao companion spoke. "Yeah, and we didn't think that going to the Long Cloud Alliance was an option either. We would be attacked there, too, and we will have no way to prove our innocence," another disciple added. Hearing their words, Lin Mu understood that he had mistaken some of their concerns earlier. "I see." Lin Mu thought over and wondered what would be the best course of action here. He himself was busy and didn't have the time to babysit them. And he didn't think the disciples would be able to take a long journey on their own either, with how the situation of the continent was now. "If you all want a safe space, you should head to the Fenlong Kingdom," Lin Mu said before taking out a metal plate from his ring. The plate was plain and had nothing on it, looking like a common iron plate that would be used in making armor and forging other things. Lin Mu held the plate in one hand and used the finger of other to directly carve a character on it. Tilda screeched Tilda. The metal let out a high-pitched sound as it was scratched easily with Lin Mu's finger, surprising the disciples with the ease with which he was doing it. A few seconds later, he was done carving and the character was complete. "Take this." Lin Mu gave the metal plate with the character carved into it to a disciple near him. "Ordained," the disciple read the character. "Show this to the people at the border and tell them Lin Mu sent you," he instructed. Some of the disciples were a bit hesitant and wondered if this would really work out or not. "We shall do as you say, senior. You've already saved our lives and given us a chance to avenge ourselves. We shall be forever in your debt," the disciples said, trusting Lin Mu. "Go on now. Getting to Fenlong Kingdom from here shouldn't take more than a few days, and if you all fly, it should be even quick. Just try to avoid the Mountain Brush sect. They are involved in the Zither Wind Alliance too and might trouble you if you come across them," Lin Mu directed. "All right, senior," the disciples said while cupping their hands. Lin Mu nodded his head and decided to leave too. He had a lot of things to do and had to hurry. He closed his eyes for a second and called for little Shrubby. "Tilda, roar Tilda." A minute later, a low roar was heard coming from the distance. "What was that?" The disciples who heard it were startled. Tilda whoosh Tilda. Then a few seconds later, a red blur was seen approaching from the horizon. Under the stunned eyes of the disciples, a beast larger than anything they had ever seen appeared. Red flames illuminated the majestic beast as its deep eyes glanced over them. "Where did you go, Master? I couldn't feel you for a few days." Little Shrubby spoke through the link. "I had to go to a place where our link might have gotten weak. It is fine now, though," Lin Mu replied. "Was there a problem while I was gone?" he asked, wondering if it really was like that. I wanted to ask what to do with a few people that tried to enter the sect. I couldn't contact you, so I just killed them like you asked," Little Shrubby answered. "Killed them? Who exactly?" Lin Mu asked as his brows furrowed. He knew that he had instructed Little Shrubby to prevent anyone coming close, but didn't know who might exactly try that. "I kept all the corpses. Let me show you," Little Shrubby said. Then, under the shocked eyes of all the disciples, a hill of corpses started pouring out of Little Shrubby's storage belt. "Those are Mountain Brush sect elders," a few Ripple Mist sect disciples recognized. "Heavns, that's the patriarch." Someone pointed at a head that was missing a body. Lin Mu was surprised hearing that and looked at the bloodied head that had a scared expression frozen on it. Its eyes were still open, and if one looked in them, one could tell that the person had seen the greatest terror of their lives. Chapter 10, 86 Little Shrubby eradicated a sect too. Lin Mu was not expecting to see what was basically the entirety of the mountain brush sect's leadership piled into a dead hill here. What exactly did happen? Lin Mu questioned. Little Shrubby then went on to explain how soon after Lin Mu entered the sect, he saw a few suspicious people leaving the sect. Little Shrubby followed them and saw them meet up with a few Gu Legion people. And as he was asked before, he killed them. But upon killing them, a certain message was sent out, and it called forth more Gu Legion members, one after the other. First came the weaker members, and a few hours after Little Shrubby killed them, more of them came. Little Shrubby killed them too, and got some peace for a bit. He was cooking when Gu Legion members with higher cultivation tried to sneak attack, and ended up spilling the pot of stew that he was cooking. Then in a fit of rage, Little Shrubby killed them all and followed their scent all the way to a certain location. He then broke through a barrier which led him inside a sect. All the people of the sect were alerted and attacked him in response, and Little Shrubby reacted similarly. But he also found the scent of those that were controlled by the human-controlling blood curse, and those with the mudded nascent souls here. Following the orders that Lin Mu had given, Little Shrubby killed all that came after him, and only left those that didn't have the scent of the pills of grace and human-controlling blood curse on them. Lin Mu was stunned hearing it all, and was at a loss for words. "So you eliminated the entire mountain brush sect on your own," Lin Mu muttered. "Yup, I also got some things from them. Oh, and I kept their storage treasures. You can open them. I was unable to," Little Shrubby replied causally. Lin Mu didn't know what to say to it. He knew that what Little Shrubby was ultimately good, but the entire event was greatly unexpected for him. The disciples of the Ripple Mist sect, who watched it all, but were unable to understand their conversation, were sitting there confused. To them, Lin Mu spoke some words, and Little Shrubby would respond with a growl. It was very unusual for them, and they could only keep their mouths shut. They felt that if they interfered, it might not end well, not to mention that Little Shrubby along was quite intimidating to them. And the pile of corpses didn't help either. That beast killed the patriarch of the mountain brush sect. Damn, it must be at least at the Dao Shell realm, they thought. Having heard it all, though, Lin Mu came upon another issue. "When you left the mountain brush sect, were there still people alive?" Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, the ones that didn't have the scent were still alive. They were all too weak, though," Little Shrubby answered. "So the disciples are alone too," Lin Mu muttered. He knew that leaving them alone would not be good either. Since Little Shrubby found similar aura and scent like the Ripple Mist sect there, the elders were definitely doing the same to the disciples there. They are victims too, and now alone, Lin Mu thought to himself. He then looked at the disciples of the Ripple Mist sect and got an idea. "All of you shall have a change of path," Lin Mu suddenly spoke. "What, senior?" The disciples were confused. "The disciples of the Mountain Brush sect are victims of the same thing as you. Their sect elders were doing the same to them, and now they are alone in the sect. I want you all to go to them and take them to the Fenlong Kingdom with you," Lin Mu instructed. "What? It happened there too?" The disciples were stunned. "Not just there. I think it might be for all the sects that are in the Zither Wind Alliance," Lin Mu stated. He had a hunch that it was exactly why Gu Yao was able to make 10 Dao treading realm experts in a short amount of time. By upgrading from beasts to humans, he had sped up the process of making the pills of grace, as they were far more compatible than the beasts. The disciples whispered amongst each other and agreed to Lin Mu's words. "We shall do as you command, senior. If others have suffered like this, then they should learn the truth too." A disciple that was taking the role of a leader for the Ripple Mist sect disciples spoke. "Very well, go on now," Lin Mu said before tossing them a spatial storage treasure. "Also take this. It will help you with the journey," he added. The disciple quickly caught it and checked what the spatial storage treasure held. Seeing many spirit stones and pills inside, he was stunned. "Thank you, senior." The disciples quickly bowed his head. Thank you for your help, Senior. The other disciples joined in ceremony. Lin Mu nodded in response before taking his leave. Flying up, he climbed onto little Shrubby's back, and the two of them disappeared over the horizon. Tilda whoosh Tilda. Only a gust of wind was left behind upon their departure. The disciples stood there looking a bit dazed, thinking as if it was all a dream. Where do we go now, Master? Little Shrubby asked. We need to cultivate more. I got a lot of resources. Lin Mu replied. Okay, Tilda Little Shrubby replied, feeling happy. Little Shrubby changed his direction and went towards the south. Their intended destination, the Zither Wind Sect. Lin Mu wanted to collect some information before he entered the seclusion and also wanted to be near the Zither Wind Sect as it would be his next target. He hoped to be strong enough to oppose the fourth strongest sect of the Great Zhou continent on his own. It was a tall order, and he needed to be prepared. Chapter 10, 87 Pleasant News. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby traveled for a while, and using his spirit sense, Lin Mu got all the information he got, which made him feel surprised and content. The Gu Legion actually retreated. Lin Mu was surprised. From all the information he had picked up, apparently the Long Cloud Alliance was on the forward, and the Zither Wind Alliance had been dealt a great blow. Not only that, but the top three sects were no longer being ignorant either. They, too, had declared that the actions of the Zither Wind Alliance were far from righteous and needed to be stopped. The fall of the West Ocean sect was viewed as an event of warning. To the three sects, the one who had done this was possibly an expert who had taken things into his own hands after having witnessed the atrocities. In addition to this, Lin Mu also learned that the fall of the Ripple Mist sect was not discovered yet, though it would soon be known as the top three sects were going to send their representatives to the Zither Wind Alliance and all of its sects soon. Several sanctions were also going to be put down against them. The Gu Legion ended up messing up on their own with their restriction of information. No wonder the rest of the world doest know that the Ripple Mist sect is gone too, despite the fact it has been over 2 weeks now. Lin Mu chuckled. But while this came as a slight relief to Lin Mu, he was not going to stop his work. He no longer wanted to take any chances and was not going to leave it to fate. He would fully do what he had set out to. Lin Mu looked at the jade slip for a few seconds before putting it away. He didn't know if he could face his friends right now. What he had done was not entirely correct, but he knew it was necessary. I'll finish my mission and then face them. If I talk to them right now, I will only waver, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby continued to fly, and soon reached a certain mountain about 300 kilometers from the Zither Wind sect. Here we are, Lin Mu muttered as he gazed into the distance. The Zither Wind sect was not visible from here, but Lin Mu could sense the faint spirit chi fluctuations coming from a large formation array. The mountain that Lin Mu was currently standing above was actually an old outpost that the High Corps used to stay in. It had been abandoned for a long time, but Lin Mu still knew about it since Wu Hai had given him a list of them in the past. And now it was finally coming in handy. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread all over the mountain and revealed all that was hidden in it. The entrance of the outpost was long since blocked and could not be accessed normally. It was located midway to the top of the mountain and was now covered with a meter-thick layer of soil. Lin Mu could see signs of a mudslide as there were fallen trees and rocks half buried in the ground. It was certain that this landslide had occurred a long time ago, as the soil that had shifted was already covered with plants and trees. There should be a rocky cliff here. Lin Mu flew to the side of the mountain. There it is. Lin Mu spotted the cliff that he was looking for. It was high up on the mountain, and from it several tree roots hung, making it hard to spot. Walking up to it, Lin Mu waved his hand and sent the short sword flying. Tilda shing tilda. A large entrance was carved out on the cliff, revealing the outpost that was hidden inside. This was the backside of the outpost, and since the old entrance was no longer accessible, Lin Mu decided to make a new one. Additionally, it faced the direction where the Zither Wind sect was, and would allow him to spot anything that happened there. The roots of the trees hanging from the cliff hit the entrance that had been made and still looked natural. "Come on, little Shrubby, we got a lot to do," Lin Mu said as he flew in. Little Shrubby shrunk in size and returned to his kitten form as his entire body couldn't fit through the entrance, even if it was large. Lin Mu glanced at the dusty interiors of the outpost and saw the haphazardly scattered furniture and other objects, many of which were rather damaged. Furrowing his brows, Lin Mu clapped his hands. Tilda whoosh Tilda. His clap generated a strong wind that swept away all the dust and broken objects directly out of the entrance. "There, that's a lot better," Lin Mu said before he took out all the things he had gotten. It took him a year to sort through all the spoils before he reckoned he knew what to do now. Lin Mu threw out a few formation flags and set up an isolating formation array, preventing any spirit chi waves from spreading out of this mountain. Jiang Luo's notes are really coming in handy, Lin Mu thought as he finished setting up the formation array. "What do we do now?" Little Shrubby asked. He had already returned to his full size, as there was plenty of space inside. "Now we cultivate," Lin Mu said. "Preferably till we have another breakthrough," he added. "Yes, we'll be the strongest ever," Little Shrubby said excitedly. He too liked getting stronger, and it was an instinctive feeling he got. The desire to get stronger was directly born from his bloodline, and the stronger he got, the better he felt. Indeed, Lin Mu nodded his head and took out massive amounts of spirit stones and filled the entire outpost with them. In just a few minutes, the outpost was filled with dense spirit chi that had turned into mist. Chapter 10, 88 Cooking and Refining the Glacial Shell Snail Queen. The misty spirit chi swirled in the outpost hidden in the mountain. The Tao shells of Little Shrubby floated in the air and continued to absorb the spirit chi, expanding its size little by little. Despite the rapid absorption, the quantity of spirit chi showed no signs of reducing. There were, after all, peak-grade and high-grade spirit stones filling this place. It would take a while before they would even show any signs of depletion. While Little Shrubby was cultivating, Lin Mu was doing something else. Tilda dang Tilda. "That was far more tiring than I expected," Lin Mu said as he finished separating out all the flesh from the glacial shell snail queen. Since the flesh was entirely frozen and solid, it took a while for Lin Mu to extract it. Not to mention that since it was something that belonged to a peak immortal ascension realm beast, the toughness was on an entirely different level. Lin Mu even needed to set up another formation array to prevent the chill from the shells spreading all over and freezing the mountain. The outpost alone would be unable to contain it. Then there was also the fact that he needed to keep the shell intact, as he wanted to use it in the future. There were many uses for it, and it would be a waste to break it here in order to get the flesh. Lin Mu had also tried using meld to get out the flesh, but found it to be many times harder. The Tao traces naturally present in the flesh and shell of the glacial shell snail could prevent meld from working on it. It was like Lin Mu was trying to cut through a steel block with a butter knife. Meld simply stopped working when it touched the shell. This ended up with him needing to cut it out manually. The area in the outpost was a bit too small to accommodate the shell, and thus he had to expand that too. Overall, it had taken him an entire day to do it all. But now that he had done it, he was feeling rather contented. The milk-white chunks of glacial shell snail were laid on one side, while the large shell was lying on the other side. Despite being removed from the shell, the flesh was still frozen solid and not really fit for eating. It was not that Lin Mu couldn't break or bite it, but rather the fact that if he ate it directly, even he would be affected by the extreme yin water Tao traces. Thus, he needed to first process the flesh. "Guess it's time to cook again. Haven't done it for a while," Lin Mu said to himself as he took out a certain cauldron from his ring. Tilda dang Tilda. The large cauldron cracked the floor upon landing, and its legs dug a few inches into the stone floor. This was none other than the 1,000 ding glitter cauldron, that Lin Mu had used to refine gold before. I think I'll need to cook the flesh in 3 batches. Lin Mu estimated the size of the cauldron and the amount of glacial shell snail queen flesh he had. Wait, suddenly Little Shrubby's voice was heard. Lin Mu looked at Little Shrubby, who had woken up. I got some things. It will taste better that way. Little Shrubby took out a few spirit herbs and spices he had collected over the time. Lin Mu looked at them and saw that they were all items that were either fire elemental or inclined towards the yang attribute. This will certainly help balance the extreme yin. You should use them. Even Zukong was in agreement. All right, thank you, Little Shrubby, Lin Mu said as he took them all. I'll use my fire too, Little Shrubby added. Can you do that while cultivating? Lin Mu asked. Yup, no problem. I don't need to control the fire. It will work on its own after I set it. Little Shrubby replied, intriguing Lin Mu. That's new. I didn't know he could do that too, Lin Mu thought, but then guessed that it might be due to the boost he had given to the bloodlines of Little Shrubby before. Regardless, it was all good, and he was happy with it all. Soon, Lin Mu filled up the cauldron, added the spices and spirit herbs before topping it off with water taken from a pond that was located on the earth-fire vein. It was from the Kong Plain, and Lin Mu had stored quite a bit of it in the ring. The combination of it all helped counteract the extreme yin attribute of the glacial shell snail queen and made it easier to digest and assimilate for Lin Mu. Do it, Little Shrubby, Lin Mu spoke. A stream of scorching fire shot from Little Shrubby's mouth and stuck to the base of the cauldron. At first it was small, being only a few centimeters wide, but then it started to absorb the spirit chi from the air and increased in size. In less than 10 seconds, it was covering the entire base of the cauldron and even spread to the lower parts of it. Oh, so this is what he meant by it being able to burn by itself, Lin Mu said after seeing the self-burning fire. Little Shrubby has reached the next stage in controlling the fire element. His flames can now absorb spirit chi and will burn until he wills it to stop. This is a great sign that his comprehension of the fire Tao is increasing steadily, Zukong explained. That is good, Lin Mu felt proud. He turned his attention to the 1,000-ding glitter cauldron and controlled it to evenly spread the heat, making sure the flesh was processed properly. After all, he wasn't just cooking the flesh, he was also refining it. With his past experience in refining, the process went smoothly, and in 2 hours, the first batch of the glacial shell snail queen flesh was ready to eat. Chapter 1089, a new kind of meat. Lin Mu carefully picked out a piece of succulent glacial shell snail queen meat and looked at it carefully. The natural fat of the beast had melted and turned into oil that gracefully melded with the spices and herbs that were added to it. It originally floated at the top of the cauldron, above the water that had turned into fragrant soup. And when Lin Mu picked up a piece of the meat, the oil floating on top would gently coat it in just the right amount, giving it the perfect color and aroma. This certainly looks good, Lin Mu said before putting into his mouth. As soon as he did, he could feel the warmth from the hot soup and oil spreading. A taste of the aromatic herbs, matched with the fire spirit chi-rich water, made him feel like his taste buds were being given a nice massage at a spa. But soon, the feeling turned 180 degrees. A mouthful of frost escaped Lin Mu's nostrils as the warmth was swept away, and a cool wave spread instead. Lin Mu bit down on the succulent meat and felt like it was soft yet firm. The meat was cool on the inside and felt a bit creamy as well. I've certainly never had something like this before. Lin Mu found it to be very different from any kind of meat that he had eaten. And Lin Mu had easily eaten over 1,000 types of meat over the years from various beasts. He could tell that his meat from the glacial shell snail queen was indeed the best he had ever tasted. Of course, it should be at least this good. If it was not so, it would be a shame to be a peak immortal ascension realm beast, Lin Mu thought to himself. Tilde gulp tilde. Having chewed it a few times, Lin Mu finally swallowed it down. Upon reaching his stomach, the cool feeling spread once more, but it was a bit milder this time. His stomach started to work, and the nameless technique of the lost immortal also activated on its own, helping him in absorbing all the energy from the meat. Lin Mu didn't eat the next piece of meat right away, instead choosing to wait and see how it would affect his body first. He had not forgotten Senior Zukong's warning and knew that extreme yin could harm his body. It was even more of an issue since they came from the Tao traces themselves. Even after refinement, there would still be fragments of it left behind. While Zukong had told Lin Mu that at his current stage, he should be able to digest it. But he still wanted to be careful and cautious. A minute passed by as his stomach continued to absorb all the energy from the flesh. And when it was finally done, Lin Mu could feel a cool energy passing through his meridians. It was different than normal spirit qi and was a bit more vibrant. This should be the pure water elemental spirit qi, Lin Mu guessed. There were also traces of vital essence mixed into it and turned it into a slightly different form of energy. Lin Mu reckoned that this was the reason why the flesh was something he could consume and easily use for refining treasured organ, and not the shell, which was just pure extreme yin water elemental. The energy swam through his meridians and quickly went to the danshan. But it didn't stop there like usual. Instead, it changed its route and continued before splitting apart into two. A few seconds later, Lin Mu could feel a deep chill spreading from his abdomen and going all the way up to his neck through his spine. Peering into his body using his spirit sense, he could tell that the energy from the meat had already started affecting his kidneys. The effect was passive rather than active since he didn't actually have a technique for this. Lin Mu assessed that from all the energy that he absorbed from the meat, only 5% could actually affect his kidneys and refine it. The rest of the energy simply passed through his kidneys and recirculated through the meridians before being assimilated into his body. Passive increase is indeed rather low. It would have been almost impossible to do if not for the sheer quantity of meat I have, Lin Mu reckoned. Having seen the effects of the glacial shell snail queen meat, Lin Mu no longer had any hesitation. He first emptied out the cauldron into another large container and then filled it back up with the second pile of meat and condiments. While the second batch cooked, Lin Mu started to eat the cooked meat by mouthfuls. It took him about an hour to actually finish it all, as he discovered a new effect after a while. A few bites of meat were nothing to him, and the cool effect was rather mild. But once he had eaten a certain amount, Lin Mu could feel his entire body cooling down as well. Even his spirit qi circulation had become slowed, which was a bit alarming to him. If not for that fact that the effect faded away after he took a pause, he might have had to stop it. After all, Lin Mu had a tough body, and even many poisons would not be able to affect him easily. This meat that could cause such a strong effect was a bit concerning. Regardless, the effect that Lin Mu wanted was easily shown. After finishing the first batch of cooked glacial shell snail meat, Lin Mu discovered another factor. My body actually can't keep up with the absorption. Lin Mu was surprised. The nameless technique of the lost immortal easily extracted and absorbed all the energy, but the speed of assimilation was slower than that by several times. Thus, the energy would stay stored in his stomach, waiting for its turn to come. This is gonna take a while. Chapter 1090. The refinement of kidneys. About a day had passed since Lin Mu had started to cook and eat the glacial shell snail queen meat. Hoo. Breath after breath came out of Lin Mu's mouth as a cloud of cold air surrounded him. His hair had turned white from the frost settling on it, and his robes were covered in a layer of thin frost as well. His eyebrows and eyelashes looked rather elegant with the snowflakes dotting it, and made him look like an ice immortal. Just one more bite left. I can do it. Lin Mu tried to motivate himself. For the first time ever since he started cultivating, Lin Mu was actually feeling a bit averse to eating. It was the same feeling one would get when one ate too much food and more was presented to them. It was rather conflicting to Lin Mu, as he could tell that the nameless technique of the lost immortal had not reached its limit at all, and he had more than enough space for more food. Rather, his aversion was stemming from his mind. No matter how good something was, one would get bored and tired of eating the same thing over and over again. And for Lin Mu, it was rather true right now. After all, he had quite literally eaten a small hillock's worth of meat. Another thing that he had discovered was that little shrubby could not eat the meat at all. It was in direct conflict with his body and affinities, making him spit it out the moment Lin Mu tried to give some to him. Little Shrubby was rather sad because of it too, as he wanted to taste it seeing Lin Mu cook it. It could be said that Little Shrubby was quite literally the opposite of the glacial shell snail queen. He had a high affinity to the fire element, which was of the yang side, and even had a partial affinity to the lightning element, which was even more yang than fire. Thus, Little Shrubby's body was repelling the meat with all its might. Lin Mu didn't mind it, though, as he had only given Little Shrubby some since the beast was giving him a pitiful look. He had almost eaten all of the meat now, but it had made him feel very cold and frost had formed on his body directly. He could feel his body temperature fall greatly, and because his skin was gold, it made it easier for the frost to condense. Tilda gulped Tilda. Finally, Lin Mu mustered his courage and swallowed down the last morsel. "It is finally done," Lin Mu muttered as more chilly air escaped his lips. "You should just focus on assimilating it all now. You are already at the 20% point too," Zukang spoke up. Lin Mu checked his kidneys and confirmed that both of them were at the same refinement level that Senior Zukang had said. "Seems like it," Lin Mu replied. "Though the refinement is different than usual, it's strange having two organs of the same type being refined," he added. While it could be said that when Lin Mu refined his lungs, they were in a pair of two and could be considered two organs, the close proximity and connection made them seem like the same thing when being refined. But the kidneys were different than that, being further away from each other and could also function independently. They were unlike lungs, which expanded and contracted simultaneously. Despite being in a pade, they worked as one. Lin Mu continued to focus on his kidneys and noticed the difference between the two. "The right kidney is a bit slower in refinement than the left," Lin Mu noted. "Is it fine to let it proceed as it is senior? I mean, do I need to balance the refinement speed or something like that?" Lin Mu wondered. "It's not an issue. Even if one of your kidneys finishes its refinement completely and the other has not even started, it will be fine." Zukang allayed Lin Mu's concerns. "That's good," Lin Mu felt better. It was the best option that Lin Mu could have hoped for, as the opposite would have left him helpless either way. Even if the kidneys being refined at a different rate was a bad thing for Lin Mu, he would have been unable to address or control it since he wasn't doing the refinement actively using a technique. He was merely letting his body refine it passively. Lin Mu quite literally had no control over it other than simply sensing where the energy went. He couldn't even control it with his spirit sense or cultivation base, as he had no affinity with the water element. And this lack of control was only exaggerated, with there being extreme yin being added to it. Lin Mu pushed the thoughts aside for now and focused on simply maintaining the balance in his body for now. As long as he did that, there would be no obstacles in the assimilation of the energy and refinement of the kidneys. Little Shrubby was also cultivating on the side, and the two were now progressing steadily. Just like this, time continued to pass, and the pair of man and beast cultivated. While this was ongoing, another set of events was happening in the Sky Precepts sect. In the grand palace of the Sky Precepts sect, the patriarch and the head elder Han were in a meeting with several others. The atmosphere was rather solemn, and silence was abundant. "How is this possible?" the patriarch spoke after a while. "We do not know, Patriarch. The Ripple Mist Sect's patriarch has cut off all contact with everyone. If not for the fact that a few disciples were spotted wandering the border of the kingdom of Shu, we would have never gone to check the Ripple Mist Sect," one of the elders spoke. "Still, another one of the top 10 sects being eradicated without us even getting a clue after days on end. How have we become so ignorant?" Chapter 1091. The unnerved patriarch, the Sky Precepts sect, had only recently gotten the information about the condition of the Ripple Mist sect, and it was utterly absurd for them. How can we have not known this at all? Where the hell is the patriarch? The patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect almost yelled. I cannot say, patriarch, though if I may assume, it is likely that we have been fooled for a while now. I cannot help but think that the Long Cloud Alliance might have been correct that the Gu Legion is behind this. High Elder Han said in response. The patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect went silent upon hearing this, and no word was heard from him for a minute. Fine, I want a detailed investigation of it all, the patriarch shouted. Not just the Ripple Mist sect, I also want the information about the person who has attacked them. But patriarch, there is currently no information about that person. We have already cross-referenced all that we could, but there are not links at all. One of the elders in charge of the intelligence gathering spoke. The patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect did not take it calmly, though. Divine IT if you have to. I want IT by the next week, he roared, shaking the entire peak. The shock waves spread throughout the Sky Precepts sect and startled all the disciples that were present there at that time. Tilda gulped Tilda. All the elders were wary after hearing the patriarch and knew that the man was truly infuriated at this point. The patriarch reached Dao-treading realm. A few of the elders, though, sensed something else. The one thing that was known about the Sky Precepts sect patriarch was that he was perhaps the only patriarch of the top 10 sects that were at the Dao Shell realm. And this was when he was literally the patriarch of the top 1 sect. But this was due to the fact that he practiced a certain cultivation technique that restricted his cultivation base. This was what all had thought for the longest time. Did the patriarch really break through? Why were we not informed? The elders who sensed the power of the patriarch all wondered. We shall do as you asked, patriarch, Head Elder Han quickly spoke. The first elder has already been informed, and he shall personally divine the whereabouts of the person behind it all. Another elder hurriedly added. I shall wait for the response, the patriarch said before closing his eyes. Everyone in the hall left other than a couple of people that were personally trusted by the patriarch. Days upon days passed, and nearly half a month had gone by since Lin Mu had eaten the meat of the glacial shell snail queen. Today, he finally opened his eyes as his body reached a new level. Waves of frost emanated from his body as the entire outpost hidden in the mountain was covered with frost. Only the area taken over by Little Shrubby was safe as the heat coming from his body, and Spirit Chi kept it safe. Tilda who Tilda? Lin Mu took a deep breath as he continued to cultivate. In the past 14 days, he had let his body assimilate the energy from the glacial shell snail queen and let his kidneys be refined passively. Over the 2 weeks, his refinement level had finally reached the 99% mark. But upon reaching this, Lin Mu felt like he had been obstructed. The final push will need all my effort, Lin Mu thought to himself as he forced his stomach to release all the remaining energy of the glacial shell snail queen meat. Tilda hung Tilda. Lin Mu's body felt cold when the copious amount of energy was released by his stomach. Ugh, Lin Mu grunted. I can never get used to it, he internally thought as he let his body continue at work. The stream of energy spread through his meridians and reached his kidneys equally, pushing them further on the path of refinement. Lin Mu gritted his teeth as the pain only increased more. He had been feeling pain since the last week and knew that it was something he needed to overcome with sheer willpower. Without a proper cultivation technique to further the body cultivation, this was Lin Mu's best bet, and he was willing to do whatever it took. Time seemed to have slowed down as the cold feeling permeated Lin Mu's meridians and froze the bottom half of his body. He once again looked like an ice immortal, with his eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair having turned white due to the ice. Lin Mu couldn't tell if the time was even passing after a certain point, when suddenly he was woken up from his trance as a sharp and sonorous sound echoed in his ears. An echoing sound was heard coming from Lin Mu's body, and even woke up little Shrubby in the process. The beast was a bit astonished, but continued to watch it all from the side, knowing that Lin Mu was at a critical time of breakthrough. Little Shrubby was also in a similar position and would break through soon as well. He was already in the shell expansion stage, and it was only a matter of time before the Tao embryo would condense for him. The same could be said for Lin Mu too, as he was only cultivating in the shell expansion stage, as he needed time to form his own Tao embryo and discover it. Minute melted to seconds before finally, Lin Mu woke up. Gah! Lin Mu let out another grunt, as two stabbing sounds were also heard. Lin Mu's body recoiled back, before the chilling receded back into it. Lin Mu took a deep breath, as he felt the newfound power surging through his entire body. Looking at his hand, Lin Mu lightly clenched it, compressing the air and creating a jet that scratched the wall in the distance. Chapter 1092, 4 Treasured Organs. Lin Mu's body emitted cold waves of air as spirit chi thrummed within it. He gazed at his body that was overflowing with power that he had never felt before. The power stirred his spirit chi and only urged it to circulate faster and faster. Peering into his body, Lin Mu checked the condition of his kidneys. There he found them to be full of vitality, with all its cells having been refined to an entirely new level. So this is the 5 Treasures Realm kidney. Lin Mu tried to sense what kind of improvement his kidneys brought for him. Each treasured organ would bring some level of improvement in addition to just the increase in body cultivation. When Lin Mu refined his spleen, it had improved the quality of his blood, and when he refined his heart, it had improved the circulation of his blood, which in turn improved his overall body. Then the refinement of his lungs had improved his breathing capacity, along with stamina. This only made Lin Mu wonder what the kidneys could bring forth. While it might seem like these improvements were not that much, they were very important. After all, in a battle, even a difference of a fraction of a percent could decide the victory or loss. Thus, any improvement for Lin Mu was good. He continued to observe his kidneys and found the chill coming from it disappear. After about 5 minutes, it was entirely gone. After all, it was only the residual effects from the flesh of the glacial shell snail queen. Lin Mu actually didn't have an affinity with the water element, thus he wouldn't be able to control it. He only had the affinity for the earth and the metal element. For the fire element, he was only able to use it because he had the embrace of Hong Lin, which allowed him to use fire. But in the case of the water element, Lin Mu neither had the natural affinity nor a technique to compensate for it. As Lin Mu continued to observe his kidneys, he finally felt a new feeling from his kidneys. Oh, Lin Mu was intrigued. He could see that his kidneys were actually affecting his blood. Not only would they remove the natural toxins from it, but they were also improving the rate at which new blood was produced. And due to this new improvement, Lin Mu could tell that the density of vital essence in his blood would only increase more. Vital essence was the very life force of a being, and the more one had, the better their bodies would be. Lin Mu had gained a lot of it from the flesh of the glacial shell snail queen, and it was now being reflected in his body. The more blood that passed through his kidneys, the richer the vital essence was setting in it. And not just this, the aura of Lin Mu started to increase as well. This was not the usual aura that one would have just due to the virtue of their life, but rather the aura one could develop when their vitality had reached a boundless level. Tilde hung tilde. Finally, all of Lin Mu's blood had completed one cycle of circulation through his kidneys. This resulted in a chain reaction, and his body let off a wave of pure vitality. Tilde crack tilde. Just this alone was enough to send cracks spreading across the floor of the outpost. Little Shrubby, who had been observing everything since the start, felt his fur standing on its end as a deep feeling of threat rose from Lin Mu. The beast's ears perked up, and only after the aura settled did he calm down, even though little Shrubby knew that there was no threat from Lin Mu to him. It was an instinct that was causing him to react like this. "Master," little Shrubby spoke, seeing that Lin Mu had calmed down. Lin Mu let out a breath before looking at little Shrubby. Yes, he responded. Did you break through? Little Shrubby asked. The beast could tell when Lin Mu had a breakthrough in his spirit chi cultivation, but couldn't do the same for his body cultivation. Yes, I am now in the 4th stage of the 5 treasures realm, Lin Mu stated, a hint of joy and excitement in his voice. Great, little Shrubby exclaimed. Lin Mu rubbed little Shrubby's head and looked at the Tao shell above that was still absorbing spirit chi. Little Shrubby's Tao shell had reached a rather large size too and was 2 meters wide in size. Lin Mu looked at his own Tao shell within his danshan and estimated that it was only a little bigger than little Shrubby right now. Though Lin Mu also knew that there was a difference in his Tao shell. Little Shrubby might reach the Tao treading realm in chi cultivation before me most likely, Lin Mu thought to himself. That is expected. After all, in your case, you need to discover your Tao embryo and form it on your own. But for little Shrubby, his bloodline will automatically form the Tao embryo at a certain point. Zhukang spoke after a while. Though I have equivalent strength in the body cultivation, so it shouldn't matter. I can now contend against most experts. Lin Mu replied and wondered what his capabilities were now. After all, even if he had broken through, it would take him practice to adapt to his new strength. Lin Mu lightly pressed his hand on the ground and formed an imprint on it. Certainly not the same as before, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Another thing he sensed was his control over his weight was better than before. He felt like he was lighter than before. This was actually not a decrease in his weight, but rather the improvement in his strength allowed him to feel as if the weight was nothing. Lin Mu concentrated on his body and thought for a minute. Then a few seconds later, his body floated up, but there were no spirit chi fluctuations coming from him. Chapter 1093, continuing the breakthrough, Lin Mu gazed at his body that was naturally floating and knew that he had finally managed to fly with his body cultivation. I can do it again, Lin Mu said, a hint of excitement in his voice. It wasn't that he couldn't fly with his body cultivation before, but rather after he had practiced the true gold body forging arts and assimilated a lot of gold in his body. His weight had made it difficult to fly just with his body cultivation. Body cultivators had this one disadvantage as compared to chi cultivators, and it was well known. In order to fly, just reaching an equivalent of the nascent soul realm was not enough for body cultivators. They would need to be at a higher cultivation base than that to do the same as nascent soul realm cultivators and fly. The mechanism of flying was also different for both paths of cultivation. Chi cultivators absorbed and expelled spirit chi at the same time in order to fly, but the body cultivators didn't do the same. After all, they used vital essence along with spirit chi to cultivate, and since they didn't use their meridians the same way as spirit chi, they couldn't fly normally. Instead, they would have to use their vital essence and create a thrust using their aura to fly. This was harder than just using spirit chi, and thus they would often need a very strong aura to do this. And Lin Mu had reached exactly that point. But it was not that a body cultivator would be slower than a chi cultivator who could fly. No, they could achieve the same space by simply running around with their legs. Not only that, but they could also leap to great heights, and some could directly step on air with their sheer strength to fly. Seems like I'll need to get used to this, Lin Mu said as his gaze went to the sect in distance. And I have the perfect target to practice with too. But as much as Lin Mu wanted to go forth and wreak havoc on the zither wind sect with his golden fists, he knew there was still more preparation to do. He glanced around at the small hills of spirit stones that were lying around and estimated that there was still enough to push his chi cultivation further. Perhaps I can do more at once, Lin Mu thought to himself. A few ideas passed through his mind before he glanced at little Shrubby. All right, I have a new idea, little Shrubby, Lin Mu suddenly spoke. What is it? Little Shrubby questioned. We'll speed up your process of cultivation. You can continue absorbing the spirit chi, and I'll also give you beast chi at the same time. It should help you from a Tao embryo sooner, since it is dependent on your bloodline more. Lin Mu answered. Little Shrubby had no qualms about it and quickly replied, Okay, Tilda. With both parties in agreement, Lin Mu quickly got to work. He directly pulled several slabs of spirit stones under him and gathered more around him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu started to draw the spirit chi from the stones at a rapid pace. The spirit chi rushed through his meridians and settled in his danshan, where the Tao shell sucked a part of it. While doing this, Lin Mu also chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra and transformed a part of the spirit chi he had into beast chi. He continued condensing it until it had turned into a thin string of beast chi. But he didn't release it right away, instead letting it float around in his danshan for now. I'll have a stock of it ready before giving it to Little Shrubby. That way, my rate of conversion and depletion will be almost equal, Lin Mu thought. And while he was doing this, Little Shrubby also continued to absorb spirit chi into his Tao shell directly. It was floating above his head and was red in color since the fire elemental spirit chi had also entered it. Time continued to pass, and an entire day elapsed. At a certain moment, Lin Mu opened his eyes and spoke. Get ready, Little Shrubby, Lin Mu said out loud as he raised his hand. Tilda GRR Tilda. Little Shrubby growled in excitement and watched as a stream of beast chi spread out from Lin Mu's hand. Tilda whoosh Tilda. A strong suction force came from Little Shrubby's body and sucked in the beast chi stream. But it didn't stop there as more and more beast chi kept on pouring out of Lin Mu's hand. The spirit chi from the spirit stones underneath Lin Mu started to fall rapidly and was soon reduced to half. With this, a new cycle had formed. Spirit chi would enter Lin Mu's body, where a part would expand his Tao shell, and the rest would convert to beast chi and shoot out of his hand, entering Little Shrubby. The beast would in turn absorb the beast chi and enrich his bloodline while also expanding his own Tao shell with the spirit stones. The rate of consumption of spirit chi reached a new level and the spirit stones started depleting at a stunning level. Soon, the spirit stones under Lin Mu had turned to dust, but he quickly added more of them. The same was done with the spirit stones surrounding him as well. Lin Mu had plenty more spirit stones in storage and was ready to finish them all for the breakthrough. Such a method of cultivation was indeed very rapid, but the cost was something that would literally bankrupt a sect. After all, the spirit stones were basically obtained from spirit stone mines and vaults of the sect. This was all that a sect owned, and was used to nurture hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of disciples at once. But instead of that, all the spirit stones and resources were being used by merely 2 individuals. Chapter 1090, for a spark and 7 motes of light. Lin Mu had continued using the spirit chi and producing beast chi for a while. He didn't even realize when he had gotten into a state where he was monotonously doing everything and also comprehending at the same time. Doing so many tasks at once had given him insights into how the spirit chi worked and flowed, while also allowing him to strengthen his Tao shell. It was a surprising gain, but a welcome one certainly. Little Shrubby was progressing steadily too, and his Tao shell had expanded by about 10% too. It was now over 2 meters wide, which was an excellent size. Most cultivators would barely even reach this size after centuries of cultivation. But Little Shrubby had reached it in less than a span of 3 years. Tilda hung Tilda. Lin Mu gazed at the Tao shell of Little Shrubby, as a faint humming sound could be heard coming from it all of a sudden. His gaze was mild, but soon turned intense as the humming sound increased as well. You should stop now, Zukong's voice was heard. Oh, why, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. Little Shrubby has reached a peak. Beast chi will not help him anymore for now and might only distract his body, Zukong said before taking a pause. Look, he's already in a trance. He added. Lin Mu observed closely and saw that Little Shrubby's breathing had indeed changed. His eyes were closed, but that was quite normal while cultivating, and thus wasn't a good sign of whether one was in a trance or not. but having one's breathing change was a good sign for most times. While it might not be the most accurate one, it was still better than using eyes. And since Lin Mu was rather familiar with Little Shrubby, he could tell that he truly was in a trance, and one that was different than usual. Lin Mu thus stopped producing beast chi and simply observed Little Shrubby. The beast stayed in the same state for a while, and Lin Mu wondered if nothing was going to happen. But just as he was about to give up, it happened. A very faint sound was heard coming from Little Shrubby. It was almost like a whisper, like an ember had been lit. But the energy wave that came from it was massive. What? Lin Mu almost felt like he would be knocked away from it. There we go. Take this chance to observe it as much as you can. Might help you later, Zhukang said with a chuckle before retreating into silence. Lin Mu did just as suggested, and saw as the wave of energy coming from Little Shrubby's Dao shell settled down. Instead of the wave, there was now a small light hidden within the Dao shell. It was very small and almost impossible to see with a naked eye. Just like a spark from a flint, it barely let out any light. But just like how a spark could turn into a blaze, it erupted. Tilde whoosh tilde. Another wave of energy spread from Little Shrubby, but this time the aura of the bloodlines rose with it. A strange roar was also heard, which seemed as if thousands of beasts were roaring at the same time. The roar came from within Little Shrubby and only increased with the bloodline aura. And when the aura reached its peak, the bloodlines themselves materialized. 7 motes of light shot out of Little Shrubby's body. Red, orange, brown, green, silver, blue, and black were their colors, with each of them exuding a different sensation. The red mote was explosively hot like gunpowder, while the orange mote was searing hot like a flaming knife. The brown mote exuded a sense of unity. The green mote exuded endless vitality. The silver exuded a sense of reflection and mystery. The blue exuded shock and gave one goosebumps, while black exuded a sense of calmness as well as unease. Lin Mu didn't know what to make of them other than the fact that he could tell what they were. The bloodlines are certainly stronger than before, Lin Mu thought as the motes started to expand. Tilde rumble tilde. The 7 motes of light expanded rapidly and turned into 7 beasts that composed Little Shrubby's bloodline. The bloodline figures all seemed imposing and far more alive than before. It's almost as if they are aware, Lin Mu muttered in wonder. His wonder was answered by a look from all the 7 bloodline figures as they gazed at him. At first the look was sharp, but it soon mellowed down. A unified growl came from all of them, as if acknowledging Lin Mu before they gazed at Little Shrubby's Dao shell. Tilde roar tilde. But from the 7 bloodline figures, only 2 moved. The bloodline representing the Flash Fire Liger and Scorch Claw Tiger approached the Dao shell and touched it with their heads. The Dao shell started to tremble as faint runes started to form within them. Dao script, Lin Mu recognized. The runes seemed to be coming from the 2 bloodline figures' heads and were gathering together. Lin Mu tried to read the runes, but found himself to be unable to do it at all. He could read them, but not understand them. It was a strange sensation, and he was reminded of the first time he had started to learn the Dao script from Senior Zhukang. New runes that stem from the very Dao itself can't be understood by simply reading and needs comprehending to grasp. Lin Mu remembered the teachings. Giving up on reading the runes, he continued to watch as the runes seemingly merged together and formed a red blob. The blob was like water, and ripples formed on it whenever more runes entered it. Time continued to pass, and Lin Mu didn't even realize when it had been an hour. By this point, the red blob was no longer a blob and had a particular shape instead. And that shape was none other than that of a hand. Chapter 1095, a hand. He really did end up with a hand. Lin Mu spoke in surprise. He had a hunch that Little Shrubby was intending for a claw or hand-shaped Dao embryo, and had even made his Dao shell to be like that. But seeing it really came out like that was surprising to him. It wasn't always that one's Dao embryo would come out the same as they had intended it to be. Many cultivators had experienced this, and sometimes it was good for them, and sometimes wit as bad as their Tao shells might not be the right shape for it. Still, considered that the bloodlines themselves were guiding the formation of the Tao embryo, it was even more confusing for Lin Mu. After all, these were beast bloodlines, and they were a hand rather than a claw. Lin Mu continued to watch as the hand gained more details and even started to change a bit. From its unassuming and vague hand shape, it gained contours and finer lines. The nails also formed on it and then started to grow. It was here that the hand took a different turn. "Oh, that is certainly not a human hand," Lin Mu muttered as he saw the nails growing to over an inch in length. Not only that, but they were sharp too. The fingers also turned a lot more rugged, and the palm became thicker, as if 100 years of calluses had formed all at once. The skin of the palm was orange in color, while the back of the hand was red in color instead. Then some unique patterns formed on it, starting from the base of the hand. These patterns were black in color and stared off as a plain black spot. From this black spot, a thick line extended, which then split off into 5 smaller lines that went all the way to the nails of the hand. The nails turned black due to this and looked rather ferocious. "No, that's not all are those runes." Lin Mu looked closer and saw that all the patterns and details weren't just plain old features. Rather, each contour, each crease, each ridge on the hand was made out of runes. The runes were fine and seemed to be swimming constantly, making it hard to tell that they were even there as they blended very well. Even the black pattern on the back of the hand was made out of runes that constantly wiggled and changed. Lin Mu marveled at the runes and found there to be a different meaning to each rune. This time, he felt the meaning of runes rising directly within his mind, as if he intrinsically knew them. How? Lin Mu was confused. He focused on all the runes and found himself to be sucked into them. He could tell that the runes were telling different things, but the most common thing in all of them was fire. Lin Mu could make out the runes that all meant fire. And as soon as he understood this, he felt his mind shake. A burning heat rose from his dantian and rushed out into his meridians. Lin Mu was washed away with this wave and couldn't control his body at all. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in his head, rocking him out of his state. Lin Mu shook his head and took deep breaths. What was that?" Lin Mu was alarmed. "You almost got lost to a chi deviation," Zukang said, only scaring Lin Mu even more. "What? How did that happen? How's that even possible?" Lin Mu was stunned. "You tried to comprehend Tao from a Tao embryo that was not your own. This is a side effect of that," Zukang replied. "Huh!" Lin Mu only felt more confused upon hearing this. But then he recalled Senior Zukang's earlier words. "Wait, didn't you tell me to observe everything I could and learn from it, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned in doubt. "I know, but I never expected you to be able to comprehend Tao traces from it. I don't even know how that is possible. At least not automatically. You shouldn't have been able to sense them like this," Zukang answered. "Is it not something that can be done?" Lin Mu asked further. "No, not normally. People do try to comprehend Tao traces from others' Tao embryos from time to time, but this is very rare. Senior cultivators would sometimes guide juniors with this. But that is something that should only be done with great caution, as the compatibility of one's body and talent is greatly different and even unique in many cases. Thus, even if a person has the same type of Tao embryo as another person, they will still have a fine difference in Tao traces that can damage others," Zukang replied. Lin Mu had not thought that there would be such a complication to a factor like this. It was a new thing for him, and he knew learning would only make him better at it. Lin Mu already knew that there were an infinite types of Tao embryos in the universe, but there were also some that were more common among them. Many people would end up having the same Tao embryo as they followed the common path. For example, a person cultivating a fire elemental cultivation technique might form a Tao embryo that looked like a simple flame, or perhaps a lamp. These were very common forms, and many might have the same form. Such Tao embryos would become well known and get their own names. Such Tao embryos were called as named Tao embryos. Over time, most Tao embryos in existence were already discovered and named. Even legendary Tao embryos were well known and had names of their own. Thus, it was extremely rare for there to be new Tao embryos without a name. This was what made Lin Mu ask his next question. Senior, is this Tao embryo a new one, or is it something already recorded? No, it is certainly a new and unique one, Zhukang answered, just as Lin Mu had expected. Chapter 1096, 3 Peak-Grade Spirit Stone Mine Source Veins. Lin Mu had a hunch that it might be a new Tao embryo, but hearing the confirmation was still rather shocking to him. As far as I know, there are many palm and hand-type Tao embryos in the universe, but I've certainly not seen or heard of any that look like this, Zhukang explained. I see, Lin Mu replied as he gazed at the Tao embryo that was still releasing some aura. He wondered how long it would take for little Shrubby to wake up from this, though he reckoned it shouldn't be long, as once little Shrubby got acclimatized to the Tao embryo he would awaken. Guess I just have to wait a while more, Lin Mu muttered and decided to do some other things in the meantime. Peering into his dantian, Lin Mu could see his own Tao shell that had reached about 2.5-meter size. There was still some spirit stones left, thus Lin Mu decided to continue consuming them for the time being. Since he didn't need to convert it into beast chi anymore, he could simply absorb it into his dantian and let his Tao shell take it all in. The spirit chi from the spirit stones surrounded him and entered his body. The spirit stones started to crumble at a visible rate, and in an hour, Lin Mu had finished off the last of the spirit stones. Letting out a breath, Lin Mu checked his storage and saw that he only had his original spirit stones left and something extra. The source veins, I still have 3 of them left, Lin Mu muttered. He had not used the source veins of the peak-grade spirit stone mines, as he reckoned they would come in handy for something else. Though Lin Mu was also prepared to use them if the normal spirit stones were not enough for his and little Shrubby's breakthrough. But now that he had achieved what he had set out to do so, he could go forth with the secondary options. Time to see if the Garden of Karma will accept more, Lin Mu muttered before closing his eyes and sleeping. His vision darkened for a while, and when it returned, Lin Mu found himself back in the Garden of Karma. But upon appearing there, he saw some new things. When did the tree grow again? Lin Mu said upon seeing the spirit apple tree. It had almost doubled in size, and several more branches had grown on it. The number of apples on it had also increased, and over half of them were already ripened. At this moment, he felt a fluctuation behind him and saw a gray orb of light appearing. And from that orb came out none other than Senior Zhukang. Looks like the Garden of Karma is nurturing them further. Your breakthrough also grows the Garden of Karma. Zhukang spoke after quickly observing the entire area. Though it doesn't seem like the total size of the garden itself has increased, Lin Mu replied. That should not be so easy to increase. If it really is a minor dimension of itself, there is a great chance the conditions needed to increase are high. So far, your cultivation base increase has improved it. And now that you broke through in your body cultivation, the quality of the Garden of Karma has improved, Zhukang stated. Lin Mu thought over it and came to the same conclusion. So if we follow that logic, then my body cultivation improves the state of the Garden of Karma, allowing the plants here grow better. And seeing the past, the increase in my chi cultivation will increase its total size, Lin Mu concluded. Indeed, this is what we can confirm for now, though there might be a lot more we don't know yet, Zhukang chimed in. At least it is something, Lin Mu muttered and looked around. The purple sickle amaranth had also grown a bit, but not as much as the spirit apple tree. The wood spirit tulip, on the other hand, seemed to be the same size. Did it really not grow? Lin Mu wondered and probed it with his spirit sense. Soon he got his answer. Oh, so it grew its roots rather than its top. Lin Mu understood. Walking up to it, Lin Mu didn't see any other changes in it. though the purple sickle amaranth had increased the amount of wood elemental spirit chi it was producing. The increase wasn't anything big like double, but Lin Mu could estimate it was at least 5% more than before. This then made him wonder more about the spirit apple tree. While its size had increased, Lin Mu questioned whether the quality of the spirit apples had increased or not. "Let's see then, shall we?" Lin Mu muttered and walked up to it. Plucking one of the apples, he held it in his hand and felt the spirit chi within. Furrowing his brows, Lin Mu took out another spirit apple that he had plucked a while ago and compared the two. Indeed, even the spirit apples have increased in their potency. Lin Mu discovered that the spirit chi within the two spirit apples was different, and the newer spirit apple had at least 20% more spirit chi within it. While consuming it might not make much of a difference for Lin Mu, it was still a good difference. After all, Lin Mu could still make use of them in other ways. If nothing else, I can always sell them. Might need them in the future for that, Lin Mu thought to himself. Having learned all this, Lin Mu then decided to go do what he had originally come here to do. "Let's see if the Garden of Karma will accept more spirit stone mine source veins," he said before taking out the 3 veins he had in the ring. The ground shook lightly as 3 large chunks of crystal fell onto it. Chapter 1097, Rapid Growth and Change of Plants. The 3 source veins were rather massive and were much bigger than the one that Lin Mu had taken before. After all, these spirit stone mines had existed for longer and thus had plenty of time to grow. This led to the crystal becoming far denser and richer in spirit chi. They could thus condense the spirit chi into spirit stones far better. "Now they're out, will it absorb them?" Lin Mu questioned. He watched it for about a minute, but nothing happened. "It's not doing anything." Lin Mu was confused. Zhu Keng, who was watching, suggested something. "Why don't you try willing it? The Garden of Karma is linked to your soul, so should respond to something like that." "Of course." Lin Mu accepted the suggestion and closed his eyes. "Come on, absorb and assimilate the crystals," Lin Mu said in his mind. And just as he did that, he could feel the ground shake. Tilde rumble tilde. The ground seemed to have turned soft where the source vein crystals were lying, and they started to sink into it. As if all this was a swamp, the crystals quickly sank. In less than a minute, the 3 source vein crystals had entirely disappeared, and the ground had returned to normal as well. Lin Mu eased his brows upon seeing that the Garden of Karma had responded to his wishes. Tilde whoosh tilde. Then a few moments later, the air within the garden started to churn. "It should be starting now," Zhu Keng said as he observed the spirit chi turning chaotic in the air. Lin Mu sat down and waited for the changes to be done. About 5 minutes later, the spirit chi in the Garden of Karma started to increase. The increase was rather rapid, and it was also affecting the other things here. Rustle tilde. The 3 plants in the garden seemed to have come alive and were moving their leaves and branches in joy. They swayed with the wind and absorbed the spirit chi that was rising within the Garden of Karma. It was at this time that Lin Mu also felt the wood spirit chi in the air, increasing in concentration. "The increase is great this time," Lin Mu said as he felt the wood spirit chi. Then, in a span of a minute, the wood spirit chi reached such a level that it was now 10% of the total spirit chi present in the Garden of Karma. "Whoa," Lin Mu was surprised at this chance. Didn't think it could cause such an effect. It was bound to happen. With the source vein crystal from 3 peak-grade spirit stone mines added to the garden, the quality of spirit chi would rise greatly. Usually it would enrich the plants and living beings in its vicinity, but the chance would not be this great. But in the case of the Garden of Karma, there are only 3 plants here. Thus, the change is rather drastic, Zhu Keng explained. So it is the same as what I have done, concentrating resources used by 1,000,000 individuals on a mere handful, Lin Mu replied. "You could say that," Zhu Keng nodded his head. But the series of events had merely started, as the other 2 plants also showed some changes. The wood spirit tulip further spread its roots, and the color of its leaves became a deeper shade of green. Since it was a wood elemental spirit herb, it was benefiting the most from the increased wood spirit chi. Its growth continued, until finally a small bud appeared on its top. It's finally budding. Lin Mu felt excited. The bud was small, being merely a centimeter in size. It had a dark green color and was tightly closed, giving one no clue about what was hidden in it. Lin Mu continued to watch it, wondering if it would blossom right away. But his expectations were broken as the bud stopped growing after it appeared. "I thought it would grow more," Lin Mu muttered, feeling slightly disappointed. "This is still great. It growing a bud is a massive thing. After all, if it grew naturally, it would take it several hundred years to form the bud. The process was basically accelerate by thousands of times," Zhukang said. "But then, why is it not growing further?" Lin Mu questioned. "Even the rapid growth has a limit to it. You could say that it is now at a bottleneck," Zhukang answered. I see," Lin Mu muttered. He knew that the wood spirit tulip was almost at the level of a peak-grade nascent soul realm cultivator before. And with the growth it had experienced right now, it should be almost at the Dao shell realm. Perhaps when it blossoms, it will be equivalent to the Dao shell realm, Lin Mu thought. Tilde thud, tilde thud thud tilde. And while he was observing the wood spirit tulip, several sounds were heard coming from behind him. "Huh, what?" Lin Mu turned around and saw that the spirit apple tree was the source of it. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Mu witnessed the spirit apple tree shaking its branches, and when it shook them, the spirit apples hanging on them fell down. Why is it doing this?" Lin Mu said, as he literally saw the branches of the spirit apple tree bending and curling to knock off the spirit apples from the other branches. It was almost like a man was removing dust from his shoulders. The spirit apple tree was quick and had already removed all the spirit apples that were growing on it, and it had done this regardless of whether they were ripe or raw. Of all the apples that had fallen, half of them were still unripe. But once all the spirit apples were gone from the tree, it started to rapidly suck the spirit chi from the air. "Hang on, it's not just sucking in normal spirit chi," Lin Mu said, as he felt the wood spirit chi being sucked by the tree too. Chapter 1098 Wood Spirit Apple. Lin Mu continued to watch as the spirit apple tree started to grow flowers. The flowers were white with a tinge of pink to them, but at the edge of the petals, a line of green could also be seen. "This is new. The tree never flowered before, it simply produced fruits," Lin Mu muttered in surprise. He had seen the spirit apple trees flower in the northern town many times before, but never in the Garden of Karma. He took a breath and felt the scent of the spirit apple blossoms spreading in the air. "Reminds me of the past," Lin Mu thought as he took in the sweet smell of the blossoms in. It reminded him of a time long gone. He used to go to the orchards with his mother and watch her work. Sometimes he would fall asleep under the sweet scent of the blossoms, which was very calming. A well of feelings surged within his heart for a moment, but soon stopped as he couldn't smell the scent of the blossoms anymore. Furrowing his brows, he opened his eyes. And when Lin Mu opened his eyes, he saw that the flowers were already wilting, and in their place, small bulbs of apples were appearing. 5 minutes later, these bulbs grew into full-sized apples. The apples were bigger than what they used to be and had different colors. Some of the apples were red like the normal spirit apples, and some were green. It was different from the normal green and red apples that the spirit apple tree would bear. They would simply be unripe. It was the same for the sour apple tree that Lin Mu used to eat from in the past. "They don't seem to be unripe," Lin Mu muttered as he raised his hand to pluck one. The tree lightly shook as Lin Mu took hold of the new green apple. He could smell the faint fragrance of the blossoms on it, but it was also mixed with a far sweeter feeling. Finding it to be different, Lin Mu wondered why it had changed. Probing it with his spirit sense, Lin Mu got his answer. Wood spirit chi. Lin Mu was stunned. He could tell that these green apples were different in that they didn't just contain normal attribute-less spirit chi, but rather the wood spirit chi. Looking at the apple for a moment, Lin Mu took a bite. Tilde crunched tilde. The apple was firm in texture, and when his teeth sank in it, a perfect crunch was heard. The sweet juices of the apple spread in Lin Mu's mouth, but the flavor was different than the normal one that he had tasted till now. Tilde gulped tilde. After chewing for a bit, Lin Mu swallowed it down and felt the effects it. No, it's not just wood spirit chi. Lin Mu was surprised. He could feel pure, wood energy spreading through his belly. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he stared at the spirit apple tree. It actually made wood elemental apples. Lin Mu was stunned. He knew that the difference between a fruit that had elemental spirit chi and elemental energy was slight, but the uses of it were greatly different. After all, the elemental spirit chi could be used for chi cultivation, while the pure elemental energy, which was similar to vital energy, was used for body cultivation. This is good. Now you have a way to actually continue your body cultivation, Zhukang said after witnessing everything. Lin Mu nodded his head and felt happy. Even if he had no body cultivation technique for his fifth treasure organ, that would be his liver, it would still be possible. As long as he continued to eat the wood elemental spirit apples, or other such materials, he would continue to progress passively. It was the same as what he had done with the glacial shell snail queen flesh. Though it would certainly not be as fast as that. Who knows how many wood spirit apples I would have to consume for it to be equal to the glacial shell snail queen flesh. It might not even help me after a certain point. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Still, it was better than nothing for him, and he would be content with it. At least it should give you some help until you find a suitable cultivation technique. Zhukang spoke. Indeed, that will serve as a temporary replacement. Lin Mu nodded his head. He looked at the spirit apple tree and checked the other apples. These ones are the same as before, though the spirit chi in them is higher than before. Lin Mu analyzed. Counting the number of wood spirit apples and the normal spirit applies, Lin Mu saw that the ratio was roughly 1 to 10. 10% of them can be wood spirit apples, though we still don't know the growth rate of them, Lin Mu said as he started to pluck all the apples from the tree. After all, the tree would only make more when the already grown and ripened apples were plucked. A couple of minutes later, the tree was free from the fruits, and only the vibrant green leaves could be seen on it. Lin Mu continued to watch it for an hour more, but didn't see any more changes or growth in it. Seems like the rapid growth was only in response to the source veins. It has probably returned to its normal growth cycle, Lin Mu reckoned. He looked at the purple sickle amaranth and knew that it was because of this spirit plant that the change in spirit apple tree happened. I wonder if other elemental spirit plants that produce spirit chi are like this can also have an effect on the spirit apple tree, Lin Mu said as a few ideas appeared in his mind. Might be worth the try, but such plants that can produce elemental spirit chi are rare and far few in between. You might not find them in this world. Zhukang replied. Chapter 1099, a refreshing experience. Lin Mu was very interested in finding such plants, but knew that the process would be hard. They just don't have to be plants that made spirit chi. They also have to be conscious like them, Lin Mu spoke. If it's that, then the ones you know of in this world are only in the great southern forest, Zhukang replied. Indeed, but there is no guarantee they produce elemental spirit chi, Lin Mu added. That is true. Not just in this world, plants that produce spirit chi are very rare, and ones that make their own spirit are even more rare, Zhukang said. Wait, their own spirit chi? You mean not from the air? Lin Mu said in astonishment. Yes, certain plants can make entirely new spirit chi that does not stem from the world, Zhukang confirmed. Lin Mu knew that the elemental spirit chi the purple sickle amaranth produced didn't come out of nowhere. Rather, it was transformed by the plant using the attribute less spirit chi present within the air. All beings would take spirit chi from the world itself, whether it be in air, earth, or water. Even in the lost Immortals memoirs, Lin Mu had not come across any such plants. But how's that possible, Senior? How can they make it out of nowhere? Lin Mu couldn't understand. That is just the mystery that the plants hold. Unless you find them and uncover them on your own, there is no way to know, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu would be lying if he didn't say he was greatly interested in this. He silently added another thing to his goals for the future. I'll surely find a plant such as that later, Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu and Zhukang talked a little more about the current matters and plans before he decided to wake up. He reckoned it had been several hours by now. Let's see if little Shrubby is done or not, Lin Mu muttered as he closed his eyes in the sleepscape. He felt his senses fading away, and when they finally returned, he was in the realm world. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he recalled all that had happened. It was a refreshing experience for him, as not only was he reminded of his mother's memories from the fragrance of the apple blossoms, got a way to continue his body cultivation, but also got a goal for the future. He opened his eyes and looked at the beast in the distance. The Dao shell with the Dao embryo had already disappeared by now, which was a sign that little Shrubby had already adapted to his new cultivation base. Step, Tilda. Lin Mu stood up and walked up to the beast that seemed to be sleeping. Little Shrubby, Lin Mu rubbed his head. Tilda Girarar Tilda. A low voice came from the beast's mouth before it lightly shook. His tail moved around as the eyelids twitched. Then slowly, little Shrubby opened his eyes. Master, he lightly muttered. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Lin Mu spoke as he lightly scratched the beast's ears. Little Shrubby enjoyed the scratches for a bit before it finally got up. How do you feel? Lin Mu asked. Like I can run across the world non-stop, little Shrubby replied. Haha Tilda, Lin Mu couldn't help but chucked, but reckoned that it was accurate. Just from the suppressed aura that Lin Mu could sense within little Shrubby's body, he knew the beast had reached a new level. With your bloodlines being strengthened, you should certainly be faster and stronger. Lin Mu nodded his head. I want to see it, little Shrubby said with excitement. Oh, you will, Lin Mu said as his expression turned serious. And we have the perfect place to test it out, he added while gazing out to the south. Hurry, 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 a man wearing the robes of the Zither Wind sect shouted. We have to refine all these by the end of this week. Yes, Elder, the disciples replied in unison while they continued their task. Hundreds of them were currently working in what looked like a refinement hall. There were various cauldrons, furnaces, and many more tools set up here. The disciples worked on them and refined the many materials that were being given to them by other disciples. Multiple spirit chi fluctuations could be felt from the hall, as multiple things happened at once. Such a scene could be witnessed all over the Zither Wind sect, and the entire sect seemed to be very busy, though the reason behind it was unknown. The disciples had been working without a break for the past 2 months, and even they didn't know why it exactly was. At first, they had been told it was because they needed to supply the needed resources for the conflict, but now they were not so sure. Elder brother, I tallied the shipment logs yesterday, and they are too excessive. One of the disciples that was in charge of noting down the production spoke to the man standing next to him. The man being called Elder Brother furrowed his brows and looked at his junior brother. Keep your voice low, he said in a stern voice. Do you want to get into trouble? Tilda gulped Tilda. The junior brother swallowed his saliva and looked around, making sure that no one was paying attention to him. Come with me, we can't talk here, the elder brother spoke. The two of them went to a small room in the hall, which was used to store documents. Elder brother, why? I know already, the man was interrupted. Huh, the junior brother was surprised. I've been suspecting something was wrong for a while now. The actions of the elders have been extremely absurd. Do you really think our sect, which used to keep to itself and was relatively peaceful for hundreds of years, would suddenly decide to forge an alliance and unleash a war? The elder brother said. That's true, the junior brother nodded. We need to be prepared. Just as the elder brother was about to say something, he was interrupted.